The sitting is resumed. Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure, and I want to first of all thank those persons from really the fulcrum of Christchurch for coming and giving me their support yesterday, as they're listening like so many others to 20,000 seconds almost of one of the best budgets ever presented in this honorable chamber. And Mr. Speaker, if I want to sum it up, it really is a budget that allows us to learn from yesterday, live today, and it provides hope for tomorrow. It provides hope for tomorrow, for the day after tomorrow, for the year after tomorrow. It is a budget that will withstand, Mr. Speaker, the test of time. And although persons may want to instill a measure of fear-mongering before the budget, I hear all type of atmosphere and noises of fear before the budget. I want to see it. Unless I was in some place in the mesosphere, what I heard delivered from the Member of Parliament of St. Michael Northeast was a budget that seeks to balance the economic affairs of this country along with improving the social landscape. It was a well-balanced budget, one that inspired confidence and growth in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm a man that understands musical talent. I understand, just like the Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast, the words of none other than Leroy Kelly's, Black Stallion himself, when he said that we must never surrender. We must always remember that we can make it if we try. Try a little harder. One more try, and we can live a little sweeter. That budget delivered to Barbadians some goodies, man. It allows us to understand that if we try, if we persevere, if you leave the word I can't out of your vocabulary, you can live a little sweeter. I mean, you're talking about sweeter because it has something for those persons who are diabetic too, man. We heard about the machines that will be the new machine, the continuous glucose monitoring machines, that $2 million will be put to so that Barbadians can have a seamless way of monitoring their blood sugar over a period of time. That is the sweetness that we were able to provide for those persons as well. And Mr. Speaker, and when you sit down and understand the words of Black Stallion himself, we have to try. But we can only try if we are inspired by a government who understands that sometimes when you lead and you walk in front of persons, they may not follow. If you walk behind them, they may not have the ability to lead. But if you walk by their side, Mr. Speaker, sir, we can achieve the Barbadian dream. We can achieve the Bajan dream. And that is what this budget delivered to us yesterday. The ability of Barbadians and for Barbadians to live the Bajan dream. And what did it deliver for us, Mr. Speaker? I don't have to repeat. I said it was sedulous, almost 20,000 seconds. It was almost 20,000 seconds of a sedulous presentation that allowed the Member of Parliament to give the confidence and allow that, us to continue on a trajectory of growth and sustainability. But what did it deliver? The moral test of any government is how we treat to the most vulnerable in this society. The moral test. So how did we treat to the children of this country? How did we treat to them? You heard the Prime Minister talk, the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast, about the child justice bill that is about to come to this August chamber, and the child protection legislation, so we can protect those who are most vulnerable. You heard her expose it yesterday. But along with that, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for St. Michael's South for championing that cause. and the member of parliament, my brother, minister from Christchurch East, in terms of the child justice legislation, which seek to rehabilitate that which was archaic and allow young people to forget about the whole issue of wandering, which is, as far as I understand, past the test of time. These are the new innovative things that were delivered yesterday. And it spoke because something that is dear to my heartstring is the Streams program that will allow young persons to use their creative imagination across this country, building up the creative sector, the orange economy. Young primary school children, we are seeing about $600,000 or so put to that program where young people can use their creative skills to become somebody in this country and to be able to represent Barbados. Because there was a phrase called yesterday. I probably can't remember the first two words, but you could probably remember them, Mr. Speaker. But it spoke to excellence of Barbados. It was outward and onward, that's what it said. It's excellence of, it spoke of Barbados and the excellence. And we are trying to create star quality Barbadians. So when we start the primary school level with a Streams program that is able to titillate those young people to be the creators and the world leaders and the world champions, the musicians and artists and what's not, they can sell Barbados around the rest of the world. That is what we said. And the Streams program, Mr. Speaker, I think is the most innovative program in terms of creating those people. I want to remind this August Chamber and all Barbados in earshot that a mind string or stretched by a new experience, once it is good, will never go back to its old dimension. And as I said before, I don't mean about the fear-mongering. This was supposed to be a budget yesterday presented with gloom and doom. It was supposed to tax the hell out of Barbadians. That was what I heard. But the fear-mongering, I think people should worry about the fumbling fear. That's what they should worry about. And that camp. And not to provide fear to the hearts of Barbadians who have given this government the confidence to ensure that they can survive the test of time and that their lives could be improved. That is what they told us as a government. Give me the vote and watch me as I seek to transform the lives of Barbadians. That is what this budget spoke about. Not for some person to jump out of a political cocoon to say that it is fumbling going on. Fumbling going on the other side. That's really fumbling going on. And it's associated with the word. You probably fumbled for 10 years too. It was a lost decade of fumbling. That's what went on. I didn't want to say it today because you have to speak truth to power, man. Barbadians can recognize that there has been transformation across the length and breadth of this country. And I only talk about the Streams program because those are for those in the dawn. Almost every single young person in this country, you heard it from the member of parliament from St. Michael North East yesterday, when she spoke about giving young people the opportunities to improve their skills, man. Training must be an essential part of the Bajan conversation. So those young persons who are interested in construction, the Ministry of Education under my girlfriend from St. Philip West has now a construction gateway for all those young persons to train them to be carpenters, masons, joiners, whatever that they want to do, man. Steel benders, you name it. Mr. Speaker, sir, they could come and repair this entire parliament when done. So instead when there is building-related illness or building syndrome, man. That is what we are training young people to do and to be entrepreneurs. Because my good friend from St. John will tell you that 60% of school leavers, 60% have a burning, unequivocal, untethered desire to be entrepreneurs in this country. 60%. And that is what this budget spoke to, giving them the opportunity to own their own business and become part of Barbados and have a tangible stake. That is what this budget spoke to. the young people in this country. And we make no apologies by saying that we are going to give them the opportunities that they deserve in Barbados so they can live the Barbadian dream. We will make it. If we try just a little harder, the words of Black Stallion will resonate in my brain as I sat down and listened, like everybody else in Barbados, with hope and inspiration. And when the budget was delivered, a budget that seeks to bring balance and inspire confidence in this country. But it went a little further. And it said to those young people who work, when you ever heard this happening, Mr. Speaker? I can't remember in another government. I may be a little young. The member part for St. Thomas looking at me. I can't remember another government in this country who said to workers who work hard over a year period, a financial year, that they didn't get $1,500, man. I ain't never heard it yet. $1,500 in the most difficult of times, so that they could be able to get a little activities going on at the end of the year, at month. $1,500. Mr. Speaker, if you want to put it in US, that's $750, man. If you want to go international, $1,500. And what we have said as a government for those persons, for those workers, and we're talking all type of categories: ash workers, workers from the NHC that were part of that program, those in the COVID that were responsible for the COVID unit and the monitoring of the COVID in this country. Then we have workers, for instance, at the CV program, workers in NCC. All of those workers we capture and say to them, we are giving you $1,500 at the end of this thing to help buttress your efforts. That's what we said, understanding that they are going through a difficult period of time as a responsible government. Although, and albeit, that things are hard and difficult. That's what we said. Never happened before. In 5 years, in 5 years, this government has given 2 pay increases to public servants, man. In 5 years. What happened last time is that you had to pay. Over the last decade, you had to pay. But you get a pay increase under this government. 2 pay increases. Never happened before in 5 years. Check your records. Huh? And it was supposed to be a budget of gloom and doom. Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell Barbadians that under this administration, you have the astute leadership. You have the pigeon-eye leadership. You have the visual acuity that can take this country beyond the new millennium. And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister for delivering yesterday a speech to inspire hope and confidence. It is my personal acronym, HOPE, for helping our people every day. This budget will help our people every day, Mr. Speaker. But it goes further, because they don't have to repeat that which was so succinctly laid for the almost 20,000 seconds yesterday. I don't have to repeat it, but it spoke to the fact that persons in the vulnerable sector, the disabled community, must be exposed to training like everybody else, and must be able to have a tangible stake. That is why I want to congratulate today the Member of Parliament for St. James North for the tremendous work he's doing with those persons with disabilities. I think that he deserves a round of applause. And I'm sure Barbadians will agree with me, because there must become an integral part of this society. They must be given the opportunity, the wherewithal to build up Barbados like everybody else. So I want to congratulate him for that, and the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South, because this is a whole of government approach where everybody works in an interfused way to deliver the best for Barbadians. That is what this budget is. It is to create the excellence and to ensure that the best is there for Barbadians. And that is my acronym for better every single time. Because every single time you wake up on morning, you must be able to deliver better for the country and the citizens of this country. That is why we are here. We are here to deliver better for the citizens of this country and for Barbados. So those are the two categories so far that the budget support. The last one I want to touch on before I go into my speech in detail is, Mr. Speaker, the elderly. Well, it would be remiss of me not to speak of the elderly. I think I would get cursed all every single nook and cranny in Barbados. The elderly dear to my heart. And when they hear about granny dumping, I would tell them, dump all at me, man. I make no apology for that. I can take care of the elderly, man. It pulls, when you talk about strings now, man, it pulls at my heartstring. When we can have Barbadians, this is not who we are. Simple as that. There is no way that we should have it to come in here. The Member of Parliament, St. Michael South, is here, say to me, to bring legislation to stop people from putting their parents and their aunts and nieces and all the grandmother, you call it, in a hospital accident emergency and dropping it off because they got a new phenomenon known as granny dumping. Never. I'm embarrassed to say so. Should never happen. This is not who we are as a country. Not who we are. And I'm appealing to Barbadians to stop it and stop it now. It destroys the social fabric of this country. It destroys who we are. It destroys our international standing as it relates to human rights. And the right to the elderly must be respected in this country. And that is why we have now a geriatric hospital. A geriatric hospital that is going to be built over the next 18 months. That is why this government said that they're going to put $100 million, man, let me talk the figures, $100 million to ensure that the elderly is taking care of this country in a pristine environment where they can balance the humors in the beautiful aesthetic place called Waterfield Boulevard. You know it, Mr. Speaker, because you are associated with that area of the constituency. And it will deliver, Mr. Speaker, over 400 days so that the elderly, those that are dear to my heart, can enjoy the twilight of their years. And I make no apology for saying to Barbadians, it is money well spent, man. We have to be serious as a people. We have to be serious as a people. And we have to respect those who are most vulnerable if we want to go all across the world and advertise to everybody. We are Barbadians. That's who we are as Bajans. That's how we do it, but here. Huh? You can't be using those terms, those colloquial terms, and not understand that the basic principles of who we are built by our forefathers, are built by members of this community, Trojans, like the Member of Parliament who sits opposite me, my good friend from St. Thomas, the long-term representative of St. Thomas, who understands how to get to those golden years and who understands the importance of respecting those in their golden years or the twilight of their lives. And it goes further because you have to be serious when you try to analyze with the budgetary statements. You have to be serious and speak truth to power because there were a lot of goodies there. I tell you, I had the goodies, and we have the new constant diabetic monitoring machines too, because when we make you sweet, we can test you. That's what we're saying. But it was a budget that spoke to the transformation in all the sectors across Barbados. You heard yesterday what is happening with the road works, man, all across this country. And how there will be a rehabilitation program for even not only the major roads, but the minor arteries as well. That's what you heard yesterday. You heard about the construction that is going to be happening across this country so we can build out our capital works program. You heard that yesterday from the Member of Parliament of St. Michael Northeast. I want to say, persons are talking, and manzy-pansy, man, if that's a parliamentary word. Manzy-pansy. It's not a parliamentary word.
I don't know if it's a word at all in the vocabulary.
I am being a neologist today. Don't forget, I'm a different sphere. This is a parliamentary sphere, man. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am saying that it is mesospheric noises, man, being created across this country, making persons from outside believe that Barbadians are living in the worst of conditions. When you hear them speak, what they need to do is to come to the table, man. I mean, the member of Parliament for St. Michael South brought certain former ministers to the table and said, let us discuss. And let us have the discussion, because at the end of the day, all of us are Barbadians. And we need to have the discussions if we are serious about Barbados, if we are serious about protecting this country, if we are serious about protecting the generations and the generations to come, if we are serious about protecting the sperm and the egg, man. Ain't going down to that minutiae. Because you have to get serious about what you are doing. So instead of opening up your mouth to catch glottal fry and talking all sort of foolishness, come to the table and say, this is the type of engagement we want, because we are part of Barbados. We don't live in the exosphere. We don't live in a different country. We live right here. So the discussion must happen here. That is called maturity. And that is called being serious about the country that you live or you reside in. And Mr. Speaker, that is just my preamble. I really have a serious other thing, because, as I said, one thing, as I listened to almost 20,000 seconds yesterday, one thing that remained etched in my mind is the words of Black Stalin himself. We can make it if we try. Just a little harder. Just a little, we can make it if we try just harder. One more try and it will be sweeter. And I'm saying to Barbados, there is no rallying cry for us, if we love this country, to be able to put our hands collectively to the plow and say, we will try a little harder. The avenue and the wicket is there. Remember Parliament for St. Michael North, he said, if you get along hot and it's juicy, you can pull it and hit it for 6. So that is why I'll be able to say to the farmers, and maybe remember Parliament for St. Philip South is here smiling, that they get a $2 million or so and loan so that they could do the business of farming in this country, understanding the importance of food nutrition and food security, man. Understanding big fancy words like me, I have to be able to feed yourself and live healthy, along with being able to export that which we could export. That's what I mean. So we incentivizing those farmers. You hear about the feed program, the enfranchisement and drive. Huh? You hear now there's a care program. Everything is happening in every single ministry so that Barbadians can have a better life. We can make it if we try, man. Things will be easier. It will be sweeter. We can make it if we try. You're talking about star Barbadians and excellence. That's what you're talking about. Because those are the words that must have that marriage with Barbadians. Star quality. We must be able to say as a global nation, because that's what we are, that we are the best at what we do when given the opportunity. And it's all about providing those opportunities for the average person. And it's all about allowing Barbadians to live the Barbadian dream. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said, my mandate, I have two. The people of Christ Church West Central sent me here to be able to augment their cause. That's my first mandate. Thankfully, the Member of Parliament, the Prime Minister, give me the opportunity to be able to drive the Ministry of the Environment, the green and the blue economy. Sometimes when I put them all together perfectly, I will call it the turquoise economy for the ease of repetition. The turquoise economy. But what are we doing in the green economy? Because that's what we're here to tell Barbadians about, man. If you look around Barbados, what you're saying, I want to hear, man. Barbados probably repeating on the radio and the TV as I speak, clean and green. Clean and green. And last year, look at Barbados. I don't need the executive chair of UNET to come to tell me, and thankfully she did, that Barbados, and she said we have a biased minister, second only to Nairobi, is the cleanest and most beautiful place that she ever visited. I don't have to be reminded by persons from overseas. I hear every single time I traverse Barbados. Let's keep Barbados what? Clean and green and beautiful. And so we started with, I told Barbadians last year when I spoke around the same time budgetary proposal, that I will deliver on this country. 60 clean and green sites. I want to report today that I'm at number 56, man. 56 clean and green sites across the land of Barbados, making the place clean and beautiful. And I want to say, I got 4 more to make 60. You know I look age too. I ain't get there too. I will become a sexagenarian, like my good friend from St. Thomas. I will get there because I made a promise. I made a promise to the people of Barbados that I will be creating 60 sites in this country where we will be cleaning the areas that are often disused, man. Or areas that some person may say that is left to follow. Areas that are not aesthetically pleasing. Areas that can cause all types of problems, security and otherwise. I went in St. Philip, South, and the old lady, truly been known, told me, Minister, every bush could be a man. Every man can be a bush. I'm glad you cleaned that bush there. Because every bush could be a man. Every man can be a bush. When she see bush, there's a possibility that somebody could be hiding in there. So she glad I clean up the area. But it's also to create green spaces. Because it's the plan, man. Along with exercising and exercising tracks, we are going to create green commercial enterprise so that persons can utilize this green space to augment the cottage industry. Because we believe that once Barbadians are given the opportunity, they can create their own future and allow them to have a sustainable development that is never seen in this country before. That is what we are saying. So there must be green commercial enterprise, and I'm employing all Barbadians. Come and make the applications at the ministry so we can start to have activities being augmented across the length and breadth of those 56 sites that we did so that Barbadians can sell their products. Call it green commercial enterprise. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, we only recognize the importance of the cottage industry when COVID hit us. The fact that we have to innovate and we have to recreate. We only realize that the cottage industry is what caused us to be here today, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying that the clean and green sites will allow persons to be able to support themselves with green commercial enterprise across this country. But it goes further, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about the Waterford Boulevard. I spoke about the most natural oasis. I spoke about the most beautiful piece of landscape. 254 acres called the Botanical Garden, Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole of Barbados, I know, can applaud with me to say it is the most beautiful piece of landscape in Barbados now, man. Well done. 10 years of bush. I say, every man could be a bush. 10 years of bush. Every bush could be a man. And then somebody said every bush could be a man too. 10 years of bush. And look what you're having now. A place where persons of all ages, man. I see that I have dogs on there too. I'm an animal lover. Of all ages, all they're appealing to is those persons that you see signs there. Take up the little poop when there is bathroom emergencies. Take it up, because that is who we are as Barbadians. The conversation must be had. It must be. Because these are things that are very perfunctory. And I think that sometimes we make a mountain of a molehill. If you're walking a dog, it is expected. It happens all over the world. Just take out the deposit and move. Because everybody must be able to enjoy the space. And everybody, you must be able to go down there. I see member Parliament for St. Thomas down there balancing her humors, because it is the most natural place. And if you pass there now, you can see the senior gardens going in and the woodland gardens. Just to start. And over the next couple of weeks, we are going to do some work out there so that we can have the festival, the real festival of crop over. We are seeing a place that was neglected, unfortunately so, over 10 years. Nobody can see the beauty of it. I want to thank the member of Parliament for St. Michael Northeast for delivering to this country the most beautiful oasis in the Western Hemisphere, man. And when it's finished, it will be the envy of all. I have had a chance to visit botanical gardens in 8 Caribbean countries already. I am saying due to the plans, and I want to thank those persons in the ministry and the consortium too for working and putting together this botanical garden and the master plan for it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I, in December of this year, if I'm correct, brought to this August chamber, hello chamber, a biodiversity action plan. And I said that these are 12 points, strategic action plan for biodiversity in this country, where we will have the communication with all those persons who are the traditional practitioners, have a whole inventory assessment. We will try to augment biodiversity and protect it. 12-step action plan. 12 steps. I said so in Parliament. It was approved in this chamber. It got the blessings of the other chamber. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am proud to report that when I went to COP15, last year, it was in December last year in Canada, there was the coming Montreal Agreement, which spoke to 4 critical areas of investment as it relates to strategic action plan for biodiversity internationally, along with about 23 different declarations. And Barbados was recognized as one of the few countries who had a strategic action plan for the build-out of biodiversity. I said, and I will repeat, by the year 2030, our vision is to have 30% of our biodiversity being realized, 16% on the landscape, and 40% on the hydrosphere, which is the sea. That is what we said as a country. Recognized internationally, because we were one of the few countries that did it, because we understand the importance of species loss, and the importance of biodiversity. I said already, life on this earth started with biodiversity. It will end abruptly without it. We must be able to harness that which is natural. The flora, the fauna, all those things, species. Since the industrial age, we have lost over 100,000 lost species of insects. Lost. Over 1 million or so are threatened as I speak. We cannot continue on this trajectory. It is called ecocide. Mr. Speaker, sir, and I want to go on quickly because
I'll remember the time is fast approaching. You're perfectly correct, sir. You have 2 more minutes.
You have 2 more minutes. There is the Bridgetown, because I was Minister of the Environment in the year trying to remember the exact year, 2021, when all the ministers of Latin America and Caribbean came together in a forum called the 22nd Forum of Ministers of Latin America and Caribbean. And we spoke decisively, and we adopted what is called the Bridgetown Declaration in 2021. And it spoke to a post-COVID economic and environmental recovery. All those things, not only for acute loss and damages, but how do we deal with the chronic loss and damages of desertification, soil erosion, biodiversity loss, the loss of mangroves, the loss of ponds and wetlands, all those things it spoke to, so that Barbados will be well positioned to have that recovery and to stop the ecocide that we are faced with internationally. Those are the plans that we have started and to put in place. Now you hear about the Bridgetown Initiative that will allow countries, small countries, the persons in the tropics, about 3 billion or so, to be able to have those special funds drawing rights, so that in case that there is a catastrophe, that you have, you'll be able to mitigate and adapt to the vagaries of climate change. A very, very unique and noble initiative, the Bridgetown Initiative. And I think that every single Barbadian should go and read it, because it allows the global environmental fund and facility to be able, using a trust fund, of course, to be able to put money to projects rather than to government, which will interfere with the debt and what's not. This is who we are as a people. And it is championed, of course, by our Prime Minister, who had the vision because she understands about the vulnerabilities of small island states. Mr. Speaker, I can speak the whole day today, tell you about the blue economy, what we are doing with the Marine Spatial Plan, because we understand, of course, that we had led, of course, by my friend and my colleague, the member parliament for St. Michael South, a definition swap. Never happened in the world before, championed, of course, by our Prime Minister. These are all the things, Mr. Speaker, we are doing to help Barbados progress, to put us on the world map. I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and each one of us can speak on it. Every single time we travel, the first thing you hear, you're from Barbados? Oh, where you get that Prime Minister from? Are you from Barbados? I want to go come and visit and see what you all are doing as a small country. You all have inspired us. These are big international world leaders who are saying that they are inspired by the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister. Huh? But I want to say to Barbadians, we have to harness that which we have. And we have to nurture that which we have. And we have to be thankful for that which we have. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank the Prime Minister, of course, the Member Parliament for St. Michael Northeast, for bringing an inspired budget. One that will make confidence across this country, for being that political funambulist, balanced, and to allow Barbadians to dream for excellence, to be able to aspire to achieve their goals, and to be the best citizen that there can be. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that vision, I want every single person in earshot, probably in earshot, to hear and see me when I'm talking. Vision without action, my friends, vision without action is a mere daydream. Vision without action. And action without vision is a nightmare. It's serious business. Vision without action is a daydream. Action without vision is a nightmare. We are going to ensure that Barbadians, under this administration, ably led by the Member Parliament of St. Michael Northeast, have the visual acuity to dream, live day and night the Barbadian dream or the Bajan dream. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
Honourable Member Mr. Michael West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be remiss of me if I did not recognize my constituents from the great constituency of St. Michael West. If it were not for their unwavering support, I would not be here to contribute to these budget debates. As representatives of this great country, we must reflect on our true purpose here. That is the empowerment of our citizens, to protect the most vulnerable in our society. And I'm looking at the member for St. Michael South here. To ensure the education of our youth. To provide a safe and secure environment for our citizens to live in. And as the Prime Minister said last night, to prepare the foundations of this country for future generations to thrive and to prosper. This is our responsibility, sir, our creed. We won't be here forever, none of us. So what we must do is leave a solid foundation for others to lead in this place if our country is to survive this perilous world. That, sir, is what a good government does. We must also be cognizant of the challenges that we face at this time in our history as a small island developing state. The ravages of climate change, Mr. Speaker, are evident everywhere around us on this little rock. You go down the West Coast, you see the shrinking beaches. You see the piling sargassum seaweed, which I was surprised to see coming a bit early this year. I don't understand it. Never seen it before at this time. And Mr. Speaker, let's not talk about the fact that we just came out of COVID lockdowns. Then we were struck with the Russia-Ukraine war, to kick a dead horse, which caused superheated inflation, which affected us on these shores. But we're not crying over spilled milk. But quite the opposite. We are up to the task. I hate to be repetitive, sir, but we need to provide context here, as the Prime Minister likes to say. Despite these many challenges, and of course, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention pre-2018, the man-made natural disasters that occurred, that we inherited. But I have to say, I don't want to be repetitive, Mr. Speaker, but what have we done? We have improved our bus service. We turned a negative into a positive. And now we can boast of the largest fleet of electric buses this side of the world. I must recognize the Honourable Member from St. Michael West Central for leading that effort. And sir, you heard the Honourable Prime Minister last night. Expect 21 more. Let's not talk about the improved garbage collection as well. We also have positioned Barbados as one of the top renewable energy producers via PV in the world, along with what we already could boast about, which was having the highest penetration of solar water heaters on our citizens' roof. So we have been progressive right through in the faces of peril. Let's not talk about the improved credit rating that we've seen coming from down in the dungeon, climbing our way back up the ladder. We haven't even come to the surface yet, but we will get there, sir. Let's not talk about the fact that we have lowered our debt to GDP ratio from 176% to 120%, as you heard the Honourable Prime Minister say last night. All of this while in an IMF program, facing the challenges that we face as a small island developing states. It's just remarkable, and I'm proud to say that to stand here amongst my honourable colleagues, having achieved these feats. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, the deficit of revenue versus expenditure for the next fiscal year, which, as you heard the Honourable Prime Minister say, is upwards of about 700 million or so, will be financed by local and overseas means. But that was not the fundamental goal of this budget. This budget, as you heard the Honourable Prime Minister say, lays the foundation of national and economic development in this country. This budget really checks off all the boxes, as my honourable colleague who preceded me so alluded to. And in addition, it gives you a cherry on top. Mr. Speaker, read my lips. No new taxes. And as the Honourable Prime Minister said, you cannot tax your way into growth and development. You cannot do it. We are going to get out of the way. We are ready to take off. The plane is ready to take off. And government has to get out of the way and allow growth to happen. We cannot burden our citizens with more taxes. Cannot do it. We will not obstruct the ascent of this economy. and of our people's livelihood, sir. And I'm encouraged to hear the Honourable Prime Minister say that through Invest Barbados, we will seek to consult to remove the obstacles to growth in this economy that is forward-thinking and progressive, always staying ahead. This reminds me of the old Cable Wireless motto, plan ahead to keep ahead. That's what you got to do. So this government will not stand in the way, sir. We will not be an impediment to the growth and the business facilitation in this country. So the key to success of this budget will be on the growth of our economy. We have to protect it from exogenous shocks as best we can. This small, open economy is most vulnerable, as illustrated by the Russia-Ukraine war, from the shocks of rising energy and oil prices, sir. I think in 2021, I stand corrected here, but we spent something like $600 million on oil imports. Fast forward to 2022. Because of the effect of that war and the post-COVID rising demand, we spent double that. For a small country like Barbados, it is hard to bear this, just so. So you heard the Honourable PM mention last night that we will place importance on the National Energy Plan, which will be amended to be the National Energy Investment Plan. So what do we have to do, Mr. Speaker? We have to secure our energy independence by ensuring that we can facilitate investment in emerging technologies like hydrogen fuel storage. The Honourable Member from Christchurch West will tell you he's leading the initiatives there. But also in old school traditional technologies like pump storage. Because we need to make sure that we can have those interconnections back on the grid. This is tantamount to our strategy in the whole project. How can we make sure that we can offer mortgages at reduced rates to our professionals like policemen and teachers without having that? So we need to get that started again. As I said before, we got to plan ahead to keep ahead. So we'll be looking at those measures, and the Honourable Member from Christchurch West will be leading that charge. But sir, in addition to that, as you heard the Honourable Prime Minister say last night, we have to look at productivity, efficiency, and service in this economy. So I'm encouraged about the program to train supervisory managers on efficiency, productivity, and service through the NTI and through the National Productivity Council. And yes, Mr. Speaker, increased productivity also has a positive impact on GDP. Work smarter, not harder, and you will get a greater output. Implementation of technology will also have that impact, sir. So you heard the Prime Minister talk about measuring the gross national product. What can we produce in this country? It can't always be about sun, sea, and sand. So the Prime Minister mentioned that we will be building a national film industry. And now this is something that we can get more young people to find jobs. This is something that we can earn foreign exchange through. That is production, sir. And in addition to that, I'm encouraged by the investment of $15 million in the Ministry of Agriculture to develop a tissue culture lab, which will be key to boosting our exports in produce and value-added produce to the markets at the UK and the US. So as she said, we'd be glad to get back to the days where we will put sweet potatoes, and you'll find sweet potatoes in UK supermarkets, sir. These measures are needed to again create resilience, sir, through being self-sufficient in earning more foreign exchange and achieving the goal of diversifying our economy. But Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be able to play a role in facilitating growth in this country, because growth is vital for this budget to work. Growth in the economy through the many projects that the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. is involved in. So when the Honourable Prime Minister appointed me the chairman of that statutory corporation in 2018, and I looked up its mandate, I immediately acquiesced, because in its mandate was the rejuvenation of Bridgetown. And my colleague to my right, the Honourable Member from the City of Bridgetown, we both hold that city in our hearts, sir. So she had me there. But little did I know that I would have the chance at nation building through honourable projects like the geriatric hospital, sir. And as the Honourable Member from Christchurch, West Central just said, our elderly will be able to appreciate the natural beauty that you have built, sir. Congratulations. Like Golden Square Freedom Park, sir, an investment in our cultural heritage in a green space. You see it today, how it's being used by our citizens. And in the not too distant future, Archers Bay Park in St. Lucie, the building of a national green space in St. Lucie. Beautiful, beautiful. For our citizens. The member to my right is smiling. He liked that talk. But sir, projects like Road, rediscovering our Atlantic destiny, brings us back to our roots, as the Prime Minister said last night. Transforming Queen's Park to be the cultural hub of Bridgetown, of the Caribbean. Now, when I think about that project, it really is beautiful, because we're looking at not only relocating the National Cultural Foundation's headquarters in Queen's Park, but we're looking at the building of an amphitheater on the site where Marcus Garvey gave his inspirational speeches about the pilgrimage to the motherland, sir. And I reflect on my familial ties with Bridgetown and the fact that my great-grandmother, Alexandrina Gibbs, was a Garveyite. Like my Honourable Member for St. Michael East and Israel Level. And they both embody the principles of Marcus Garvey by being part of the UNIA, United Negro Improvement Association, by teaching night school, teaching kids to read in Reed Street and Westbury Road, sir. And just like the Honourable Prime Minister, who has great ties to Queen's Park as well, through her grandfather, the Mayor of Bridgetown, who fed people in that place. Now, she said last night that the renaming of that place will be up to the citizens of Barbados. But, man, to be named after her grandfather would be quite apt for the efforts he has made in that place, sir. So it gives me great pride to be part of that. And in that amphitheater, I can just envision the youth in our country asking questions of the elite and the common man alike, seeking to arrive at political and ethical truth, sir. This is the vision we have for our youth, emanating with self-confidence. Mr. Speaker, sir, construction, as the Honourable Prime Minister said last night, will have to play a leading role in this movie. With the many projects slated to start this upcoming year, this economy is poised to offer many opportunities for our citizens, but with the right skills. And as the Honourable Prime Minister said, I echo her in urging Barbadians to take advantage of the many free courses being offered by the NTI and the Construction Gateway Initiative. If 100 jobs are available, for argument's sake, I want to see 99.9 going to Barbadians, sir. Let our young people benefit from the construction of the Hyatt. Let our young people benefit from the opening of Sam Lords. Let our young people benefit from the construction of Indigo. Let our young people benefit from the Pierhead project. Finally, these projects alone are close to about $1 billion in investment, sir. Investment that will pave the way for us to grow from jobs, especially in the urban areas where deviancy and poverty are on the rise. But sir, nothing we have done is by accident or surprise. You would recall that we passed the National Vending Bill last year, decriminalizing vending, restoring dignity to our vendors in this country. So with all this construction in the Bridgetown area, where you think the construction workers going to eat? If I'm a construction worker from St. Lucie, I ain't going back to St. Lucie to eat, to get macaroni pie. I going to look for some food in Bridgetown from the same vendors that we empowered. So nothing happens in a vacuum here, sir. This is called planned development. This is how the money really trickles down. Not trickle down economics like our friends far and away and overseas, but empowering our citizens to craft their own destiny and be masters of their own universe, sir. Empowering generations. And as the Honourable Prime Minister said, creating generational wealth. That is the goal here of this budget, sir. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I am proud of this government, a government that keeps its promises, sir, to its people. When we asked the country to share in the burden, when the debt was restructured, it was not an easy thing to ask. So it warms my heart that we can now repay over 5,000, there's 5,400 bondholders, receiving $17,500, and half of those fully repaid. Promises made, promises kept, sir. It warms my heart also that we can extend the $1,500 to the ash workers and the COVID workers, sir. This is a truly empathetic government that cares about his people, cares about the success of its people, sir. And then the inclusion of our nurses in the schedule of the public officers' loan and traveling allowances. and the creation of the 18 additional specialty nurses is on my mind. And this says to our frontline workers, thank you. Thank you for being there for us in our time of need through the dark days of COVID. Sir, we set the tone that this government is not only just about an economy, but we are about a society. We will be good stewards of the economy, for sure. However, this society means something more to us. And this government will continue to have that empathy, not just through words, but as you heard the Honourable Prime Minister say last night, through action. So in closing, sir, I am proud to be part of an administration that understands the needs of its people. This budget is highly aspirational, progressive, and transformational. We will invest in our youth with specialized skills like cybersecurity. We all know that we need that now with the increasing threats that we've been seeing. And as the Honourable Prime Minister said, let's not forget the honourable professions of being a plumber, an electrician, a tailor, a mason. These are things that the world needs still. Reforming our education system will also be a key driver of our goal to becoming world-class by 2030. This, along with working with the UWI to make sure that that institution can produce young people who are better suited to the needs of a modern economy. We can no longer tolerate square pegs in round holes, sir. We need people that can hit the ground running and make an immediate impact to our economy. I'm highly enthused and encouraged by our investment of $8.5 million into the Barbados Youth Advanced Course, sir. This, along with the $12.5 million in the new crime prevention program, with that latter entity helping to prevent our young people from falling through the cracks, sir. And a society is also judged by the way it treats its elderly. So the investment of $32 million additionally into the welfare department ensures that we can chart a path of growth and progress and ensure that our vulnerable groups in this country are looked after. Mr. Speaker, sir, this government will chart the path, pass the necessary legislation, and provide all the tools necessary to becoming world class. However, sir, it really is up to our citizens to buy into this. Without them, none of this will be easily achieved. As such, we need Barbadians to be masters of their destiny, to create intergenerational wealth, to educate themselves to the need of the new world. We are a very resilient people, no doubt. We have overcome the challenges of COVID, the freak storm, Hurricane Elsa, ashfall, global shocks that ensued. But sir, this resilience was obviously handed down to us from our foreparents. And as we chart the path to prosperity, as brothers and sisters, hand in hand, we look forward to a better Barbados for our children and for our grandchildren. Our rallying cry will be Barbados upward and onward. Bajan excellence 2030. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join my colleagues today to speak about the budget that was delivered by the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East yesterday. Upward, onward, transformation that will take us to Barbadian excellence. That hits the right note for Barbados at this point in time. Sir, we are in very turbulent waters, and we are in an era where there are not many people looking out for us. We've got to look out for ourselves. And what I have to say about the budget that was presented to this Honourable Chamber yesterday, it was looking out for Barbadians, looking out for our economy, looking out for our future. It was excellent. It was broad in its scope, but it was also extremely innovative in the approach that it used to be able to achieve the objectives. Prior to this, sir, there were a number of people in the public space doing a fair amount of fear-mongering. So no doubt yesterday a number of Barbadians would have been listening to hear what would have come with this new budget. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East so cleverly said, let us put everything up front. You're looking to hear about taxes. Well, let me tell you about taxes. There will be no new taxes in this budget. And that fear-mongering, sir, went the length and breadth of the land, warning Barbadians that their taxes were going to increase, they were going to get layoffs. Sir, they even went so far as to go into Durant's village and disturb the night's sleep of the 300 residents out there to carry this message of doom, gloom, job losses, and more taxes to frighten the people in Durant's village. Sir, the surprise was, what really surprised me was how limited was the scope of their alternative message to Barbadians. What was surprising to me is that the advisors that gather around that distinguished person could only advise that the options open to any government of Barbados.
Should I the correct adjective that you just used? You might have inappropriately used a word, but it's okay. Continue.
I'm being
Honourable,
diplomatic.
continue.
I'm being diplomatic.
Continue, Honourable.
I'm being diplomatic. That the only options left to a government of Barbados faced with these circumstances would have been taxing or laying off people. And that tells you what they would do if they were to occupy this chamber at this time. Because their thinking, their strategic planning does not go beyond the concept of taxing and laying off people. That is why I myself was not surprised then when the talk was around excessive borrowing, trying to persuade Barbadians that we are borrowing so much that we are endangering the country, and therefore, look out, we're going to collapse. That this Barbados Labour Party government cannot be trusted with the management of our affairs in difficult circumstances. Now, what does that tell us about what they would have done were they in our position? It meant that when you drop to the bottom of the well with 2 broken feet, no way to get out, if someone stood at the top of the well and let down a ladder and said they would allow us to use the ladder if we were prepared to pay a fee to be able to use it and come out, they would have said no. They would have left Barbadians at the bottom of that well, broken, bleeding, no jobs. Social services would have been under pressure because in their mind, the best way to have dealt with that situation was not to restructure the debt, not to borrow any money, but to allow Barbadians to suffer during that COVID pandemic. That is what they would have done. And I'm trusting that Barbadians understand the implications of the types of messages that are being sent by persons on the other side who are seeking to put themselves forward as persons capable of managing this economy and taking Barbadians somewhere. They would not have borrowed. They would have allowed us to suffer, as though suffering at the bottom of the well was going to create money that we would eventually be able to pay cash to get ourselves out of the well. Does not make sense. Do not know what they are doing. They had no plan to earn any money. They had within themselves the self-doubt that they could inspire confidence in anyone in the world to buy the plan that they were going to put on the table to allow us to borrow money. I want to remind the public through you, Mr. Speaker, the reason why they had to be printing money via the central bank was because they had so mismanaged this economy. Nobody was willing to lend us money. Correct. Because they recognized that we were on a course for disaster. What we did when we came into office was to so manage the affairs, set out plans for restructuring of the debt, set out plans for the recovery of the economy, that it inspired confidence by people not only domestically, but people in international organizations, so that we were able from that position to command loans from the IMF, the World Bank, places all across the world who said we can give Barbados a chance because they have good government. That is what happened. And we have to thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast and the team here for the tremendous work that was done in developing those economic plans, but more importantly, executing them to the point where they were able to succeed and we were able to manage mission critical. But I want to say to Barbadians that repositioning the Barbadian economy is going to take time and it's going to take hard work. And that's the message I want to give to all Barbadians, and especially to the constituents of St. James South. They would have been listening eagerly yesterday, sir. One, they would have been concerned about if there were taxes. I've got pensioners, sir, that their pensions are very small. Some are not going to expand in any possible way. They don't have, some of them don't have the assets that they would like to have to be able to meet the ever-changing prices that are going on in our Barbadian economy. And sir, they would have been listening eagerly to hear what is really going to happen. They would have listened with some trepidation. I also have in St. James South, sir, a number of middle-income families and working-class families who right now are in urgent need of jobs. And therefore, they would have experienced some level of relief when they heard in that budget that there were a number of initiatives that were going to be of help to households and initiatives of help to the young people. So I start with the young people. I'm very happy that we're going to be able to put back those programs like the Youth Advanced Corps, where now we're going to be able to expand to take in close to 1,000 students so that we are able to make a dent within a group that right now is under pressure. They're under pressure and stress because some have come out from school and there are no jobs. There are difficulties in the home. There's conflict in the home. They're under pressure on the block that if you want to get ahead, if you want to meet your needs, you have to come over here and get involved in criminal activities. They needed to get some hope yesterday and they got just that. The Youth Advanced Corps is going to be there for them. They would have heard in the crime prevention program that there's going to be the Start Wise program that is going to allow them to have the opportunity, sir, to be able to engage in activities where they are learning skills and can then deploy those skills across the economy so that they can earn a living and hold their heads up. They would have heard about the First Jobs Initiative, sir, which would allow those who never had a first-time job, who have just come out of school to be able to find themselves apprenticed to a group or to a craftsman that would allow them to be able to get some work experience and to share with people that they are capable of working and that they can trust them to give them a job. That is what they would have heard yesterday. They would have heard, sir, that the Adopt a Family program is really, really going to happen, and that close to 1,000 families are going to get very special attention in this country. Those who haven't just fallen down, they've fallen down a deep well and don't know how to get up or to get out. The stress levels would have been high. This is what would have been happening in some of the families in my constituency, and they were relieved to hear that that Adopt a Family program of 1,000 families, that a number of them will be included in that program, and that they will find the help to be able to break the back of poverty that has been dogging them and their family for the last 15, 20 years, sir. They would be happy to hear that. Sir, it isn't only the young that would have been pleased with what they heard yesterday. I have a number of people, pensioners, who, sir, have worked all their lives. Some of them have had good jobs, but they've been retired 10, 15 years now. And the pension that was adequate when they first retired is no longer meeting that need. Some of them would have had money, sir, in bonds. Some of them would have found themselves in situations where they had a lump sum of money and may have invested it in some activity in the country, and then found that they were challenged to be able to recover that money. Sir, this is what I call a piece of good economic driving. You owe money. You have to pay down your debt. And there are a number of debtors that you could have found the time to pay. But, sir, a master stroke is when you decide that you are going to put that money to your Series B bonds so that you achieve two marvelous objectives all at the same time with one stroke. That you've reduced your debt because you've paid it back, but you are now giving to thousands of pensioners who would have had Series B bonds $17,000 of their money back. Sir, that is to be congratulated. It's a master move. It's a master move. But, sir, the joy of my heart was the reverse mortgages. I have seniors who have homes that they've already completed their payments on them. Some of the homes are in good shape, and some are beginning to feel a little tired and getting a little run down. And that is a challenge to a senior person, sir, because you want to be able to live in your home until you pass. But if it's deteriorating around you, if it is falling down around you, if your children are not here and they're living overseas and are not in a position to be able to take care of you as a senior, it's a frightening place to be, sir. And therefore, the reverse mortgage is a lifeline for them to be able to take the equity that is in their home and to be able to convert it into some cash where they can use that to continue to take care of their medical bills, where they can take care of keeping a vehicle on the road, where they could repair the home, where they could help a granddaughter who may want to go to university. You have no idea as to what a tremendous blessing finding a way to do the reverse mortgages is going to be to the seniors of this country, and especially for me, the seniors in St. James South. Sir, I believe they're clapping hands all like no. But that's not all that the seniors have been able to get from out of this, because this government has recognized that within a few years, the majority of Barbadians are going to be over the age of 60. We have an old population, an aging population. And the issue, sir, of being able to take care of yourself, NCDs, is creating a major problem for us. And this is especially true within the seniors group. And therefore, the initiatives in health to help us, especially with the issue of diabetes, where we've been losing limbs, sir, where we become the amputee capital of the world. Being able to better manage our diabetes is going to be important. And so the initiative put by government to be able to make available equipment for the proper monitoring of diabetes is going to be important. But in addition to that is also the work that's going to be done with Cuba. Cuba has created some medicines which they believe, and some treatments which they believe will reduce the need for the amputation of limbs so that there's better healing and recovery for the average person suffering with diabetes. And the government is engaged with the Cuban government discussing ways in which we can make something like that available to Barbadians. So there are things here to help everyone, including our seniors. But another sweet piece for the seniors would have been the income tax allowance, which was raised by $5,000. It's up now to $45,000. And sir, this is going to be good for them because a number of them have been very concerned about having worked all their lives, earned money, and now that they're in their retirement, their pensions and additional income that they'll be getting is being taxed. And therefore, getting that allowance, sir, would be very welcome to them. What's the result of that? That our seniors are going to live better within their community. Their old age is going to be much more comfortable. The community elder care program, sir, requires special commendation. Loneliness is a terrible thing. I've seen this among our seniors. Active people who are accustomed getting up and going to a job every day that engaged their expertise, gave them a sense of purpose, a sense of worth, being affirmed in those jobs. And then suddenly you're retired and you find yourself in a situation where, sir, you are unable to contribute in a meaningful way, to be able to share your knowledge. And the community elder care program helps because it provides the opportunity for intergenerational connection, where young people are able to go into their homes to give them the necessary help, but they're talking, they're sharing, they're able to get together and discuss views, things that they're watching on television, the news, etc. And this is an excellent way to begin rebuilding intergenerational activity so that we can be one whole community again. Now, sir, I want to move to a couple other things I had wanted to share in that crime prevention program that I think is very important. One of the things that I see it addressing is the whole issue of the social fabric of Barbados. It has been tearing. We've seen the increase in crime. We've seen the lack of consideration, even basic consideration that you would expect between two ordinary human beings that would be shown from neighbor to neighbor. That fabric has been tearing as people have become more self-focused and more interested in themselves than in their neighbor. And therefore, being able to repair that fabric is going to be important. And I see that what we have within this budget, sir, are activities that will help us to do that. One that will be critical is the area of parenting. For a long time, I've spoken about the absolute necessity of our having a parenting program, because what we have is a circle that has been broken. We have some parents who no longer share certain values that we have prided ourselves on having as Barbadians. And those parents are parenting a new generation. And we're seeing it turn up in the schools. This is what is making it very challenging in the schools for teachers to be able to communicate and to train our young. And therefore, putting a parenting program in place and providing coaching is going to be important. So for me, I see St. James South and our families are going to be surrounded by a ring of programs that will help us to repair the social fabric, to give opportunities for jobs and learning, and to give people a sense of hope. And we are indeed grateful for it. Because unless we take these steps, we will lose Barbados. And I want to encourage all of the young people through you, sir, that if they want to get ahead in life, they have to go to school and learn well. I always remember the mighty sparrow. They have to engage. And I pledge to them that I will work with them to help them get on board with the Construction Gateway Project, the Cybersecurity Project, the National Training Initiative Project. I have big plans for St. James South and know that we are in a position, sir, to get the funding to allow some of these things to occur. That I want to work with them to help them to re-engage with the opportunities in Barbados, that they can feel that Barbados is a part of them and that they have a part in Barbados and that they have a hope and a future and a dream here. Community policing. Sir, you may remember that when the various ministries came into the well, the Commissioner of Police spoke about the fact that community policing is going to be restored. Sir, it was an excellent program. It produced results. And I'm very happy and pleased to hear that in this year's budget, it is part of the OAG's program to reinstitute it, and that Haynesville will be one of the areas that will be able to get the benefit of the presence of the police, building relationships, not there in a controversial capacity, not there in an adversarial capacity, but there as a part of the community, caring and looking after them and working with them and assisting them in building their community. Sir, I am very pleased with that. But along with St. James South, I am happy, sir, to note that in the budget, there was tremendous attention paid to the rebuilding of the Barbadian economy. And this is absolutely necessary because we hit such a hard rock during COVID, where it knocked out significant levels of our GDP. And we have been seeking to reclaim the space. And last year, we were able to climb up 10, 11% of what we've lost, but we have to go further in order to bring us to the pre-2019 levels and to go beyond. And so yesterday, sir, we would have heard about the efforts to boost tourism, what we're doing in terms of airlift, how we're going to stabilize the financial services. But more than that, it was opening new frontiers. We heard yesterday about the monies that would be spent on the tissue lab to help us regain and export in sweet potato production. Oh, this is important. This is important not only for creating jobs, getting exports, but sweet potatoes are a necessary part of our fight with NCDs, sir. We also heard that we are going to be looking at our oil and gas. Now, that one is of interest to me because I believe strongly that there is a role for Barbados to play in the oil and gas sector. I pray that we can find the natural gas, that we can take it and use it to create hydrogen, that we can create the bridging fuel that will allow us to transition from the fossil fuels and be able to transition to the clean energy fuels. I believe that these things will give Barbados the kind of funds in the future that will allow us to build a Barbados that works for everyone. But the question is, sir, how are we going to get there? And how will the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and the Ministry of Energy and Business play a role in helping with building out a new Barbados, opening up of new economic sectors? First of all, we've organized ourselves, sir, to develop a program of commercial diplomacy, recognizing that we don't have all the funds to be able to hire as many people as we need to promote Barbadian goods and services abroad. We have sought to deepen and intensify the work within our missions wherever they are across the world, from Washington all the way down to Brazil, all the way, sir, to Kenya, to Ghana, and we're planning to open a few more, and you'll probably hear more of that later. But the idea is to be able to ensure that we equip our staff in these missions with strong commercial diplomacy skills so that they can be effective in promoting the products and services which Barbados is going to be offering to the world. Because a lot of work has been done by the Ministry of Industry in terms of Export Barbados and Invest Barbados to be able to identify the new products that we want to produce, to look at services that we want to trade in, and therefore it is important that we're able to do the marketing and promotion in such a way as to be able to gain the export trade that is required to build our gross domestic product and to be able to secure jobs for Barbadians. In addition to that, in the Foreign Trade Division, we are working with CARICOM on the Common External Tariff, and we're working on the SIMSU Pro. These are two essential projects that will help boost regional trade for our production. It's important that we establish a common external tariff, sir, that promotes access of regional goods to our regional markets, and we do that by protecting it from excessive external competition. And this is why the relationship with Guyana and Suriname are so important, what we're doing in terms of food and food security and agro-production. This is the start of that. Along with that is the SIMSU Pro. The SIMSU Pro is a regional portal that was launched earlier this year, finally, which allows the producers of goods in the region to be able to put their products on this portal so that it is available for all to see who want to purchase regional goods. And this is going to be followed up, sir, by the CARICOM Secretariat doing promotions in a number of islands in order to encourage manufacturers to put their goods there. This is the only way we're going to boost sales and therefore get the economic growth that is going to give jobs to Barbadians and earn the foreign exchange which we need. The worst thing we can do is to be creating more and more entrepreneurs, and you do not have market space for them to be able to be successful. All we will do is create a feeding frenzy where the enterprises are gobbling up each other and cannibalizing each other, and the economy cannot grow under those conditions. And therefore, the work that we're going to be doing with the CET and the SIMSU Pro and commercial diplomacy will be absolutely essential. But we don't stop there in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We're going to be working with our diaspora, and I have responsibility to develop the program to help us expand our connections with the diaspora and to work with the other ministries in looking at how we're going to create a diaspora economy, how we're going to create the opportunities for investment, opportunities for philanthropy, how we're going to be able to use their skills. Some of them have some cutting-edge skills that we are going to need in order to boost Barbados's capacity in a lot of the economic activities that it wants to undertake, whether it's the oil and gas, whether it's agriculture, whether it's in climate, whatever it's in, we need to be able to tap into our diaspora to get those skills to help us build out these sectors that we can move Barbados forward. From the Ministry of Energy and Business, one of the main supports that we will be giving to the effort to broaden the economy, sir, is in the National Quality Program that will be run by the Barbados National Standards Institute. In order to trade, you have to meet the standards of that country. There's no renegotiating those or negotiating those away. It means that Barbadian enterprises and Barbadian workers have to step up to understand the standards, maintain the standards, and for companies to actually invest money that will allow them to have the equipment and the training that they need in order to meet the standards that are going to be important if we're going to produce goods. So the excellent work being done by the member of St. Michael North, where Export Barbados will be dealing with the life sciences and the production of new foods that we want to be able to export, new products. It's going to be important that that is undergirded by a quality program so that we make sure that those goods meet whatever standard it is internationally that is required. And so in the Ministry of Energy and Business, the BNSI is going to be working with establishing a series of standards for a number of sectors. They've already done that for construction. With 10,000 houses being built, it's important that we make sure that the standard used for the construction of those houses will give persons who invest in them the comfort and confidence that it will stand up to a certain category of hurricane winds, that it will withstand a certain level of, if you had an earthquake or whatever is the case. These are the things that are important, and they have worked on the construction industry to make sure that standards are available to guide it. Also, in relation to photovoltaics, we are encouraging Barbadians to put photovoltaics on their roof, but we have to make sure, sir, that the photovoltaic cells and panels that come into this country are able to deliver, are able to maintain their life, so that that investment does not die in 7 years. No, they're supposed to be able to stand up to 20 years. We have to make sure that Barbadians don't get robbed by not knowing what level of quality is necessary for the photovoltaic cells for their roofs. So this is how we are going to be supporting this tremendous effort, sir, in relation to building out that new economy. Now, an exciting part of our program, sir, is the development of Bay Street. It captured my imagination from the first moment I heard it. That what we need to do is to actually renew what is there and make the best use of probably one of the best beaches and beachfronts in Barbados. But what is wonderful about it isn't just that it is a redevelopment area for tourism, but rather it is going to include the average Barbadian being able to be a part of that redevelopment. That along with the hotels and the other big investments, spaces are going to be created for the ordinary Barbadians to have their shops, to be able to sell their goods and services, from the very tiny micro enterprises to your small enterprises are going to have an opportunity in that space. And I'm really looking forward to working together with the other entities that have responsibility for that to ensure that we secure a space within that Bay Street development plan for the ordinary Barbadian, the ordinary entrepreneur. And the planning gains that are designed to come from out of that program to be able to renew the geographical areas immediately surrounding Bay Street, to give them the opportunity to be upgraded. Sir, that is a very, very welcome program, and the government is to be applauded for that type of inclusive planning to allow Barbadians to be a part of what is happening across the country. Now, sir, how are Barbadians going to participate in this budget? How are they going to participate in the opportunities that it will bring? All of us have come from off of the plantation, sir. All of our families came off the plantation. Very few of us were born into a plantation family where we had money. And having assets has been a challenge for the average Barbadian to be able to put up as collateral. And so revamping and replenishing access to finance is going to be very important if we are genuinely going to help Barbadians to participate in the opportunities that we find in this budget. And that is why being able to replenish the trust loans, being able to take fund access and help fund access to continue its work in providing loans to average Barbadians, the restructuring of Enterprise Growth Fund, these are important things that have to accompany this budget in order to allow the ordinary Barbadian to have a real, genuine chance of participating in those opportunities.
Your Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you. What we recently launched, sir, was the Junior Stock Exchange. The Junior Stock Exchange is a program by the Ministry of Energy and Business designed to provide another avenue for businesses to be able to get access to capital. And here we're not talking about loans. Loans have to be repaid. Within a month of getting that loan, you have to start repaying. Some businesses have long gestation periods, sir. And therefore, some of them may take up to a year and a half before they really generate some money that they can safely start to give back anything. And that is why equity financing is important. But we recognize that in order to make that a successful venture, we have to do the training with Barbadians to help them to understand venture capital, equity financing, to help them to understand the effective management of their companies, of their finances. And this is why the financial literacy is another important support program that will help us to prepare people to get involved in the Junior Stock Exchange program. So, sir, there's a lot of work to be done. As I said earlier, repositioning takes time and it takes hard work. But here is what I want to say to Barbados. I believe that this year is going to be a year of bearing fruit. We have worked hard to prepare the ground, to prepare the seed and plant seed in a number of different sectors in Barbados. Agriculture, housing, tourism, oil and gas, entrepreneurship. We've done a lot of work. But we now need, sir, to see our efforts producing fruit. And sir, that comes because Barbadians understand the plan that we've laid out before them, and they are prepared to improve and increase their productivity. You see, there are 4 options that are open to countries when they're trying to deal with a crisis: taxing, laying off, reducing services, or we can produce more and work hard. As Barbadians, if we want to preserve the life that we've become accustomed to, the services that we've become accustomed to, if we want to give our children even more than they have today, it is going to be important for every single Barbadian to make up his or her mind to find their place within the economy, to find a place within the society where they can work hard and help to build back Barbados so that Barbados can race ahead to a positive and profitable future. And so to Barbadians, I would like to say, let us bear fruit. We are capable of it. We have the talent. We have the ability. We now have before us the vision and the plan. We have the resources. Let us now, with all of our might, put our hands to the plow. Let us work together and be able to take Barbados forward by playing our part in making this an efficient economy, an effective economy, and more importantly, a caring society. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first wish, of course, as I always do, to pay homage to the people of St. James North for giving me the opportunity to make this my first budget speech in my 2nd decade as a member of this Parliament. I wish to say that this is the best possible budget speech, sir, and I prefer to call it a second reading speech in the appropriation bill, because that is effectively what it is, sir. Speech arising from the estimates which we have voted for to continue the operations and administration of this country for the next fiscal year. So this is the best possible speech that a Minister of Finance could have delivered in this Parliament on behalf of the people of Barbados. No new taxes, sir. The main opposition party clearly has egg on its face when as soon as it was announced that we would have a budget speech, sir, first thing they said was how new taxes will come into effect. Well, I think all of us in here knew that that was not going to be the case, sir, because that is not how a caring government operates. That is how a government or an administration that was bereft of ideas, creative, visual, visionary, or otherwise operated, sir, but that's not how this Barbados Labour Party operated, sir, or operates. Therefore, no new taxes, sir. Within the context of an economy that has grown by 10%, over 10% last year, coming out of the wake of the most terrible crises that a small island, vulnerable developing state such as Barbados could have been enthralled in the three previous years. Sir, tourism is up to almost pre-pandemic levels, sir, and that, of course, is pleasing to me as a member of Parliament of a constituency in the heart of the tourist belt where people's jobs were seriously affected during the pandemic to the extent that 85% of the households in St. James North had at least one person who lost their jobs during that period. And therefore, it is pleasing to me to see the efforts of the Ministry of Tourism, sir, led by the Honourable Member of Christchurch of St. Michael West Central, who is right fitted in the job, and previous ministers of tourism, sir, in bringing back tourist numbers back to where they were. Of course, we now have to look at increased length of stay of tourists, and of course, the continuation of the welcome stamp will assist in doing that. But, sir, I want to speak in terms of the transformative elements of the budget within the context of our people, sir, because this is what really is of import and why we are here, sir, to represent people and to make lives better for our people, and the transformative effects of this budget in terms of our society. And the training programs, sir, the buttressing of training programs within the context of training for supervisory management staff, for instance, for improved management and productivity and accountability and transparency, and to equip both our public servants and those in the private sector, sir, with skills which are beneficial and transferable is of prime importance, sir. Because we need to increase our productivity in this country. We need to ease our capacity and ability to deliver and to do business in this country, and to make it easier for our citizens to facilitate business and in their daily lives, sir. Therefore, training of supervisory management staff is key. I think we all recognize, sir, that one of the failings of our country and of our administrations is in supervisory management, sir, because the minister or the senior public servants can't manage everything and supervise everything. Therefore, there's recognition, for example, that supervisors in works ministries have not been as effective as they ought to be in managing their human resources and their financial resources as well. So, and therefore, the training elements and monies being placed in the budget, in the estimates on the whole for this is key. So, management training initiative offering contracts to young professionals between ages 25 and 35 to enhance their professional careers and to gain work experience. They're being paid $6,000 a month to have training to move towards senior public service positions. Is also key, because I think that during the last few years we have not spent enough money and resources in terms of training for senior public service positions. And this is required. I know that under the administration of the late Honourable Owen Officer, monies were spent for senior public servants who are moving towards permanent secretary positions to go overseas and train at Harvard University, Harvard Business School, for instance, sir. So this is providing the opportunity again for this kind of initiative to take place. Sir, and this is key in our country because we have to have not only our middle-level management in the public service and private sector, sir, be fit for purpose, but also our top public officers, sir. Parental training, key, sir. Parental training in this country. We all know, sir, we all have to admit, yes, that it is easy to get a child physically, but a lot of our people get children that they're not emotionally, psychologically, or financially prepared to have and to be able to raise and to give the opportunity to be the best citizen that they can be. And so it's for this reason, too, that I took a personal decision, as I've said, I believe in this Parliament, at the start of this year to join Parados, sir, to give Parados assistance even before I end my elective career in politics, because this is one of the key areas and elements of our country, of our society that we need. And therefore, the parental training support for parents who need knowledge and help in parenting, sir, is a key factor to help this society move along. So training in conflict resolution, and again, this is very important. So we haven't always been the best that we can be in educating and training our people how to resolve conflicts. And I must say, sir, the foundation that I've had now I've been patron of for 10 years, coexistent with my entry into this Parliament, sir, has focused on that from the start, and we've had training programs, sir, 5 of them, conflict resolution, teamwork, and problem solving, critical thinking. These are areas that we have not always trained our people in terms of our schooling and otherwise. And the Honourable Prime Minister spoke about that yesterday in terms of our need to better our conflict resolution processes, and the fact that monies is provided in these estimates to better our ability and our tolerance in terms of conflict resolution and teamwork and problem solving. So all of these are key, sir, to the development of our country, just as much as housing is, and the thrust of this administration to provide 10,000 houses in the 5-year period, sir, is also key because people need shelter. And the affordable housing that is being provided by this administration under the leadership of the Honourable Member for St. George South, sir, is commendable and needs to have been done a long time ago, sir, because affordable housing is key. And we have too many of our constituents who speak about wanting housing, sir, wanting as is their right to own a piece of this rock, but not being given the opportunity to do so, sir. And therefore, the provision in the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East's speech yesterday about green climate funding, sir, and the application to the Green Climate Fund Board for, I think it is $50 million, sir, to assist with housing, providing housing for people in this country who otherwise would never perhaps own a home. It's commendable and has to be supported as we move towards housing by both the public and private sector, sir, within the context as well of 10% of public housing being reserved for people with disabilities who otherwise would not be able as well to own a house. So road repairs, key issue. As the Honourable Prime Minister said, sir, within the town hall meetings, and we didn't have to go to town hall meetings to know that. This year especially, one of the major issues has been the state of our roads, sir. But that has not been by happen chance, sir, and the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister has a difficult task because she came and found, certainly in 2017, a report that said that 70% of the roads in Barbados were in a state of disrepair and needed repairing. The fact of the matter, sir, is that Barbados has the largest road network system in the world per square mile. Over 1,900 kilometers of road, 1,200 miles of road for 166 square mile country. That works out, sir, to over 7 miles of road for every square mile in this country. No country in the world has that amount of roads, sir. And there's reason for that. Because these roads were tracks, sir, started as tracks in slavery and our plantation economy after slavery. And we all know that Barbados at one time was the leading, quote unquote, sugar colony in the world. Or slave colony, I should say, sir, in the world. That slavery, the code laws and the slave codes began here in this Barbados in the 1660s, sir, and were then replicated throughout the British Commonwealth and Africa and the countries that the 8 colonial powers of Europe divided up among themselves. And that's the genesis of our large road networks that were built to take out the cane to the plantations, to take out the cane, in the plantations to the factories, sir. And that's it, sir. So, all our roads can't be repaired at one time, the 70% that need repairing, sir. It has to be a process. The ministry, as I said in the estimates last week, Wednesday, I think perhaps needs to make it clear to the people on the basis of how they prioritize which roads should be repaired, sir. I'm thankful, sir, that Rotterdam Road, which I've been clamoring for to be repaired for 11 years since I became a candidate, sir, has been started, sir. $4 million, a lot of money, sir, to be started, and that Sign Hill Tenantry Road has been repaired in 4 days, sir, very quickly. But as the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister said in the debate last week, sir, I've asked for at least 20 others, more than 20 others to be repaired, but I accept that it takes time, sir, and I'm trying to tell my constituents to manage their expectations, and we look forward to, at the end of the term, most of the 20 plus roads in St. James North that are in dire state of repair being repaired, sir. After all, we have $27.6 million in CAF Road Rehabilitation Program to repair. We have 240 odd million from the Chinese for Scotland District. We have 27 million voted in this Parliament last week for road repairs, sir. And we look forward to this bugbear being addressed. So the construction projects of which we have heard of and which the Honourable Prime Minister spoke about yesterday, we look forward to the start, sir, because construction projects getting off the ground means employment for our people, sir. And within that context of employment and construction projects, sir, I too urge in this Parliament, as I've done previously, both inside and outside of this Parliament, my constituents and indeed the whole of Barbados to take part in the extensive training initiatives that we have orchestrated, sir. There's no excuse once you are able to do them. National Transformation Initiatives, sir, ably led by Dr. Alison Leacock. We have many programs in the Ministry of Youth and Sports, sir, training initiatives. We have the citizenship program, sir, because gone are the days where you can depend only on having one skill. So this has to be an era whereby our citizens are multi-tasked and multi-skilled to be able to adjust and as the jobs, as the labour market requires, sir. Because Barbadians, sir, and I've said this and I make no shame, Barbadians must be the first call for jobs, sir. So I can't accept a situation where people call each of us and say, MP, we want a job, I want a job. when we have the training opportunities and money, the construction gateway program, which actually paying you a stipend, which is giving you as well apprenticeship opportunities for training in different tasks and in trades to make you capable and able to hold down a sustainable job in this job market, sir. Within the context of all that has happened, sir, this administration has been able to find a second salary increase for public servants in less than 5 years, sir. Compared to the time, the last decade, sir, immediately before May 2018, when public servants had one salary increase in 10 years, in the last decade, sir. Plus, of course, 4,000 layoffs in 2013, sir. And that is commendable, sir, to bring the public officers into this berry, sir, and a serious attempt being made to deal with the cost of living with a cap on the fuel tax, sir. And, of course, the increase in personal income tax allowance for pensioners from $40,000 to $45,000, sir, as the Honourable Member for St. James South spoke of just now. So continuing on the social reform, sir, we recognize that educational reform is key, sir, because Barbados has always had a lead in terms of our education, but the colonial education that we inherited, sir, on independence has long past served us, sir. And we have to, educational reform has to be a key. And the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, sir, no doubt has the ability and capacity to lead us, to lead this initiative, sir. I really urge her to have this on stream by the time we reach next year's estimates, sir. I know that $40 million is being borrowed from the IDB, sir, and that this month itself, this program was supposed to start in terms of reform of the educational sector over the next 5 years. And 4 components of that reform include curriculum reform, which is long since past, sir, because we have to reform what we teach our children to make them ready for the job market, sir, within the context that about 65% of our students are being educated now for jobs that don't exist. We have to create more jobs in this country, a wider job market in this country for our young people. And that means, of course, creating new industries and new businesses, sir, and of course, tied up in that is immigration reform as well, because we need more people in this country to generate more money circulating within this country, sir. And of course, in addition to curriculum reform, sir, and I'm sure the Honourable Minister of Education will speak more on this when she has her opportunity to in this budget debate, but in addition to curriculum reform is the thrust and reform in terms of inclusive education, sir, key. Because special needs children have to be accounted for and given the opportunity to fulfill their potential and their talents like everybody else has that right, sir. And I know the Ministry of Education is beneficiary of some studies, more recent studies, sir, on this, like a study by the Caribbean Development Bank, sir, speaking towards inclusive education for children with special needs, sir. And that is key in terms of our reform as well, sir. Law reform, sir, can't be left out because law reform has to deal with people and adjusting this society in terms of social advancement of our people, sir. And this government was correct and took an extremely wise and visionary decision in forming a law reform commission a few years back, sir. That commission, of course, has shown its worth, sir, as has been said, retaining a top legal brain to have a draft Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill, sir, which we've heard about and spoken about, sir, and which should come, well, certainly is before the ministry, sir, and it is just that the National Advisory Committee, now that we've had the national policy document, sir, and we're finishing off stakeholders meetings very soon. Tomorrow we have one of our final meetings, sir, with the women's groups, the men's groups, BARP, the youth groups, sir. And once we sign off on that national policy document, sir, and make sure that the draft legislation is coherent and in coordination with the policy, sir, to finally have the ministry look at it for onward progress for Cabinet's consideration, sir, and hopefully I will be standing up in this Parliament in the next few months debating the enactment of a Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill, sir, because this is important. But the Law Reform Commission also must have as its mandate to remove all the archaic colonial laws that we inherited on independence, sir, and because of the Savings Clause, we had to continue for a while. So, but time has long passed where laws that were enacted in this Parliament that did not represent the people of Barbados, the majority people, laws passed 100 years ago, sir, are abolished, sir. We've abolished some. We abolished the Prevention of Corruption Act. That was a 1929 act, and replaced it, sir, an act that the then Prime Minister, sir, who I notice has arisen from his sleep again, as he unfortunately does probably once every 5 years. He has said that that act passed in 1929 in Barbados based on a 1917 UK act was good enough for Barbados. I don't know which world he lived in, but we've abolished that, sir. We have others to abolish, sir. So, quite honestly, sir, the Child Justice Bill and the Child Protection Bill can't come before this House for debate any sooner, sir. And we quite honestly, sir, need to reflect, sir. We need to reflect as parliamentarians on whether we did our best for our most vulnerable children, especially girls who found themselves in government industrial schools, sir. And we all have to take responsibility, sir, because as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, he said, sir, Cabinet had approved a Child Justice Bill in May 2019, sir. And we all know, sir, what happened in the interim from 3 years ago, sir, in terms of COVID and everything else. But still, we ought to reflect on whether we could have had these bills before Parliament earlier and debated such that the judiciary did not have to rule what I believe that certainly all of us lawyers knew, that parts of that bill, reformatory bill, sir, which was enacted again in the third decade of the 20th century, whether that it was unconstitutional, sir. We all knew that wondering, you can't put a 13-year-old girl in government industrial school for a minimum of 3 years, sir. For wandering, for just being out on the street, when she had social problems at home or was being physically or sexually abused, sir. And the truth is that in some cases, mothers before a court telling the magistrate that I can't deal with my child, send it to GIS, sir. Absolutely unacceptable. So we need to get these bills, sir, which are now approved by Cabinet. I believe the Child Protection Bill is laid, sir. We need to get them on debate in this Parliament as soon as possible, sir. When I was Home Affairs Minister and I used to visit the girls' industrial schools, sir, invariably I used to cry, sir, to see girls in there confined like this, sir. And I released many of them, and boys too, sir, such that by the time I was no longer minister, sir, the numbers there had been reduced drastically, and and I had said, look, and I had a pact with the Ministry of Youth Affairs, that those released would go in the Youth Corps, and many of them went in there, sir. But of course, the Youth Corps was curtailed as a result of the pandemic as well, sir. Of course, it is tremendous to see that the Youth Corps is back on stream. $8.5 million is voted for it in this estimate, sir. And again, all of that is part of giving our youth, our young people, an opportunity, sir, to progress in this country and to realize their full talents, sir. So this administration is giving young people not only a first opportunity, sir, with free education at point of delivery, sir, including those at University of the West Indies, who we made the education free again immediately 6 weeks after coming into office in May 2018, free university education again, sir. We're giving them a second chance as well with all the training programs that we have, sir. And we're giving them a third chance too with the National Youth Corps, sir. So there's no excuse for our youth, sir, and for them to say that nobody ain't helping me, the government ain't helping me, sir. It is a question of taking advantage of all the opportunities which we have been giving them, sir. Within the context of St. James North, sir, my beloved constituency, I'm glad to see that there is funding for climate funding, sir. Within the context, and the Ministry of Public Works has assured me that monies will be used to engage a consultancy to come up with a feasible solution to the drainage problem and the flooding problem in Trench, for instance, and in other parts of the constituency, sir. We must address the coastal drainage and erosion issue in Roadview and in other areas, sir. And there's money which is being tackled from green funding, which would be utilized for that purpose, sir. Zone 1 regulations need to be addressed, sir, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South East has recognized that, sir. And I hope that when I stand up, God willing, sir, to speak in this debate next year, that we have rationalized the Zone 1 regulations such that the many areas in my constituency which are affected by it will be relieved from this purpose, sir, because water as well is a fundamental human right. I'm happy, sir, that the Barbados Port Inc. under the Ministry of International Transport is funding, sir, the renovation to the Millie Eiffel Western Fish Market, sir. Key area, sir, that's about to start. The boats being moved, basically all moved, the vendors there being, and the fisher folk being accommodated across the road in newly built facilities during the renovations, while the renovations take place, sir. And the Western Fire Station, of course, now being utilized by the Coastal Zone units. Within the context of our youth, sir, we have to, as I said, create new areas of employment, sir, and use of technology has to be key in this. And this government is committed within the estimates to address that area, increase funding for computer literacy, financial literacy, sir, trust loan funding, sir, and this is key, sir. And money is voted in about 5 ministries, sir: Ministry of Labour, Ministry of State in the Attorney General's Office for Crime Prevention, the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Youth. Money is voted in each of those to assist and have programs to better the life of our most vulnerable children, those who are marginalized, those who are socially and economically deprived, sir, those who are subject to intergenerational poverty that we have to, as a government, lessen. And monies in each of these ministries to deal with these and create a better life, and training programs, education, vocational training, and others for these children who are seriously at risk, sir, and it has to be a case, and I can only urge the ministers of those ministries to see how best to rationalize the monies that has been voted for their respective ministries within these estimates, so that maximum use and gain is obtained, and that there's no duplication across the ministries, but rather coordination between them on how best these programs can be used for the benefit of our young people, sir. Thank you, sir. And of course, sir, I would end with those 2 minutes by speaking more about persons with disabilities, sir. And in all my 30 years now, sir, of public life, no task has been more pleasurable and enjoyable to me as public service than being chairman of the National Advisory Committee on Disabilities, sir. As I said, we now have a draft national policy document, sir, comprehensive as could be. We have draft rights of persons with disabilities legislation, sir. So we're on the crust to take off, sir. And this is a far cry from exactly 8 years ago, sir, when on the 13th of March 2015, I lay in this Parliament a private member's resolution calling for the enactment of disabilities legislation, sir, and was completely ignored by the last administration, sir. More has been done in terms of strategic thinking and planning with a view to implementation for people with disabilities in the last 9 months, sir, under the ministry of the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, sir, than has ever been done previously in this country, sir. Within the context of the speech yesterday, we heard about a First Jobs initiative being created under the Ministries of People Empowerment and the Ministries of Labour to also include persons with disabilities. A key factor, sir, continuation of the program whereby people with disabilities and people within communities must get piece of the cake in terms of government contracts and procurement in this country, sir. And you heard the Honourable Prime Minister speak as well in terms of the workshop to train people with disabilities and within the unit of the National Disabilities Unit in small engine repairs and lawn mowers, weed whackers, blowers, wheelchairs, and how it is estimated that 40 people with disabilities will be able to be trained and certified in this area, sir. But it has to go much further than that, sir. There has to be a much better platform and path set in this country for people with disabilities in terms of their full participation, as is their human and constitutional right within the context of this barbarian country, sir, in terms of accessibility, in terms of educational opportunity, of which I said, sir, and in terms of employment, to reduce that 90% unemployment rate among people with disabilities, which we have at present, sir. And it's going to need a lot. It's going to need total transformation, sir, and reform of how the people of Barbados think towards people with disabilities and treat towards people with disabilities, sir. That they be included in every aspect, every single aspect of this country, sir. And I'm confident that we can do it, sir. So, sir, all hands are needed on this deck. All hands as we strive towards upward, onward, Barbadian excellence by 2030, sir. I have no doubt that this government, this administration, ably and honorably led by the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, who is, quite honestly, an international star, sir. Everybody wanting a piece of the honor of our Honourable Prime Minister, sir. And the Bridgetown Initiative, sir, which is getting tremendous global support, sir. And we saw that last week. Of course, our Honourable Prime Minister would have met with the leader of one of the leading developed countries in the world, in fact. Veto power, France, one of the big powers at the United Nations and globally, sir, on this initiative. And we give her full support as she and the Honourable Member and her government and this Parliament strive towards making Barbados the country that it ought to be by 2030. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to join with my colleagues who've spoken before and to preempt some who are going to come afterwards to respond to the budget as presented yesterday by the Honourable Prime Minister. Sir, allow me to start by saying, sir, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing that nothing has happened in Barbados over the last 5 years. I'm tired, sir, of people asking where the money went. I am tired of people asking why we're borrowing so much money. I am tired of people misrepresenting every single thing that the government says or does, or anticipating what the government is going to say or do and flying along with it with no consequences. Sir, and perhaps it is our fault. We found ourselves, when we came to government in 2018, with what for most would be a daunting and insurmountable task. And we didn't complain. We set about doing what needed to be done to rescue the economy, to dig us out of the hole that we were put in, and to get things back on track. And maybe, sir, it's because we did it and it appeared too easy. It's maybe, sir, because we do it and we don't blow our own trumpet enough. Maybe, sir, it's because, I guess, sir, when you achieve one thing in life, sir, William, when you achieve one thing in life, sir, quite often you have to trumpet that thing over and over and over. And for the person who achieves a lot, people tend to accept your achievements as normal and don't give them the same herald as they do to the one-trick pony. Take it for granted. And perhaps, sir, at some point in time, we have to actually start to list out the things that have happened. So when people say that nothing has changed in Barbados over the last 5 years, sir, I ask, did you drive down Waterford Bottom? Because you could not drive down Waterford Bottom and look left and right and say that nothing has changed when we have one of the best botanical and natural gardens in the Caribbean. For the people who say nothing has changed, you obviously don't catch the bus, because the buses are now there with 50 new electric buses and more to come. For those who say that nothing has changed, they obviously used to collect their own garbage and carry it to the dump, because otherwise they would know that whereas we had no garbage trucks, we know how garbage trucks to go around, and most communities can count on a regular scheduled service. For people who say that nothing has changed, sir, they have obviously not seen the Clean and Green initiative of the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, with 57 green spaces so far and more to come. I have been a beneficiary. Christchurch East, sir, has been a beneficiary of a number of those, and I thank him for it. On behalf of the people of Christchurch East, I thank him for it. For those who say that nothing has changed, they obviously don't use the road at night. Otherwise, sir, they would notice the 25,750 LED lights that are on our minor roads and lighting, illuminating our highways. For those who say that nothing has changed, they obviously don't live out Fort George side or in the Pine, and they can't see the brand new reservoir that has gone up where the other one was in danger of collapsing. And when Hurricane Elsa came, sir, we had to quietly drain off all the water out of that there so it didn't blow down or knock down and flood out the surrounding areas. They obviously have not driven around Barbados and seen the multiplicity of reservoirs that have gone up to augment our water collection system. For those, sir, who say that nothing has changed, they obviously have not driven down Highway 1 and seeing the new road that is put there, and they obviously do not know that every single infrastructural facility has been run underground by Highway 1. For those, sir, who say that nothing has changed, they obviously have not driven around Barbados in the aftermath of Elsa and seen all the houses that the government is fixing for the people who can't fix them themselves. For those who say that nothing has changed, they obviously have not driven up by the Pine and seen the brand new, the development and the building, the construction of the new Barbados Fire Service and Ambulance Service headquarters. For people, sir, who say that nothing has changed, then, sir, they obviously have not heard that we're building geriatric hospital. They can't see the Freedom Park. They can't see everything that is going on about Barbados. They cannot see the most intensive road repair program ever mounted in Barbados. For people who said we have not done anything, they obviously did not receive a care package in COVID. And they obviously do not understand that there's a brand new facility at Harrison Point that was built to protect Barbadians because we did not know what was coming and we had to be proactive. For those who say that nothing has changed and nothing has been done, they obviously have not gotten sick and had to go to the brand new A&E at the QEH. Sir, and I could go on, and maybe it is our failing, sir, in that we don't trumpet our achievements ourselves. But I started, sir, by saying I'm tired. I'm tired of the noises that keep going out as authorities. I'm tired of the naysayers, the doom and gloom, people who cannot see beyond their own narrow perspectives and their own narrow ambitions to actually sometimes give credit where credit is due. There was somebody who used to be with us, sir, and then obviously he wasn't happy. He couldn't get a pick. And he's now gone somewhere else and considers just by virtue of having gone that way and being accepted by them. And I don't interrupt members when they're speaking, sir, but I came real close today when, sir, the honorable member misused the word distinguished.
Agreed.
And I did not want to interrupt her because she's a good Christian lady. I figured at some point in time she would catch herself and apologize, but she did not. Right? I won't hold that against her because the rest of her speech was actually illuminating and fantastic. But if I attempt to validate what she said, then I would say that he is distinguished in that he has distinguished himself on a platform of nonsense. I am saying that he's distinguished himself by joining the rest of the white noise, sir, that seeks to discredit every single thing that this government has done solely because you have nothing else to gain. What does it say about you when you found yourself pronouncing on the budget that you have no, because you're not here with us anymore, you don't know what was coming. But because you could not see any further than the end of your nose, and the only way you could see that we could do anything else is to increase taxes and drop hardship and fire people and make life unbearable for Barbadians, you went out and you proclaimed this is what is coming.
Agenda is known.
This is what is coming. The gospel according to your word.
Lies beyond upon lies.
But sir, I hope that he will distinguish himself by coming with a public apology. Because it shows your limited scope that you could not contemplate a budget of hope, a budget of stabilization, a budget of growth. You could only contemplate what you yourself would have done. Well, I am glad that the honorable member, the honorable Prime Minister, sir, is not him. And he is not the honorable Prime Minister. She started by saying no more taxes. For the time she said no more taxes, sir, quite frankly, I was done. I was satisfied. I was ready to say, okay, stop speaking, let me go along. Because that is what Barbadians were afraid of. Barbadians were most concerned about taxes. That is what they used to fearmonger. And early o'clock, the Honourable Prime Minister said, look, I want y'all to listen to the rest of what I'm saying. I don't want y'all to be tuning out, waiting for the bad news at the end. So let me tell you up front, there ain't no more taxes. At which point, he should have been as quick as he normally is, penning out an apology to put out on Instagram. It didn't come. He went in the paper, sir, and said the budget did nothing for Bajans. Try telling that to the people who getting the $1,500 come the end of the month. Try telling that to the pensioners whose allowance has gone from $40,000 to $45,000. Try telling that to the good people of the Postal Service who have been agitating forever to increase the capacity for their loans, their no-interest loans, to get new vehicles. And try telling that to the people who have not yet been able to get an electric vehicle and have 2 more years in which to get one. To say, sir, that nothing was done for Bajans was perhaps the most disingenuous statement that he has made, and he has a lot. He has a catalog of them.
The boy can't help.
And sir, and worse yet, he ended by saying, philosophically, and we have nothing to fear but fear itself. I don't know where that fit into the other ramblings that were going on, but his quote in the newspaper today, sir, it ended with, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. That's not true. We have him to fear.
We have him to fear. Back your hand. Back your hand.
We have them to fear.
Back your hand. Little boy, a big man.
And what needs to happen, sir, is people need to call a spade and come out with what is honest and true. We found ourselves in a hole. A deep, dark hole. We did not put ourselves there. Them dig a hole for Barbados. And we are trying to crawl our way out, bringing the rest of Barbados with us. For 10 years, they stripped this country of everything. They stripped us of our money. They stripped us of our pride. They stripped us of our dignity. They stripped us of education. Anything, sir, that you could carry away or strip, they stripped us of it. Not a road, not a bus, not a garbage truck. They stripped us of our credit rating about 20-something times.
International presence.
UE education.
Oh, how could I even forget? How could I even forget that? How could I forget that, sir? I backtrack. For those who say nothing ain't changed, they obviously don't drive on the South Coast because there's now no sewage on the street. But sir, them dig that hole that we now trying to crawl out of. It's like, sir, to put this in a context that everybody could understand. Imagine you had a house. It wasn't a perfect house, but it was livable. And you felt good to invite your neighbors and your friends over to come by your house because it was a house. You had a nice garden. It looked a certain way. The furniture was okay. And then, sir, you had to go away for a little bit. So you let that cousin that you got come and stay in your house. That cousin, sir, sell off all the furniture. That cousin get the electricity and water turned off. That cousin then start to strip off the boards and things because he ain't had electricity, he ain't had a gas to burn and start to cook things. That cousin then, sir, strip out all the flooring. So by the time you came back, the house ain't had a window. The house ain't had a door. The house had no floorboards. Half the roof was gone and all the utilities off. And the toilet was backing up. And you, sir, said, I'm going to get my house in order. I ain't complaining. I ain't get my house in order because I want to bring back people. They want to be part of my house again. And you start to borrow money to fix back your house. You borrow money and you fix back the house and you put on the lights. You did the essential things first, sir. But you're not there yet. A hurricane came. The ash fell. COVID came and you lost your job. But you're still trying to fix the house. And then that cousin, when you halfway fixed, come and park outside your house and laugh at you and point fingers and say, look, he living in our old house. But it's you that made the house old. It's you that pop it down. At some point in time, sir, people need to call it for what it is. Having said that, sir, let me get to the crux of my speech. It is imperative, sir, that Barbados indeed transforms and that we have to be able to be competitive and continue to have a voice globally. That transformation of Barbados must necessarily involve all areas: social, economic, financial, environmental, leading to sustainable economic, financial, and most importantly, people development and human capital. Sir, from our ministry, from the Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, and also in conjunction with the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, we have a suite of legislation that is coming, sir. Part has been laid already, part has been approved by Cabinet and is soon to be laid. I don't want to go into details of it because the Child Justice Bill has not yet come, but it has been approved and it will come. As soon as we are able to lay bills again, sir, having finished the budget, it will come. Sir, this has paved the way for a number of reform initiatives. One of the ones that everybody is talking about is the fact that we can harmonize the legislation. Wondering is going to go. We all accept. I heard the Honourable Member for St. James North, right? And his concern, it should have come before. It should have come before, but we're here now. And quite frankly, sir, it went through a number of iterations since 2019 that you had to keep ensuring that when you pass that, it was the most current. I am satisfied, sir, that when these are debated, we are going to have the most current, comprehensive, and progressive child protection and child justice legislation in the world. In the world. We're looking, sir, at the comprehensive, this is what is in the train for the ministry over the next year. We're looking at comprehensive training of all staff at institutions that work with persons within the system. So with the adults at DODS, we're looking to have the social programs, increased counseling, increased rehabilitative and training initiatives. We're looking to push the educational aspect. We're back out of the restriction of COVID now, sir, that we can start the programs back fully. The farming program has accelerated. We are now almost self-sufficient in the provision of fish and vegetables. Sir, the chicken farming program has gone back up again. Black belly sheep. The aim, sir, within the next 2 years is to make the prison self-sufficient in all the food that it reasonably can, right? And that is one of the... Sir, but it doesn't actually stop there. We only want the people in prison who have to be in prison. Because for every person who is in prison, there's a cost. So a budget and our financial position, our policies, sir, are not just about bringing money in. They're also about saving money where money can be saved. It is our intention, sir, that before the end of this financial year, that we will have in place a parole system. And we will have in place the electronic monitoring system, sir, that persons, instead of being remanded, if you should get bail, but we're not certain that you can stay where you're supposed to stay, then you're one of those people that we clap an ankle bracelet on you, and your family feeds you because you're at home. So these are the initiatives, sir, that we're looking, not as generating income, but as helping the government to save money where money can be saved. With respect to the young persons, sir, at the government industrial school, you would have seen recently, sir, a donation of a fully equipped spa set. So they could do cosmetology, nails, hair, everything. The boys also got a whole barbering salon with the chair, all the equipment and everything like that. So we are pushing the CVQs for the students at the government industrial school. The aim is that everybody who passes through there, you're not there because you want to be. You're there because you have to be. While you have to be with us as a ward of the state, it is our duty to ensure that you learn something and you come out better equipped than when you went in. Persons very likely saw on the weekend the initiative, the MOU signed between the Government Industrial School and the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, where persons can transition from the Government Industrial School straight into SJPI and learn a skill and get certification. So all of the initiatives are being there. We also start looking at the roster of persons who make up the academic and support staff at the Government Industrial School. So we have persons who are fit for purpose. One good thing coming out of COVID, sir, is that we have become accustomed to doing online learning, online programs, online courses. And we plan to use the online system to try to equate the educational opportunities for the students at the Government Industrial School to allow them, where you can't find persons to actually come in and teach them, as much as possible, you'll be able to provide the schooling specific for them and at their stages. So a lot is being done in that respect. And the intention, sir, is that we have to be able to help those who've come into conflict with the law, to put them in a position to not have to come back into the system, to be able to become useful members of society by learning a skill or having something marketable where you can go out and earn without having to depend on anybody else. Or if you have to depend on anybody else, you have a certifiable skill and a certified skill that puts you on a level platform with those who might not have had the years subtracted from their life occasioned by a stay at the instance of government. So with respect to the broader part of the ministry, there has been a strong focus recently on citizen engagement. I must commend the Government Information Service, sir, in particular. I had cause to make certain statements about the fact that it needed to come kicking and screaming into this century. But I will say, sir, for those who follow GIS online, on Instagram, Facebook, or even watch CBC, you will see that there has been a plethora of information coming out of the Government Information Service. Never before has the government of Barbados been as engaged with the citizens of Barbados as this administration has been, especially over the last 2 years. Sir, you have the one-on-one programs, you have the public affairs programs, you have the information extras, you have constant information coming out of the Government Information Service, sir. And all these keep our citizens informed. Once upon a time, so you'd be driving on the road and then you can't pass because the road dig up or something going on. No, unless it's an emergency, and even if it's an emergency, the information goes out immediately thereafter. You know where roadworks are happening on any given day. You know where waterworks is doing anything on any given day. If Light and Power has to be doing something that involves a truck blocking the road, you know where that's happening on any given day. You can anticipate. You know if your water is back on in your area before you come home. So we have engaged our citizenry at every single level. And these things have a cost. These things have a cost. And what people don't realize when we talk about how the ambitious plan that this government had when it first came in, how it has been slowed down. It is not just the ashfall and COVID, sir, and Hurricane Elsa having brought the works to a halt. It is that they set some of the works back that we then had to recover that ground again. So when you ask why we couldn't reduce taxes, and sir, if we go back to the hitherto referred to erroneously as distinguished person, right? He went to town on the fact that there were going to be this swath of taxes to cripple Barbadians. When no taxes were announced, the backup position was, well, you ain't removing them. He went from, there can be a lot, there can be a lot, there can be a lot, Barbados should fear, there can be a lot, the government can do this to winner, there can be a lot, to get in none. And the backup, fallback position is, but, okay, they ain't bring none, but they ain't take off none. So all of what we're doing now has to be paid for. The roads cost money. The mains program costs money. To keep Barbados clean costs money. To educate our children from cradle to grave costs money. To fix the hospital costs money. To build the headquarters for the fire service and ambulance service costs money. To be able to give our people the $1,500 costs money. To be able to increase the benefits to the pensioners costs money. The buses cost money. The garbage trucks cost money. It was easy for them to say they didn't spend as much as we did because you didn't spend because you had it. Nobody wanted to lend you a cent. You couldn't spend it because you couldn't borrow it. And because you couldn't borrow it, you couldn't do anything. We have done, sir, a berriffle of things. And we had to borrow money to do it. And I hear some persons in the middle class were hoping, sir, that the RSP, our registered retirement savings, our RSP benefits to come back in, or the charitable donation benefits to come out, or other things. Sir, and I hope that in time they do. And I know that if we had the space to do it, we would. But we are not out of the woods yet. We are growing. We are eking out of that dark hole, sir. We are approaching the top and we can see the light. But we still are climbing. And you cannot cut the strings or break the rungs on the ladder as you're on your way up. You have to get out of that hole first. And then in the clear view of day, look around, evaluate where you are, and then make decisions based on your position. Where we are now does not allow us that flexibility, but the government did what it could in the circumstances in which we are now. Sir, I have been to most of the parish speaks. And one thing people have to say, if they're honest with themselves, is that the government is listening. This government is listening, sir. We put ourselves in a position to take the abuse. We put ourselves in a position where we don't have to distill the information. You come and tell us what your problem is, and invariably, once we can address it, it is addressed relatively quickly as the next priority. Never before has a government put itself in front of the people and say, come to us straight and tell us what you need. This is citizen engagement. Sir, new legislation is also coming, sir, in immigration. We accept that Barbados is having population issues and that nature will not correct that imbalance alone. Our immigration policy, sir, the new Immigration Act should come this year. It has been drafted. It is very close, sir, to coming. I know what is in it. And it is revolutionary. The factors of time spent being the only determination for whether you get any status or not, it goes. We look at the skill sets that you bring. We look at the investment that you bring. We look at what Barbados needs and if you're the sort of person that Barbados wants to have. And you get points based on that. So you're going to see, sir, in short order, in this year, you're going to see a new Immigration Act that recognizes the deficiencies we have in the country with respect to human capital and seeks to correct those by a managed immigration policy. It's not just whoever wants to come. It is whoever wants to come and satisfies the requirements, and also those that we entice to come who can contribute to the development of Barbados. So that is where we are going. That is how we are attempting to fill that gap that nature has caused us to be in. Sir, I just want to say one thing now. I thought I was tired, sir, and the thing that is tiring me the most is citizen responsibility. I'll tell you what I mean by that. We have some irresponsible people in Barbados, sir, who disrupted me last Sunday. I don't know, sir, if you would have seen the thing coming out about a Computer Misuse Act, and it went out as if it was gospel that these draconian measures are coming and the government is going to do this and the government is going to do that. But sir, I tend to be included in things like that. It deals directly with me, with information. I didn't know anything about that, sir. If even you, sir, are a lawyer, if even you know anything about legislative drafting, you look at that, you don't include the penalty in every single section. You state what constitutes the offense, and you put down anybody who breaches X, Y, and Z is given an offense. And so even the way it was drafted to look official, but it was malicious intent by someone. And people were so quick to jump on that. It kind of makes me wonder, why is it that people are so quick to believe the worst about this government who has done its best for the people of Barbados? If the public of Barbados judged the last government on the same yardstick is attempting to judge us on, they would never have gotten a second turn. Never. So we keep running behind the ball, trying to play catch up to correct misinformation, spending lots of money and time to clear up foolishness. And that is distracting us from our primary purpose. Sir, there's a fella, I don't know as well. So I listen to the members in here. When the honorable members in here speak or they represent their ministries, I listen to them and I see genuine people trying to push an agenda. Why is it that we as the Caribbean people are so quick to believe anybody who does, I choose my words carefully, who does not look like us, and who might speak with a different accent than we do. Sir, when the governor of the central bank was being contemplated, somebody went on the airways, on social media, on the internet, and they started with central bank alert, and proceeded to talk a lot of nonsense about us bringing a Nigerian to be the president of the central bank, that we're going to do away with the Barbados dollar, a whole set of things, sir. And that went around. People calling all over the diaspora and the world, asking what we Bajans are doing. So I happen to sit in the cabinet. That was never a contemplation. That was never an option. But we found ourselves chasing behind that, trying to correct people from this misapprehension they have, and Barbadians were drifting into a panic. Sir, all I'm going to ask, that the people who are doing, and some of you are the usual suspects. We know who you are. You know who you are. Stop it.
We know them.
Stop it.
We know them.
And I don't wish to include the distinguished person in there, but stop it. Sir, as we embark on mission transformation, it is important, sir, that every Barbadian, every resident, all who love Barbados, that we play our part in creating a Barbados, sir, that is safe not only for ourselves, but for those who come afterwards. A place that, if we borrow a slogan from Cricket World Cup 2007, that we can all live, play, and grow in. It's important, sir, that we put aside our differences, whether real or perceived, and that we work together, not in silos. We work together to compete if we're to achieve greatness and punching above our weight once again. I think, sir, that this budget, this 2023 budget, is a good start in that direction. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support, good afternoon, sorry. To support this budget, Mr. Speaker, but first I want to pay eternal gratitude to the people of St. John who is responsible for me being here today. Mr. Speaker, I grew up and still live in St. John, rural constituency, and agriculture was a staple. I would like to thank the Minister of Agriculture because he's bringing that back. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that was noticeable then was the fact that we had a number of Bedford trucks that were carrying canes. And for more than 10 years in this country, we were carried across this country by a driver in a Bedford truck. And at 30 locations in 2018, the people of this good country decided it was enough of being driven around in a Bedford truck. And they turned to a Formula One driver who was driving a Rolls Royce. And we heard the Rolls Royce in cruise control yesterday evening for 4 hours. And I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be a part of the team moving around in that Rolls Royce. And as always, one of the things I would want to do is to share with the good people of St. John how this budget will benefit them. Because at the end of the day, I had questions about how this is going to benefit me in the constituency of St. John. And there's some areas of the budget, Mr. Speaker, that immediately jump out at me that I would want to reinforce for those good people in the constituency. The fact that 25% will be taken off of the principal owed at 2 institutions, the BWA and the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And I am cognizant of the fact that there are several persons within the constituency of St. John that are struggling at some points in time with paying their water bills, Mr. Speaker. And this is an attempt to alleviate the problem for those persons who will be impacted with those fees that were outstanding, maybe from COVID, but nevertheless, they're outstanding. The fact that gasoline and diesel, the VAT on those two commodities, Mr. Speaker, will be capped for a period of 6 months. And this will benefit my constituents in St. John. Mr. Speaker, 25,000 loan for postal workers, and I have workers in St. John who are involved in the postal system. But one of the things that I would want to say here, Mr. Speaker, there are roads in St. John that will still impact on those motorcycles that I believe the good people in St. John at some point in time should see some kind of relief coming to those roads. And I speak particularly of Ashford, of Stuart Hill, of Lovell Road, Martins Bay. Well, that will be taken care of by the Scotland District project. But there are roads in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, that are bad. And I know the Honourable Member for St. Thomas believe that she still have the worst, but the ones in St. John, there's some that are still relatively bad. Mr. Speaker, the fact that nurses will be able to benefit from traveling allowances. Again, I have nurses that reside in St. John, so this is something that I know will benefit them, and I know that they will support the budget because of this that is being offered. Personal income tax allowances for pensioners being increased from 40,000 to 45,000. We have an aging population, Mr. Speaker, and there's several individuals within the constituency of St. John that I know are celebrating this particular initiative that is coming from the Rolls-Royce. $2 million to support the fashion industry. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Youth in particular, I know that there's several young females and males who are looking to get involved in this particular industry, and I'm sure that this can benefit them in a significant way going forward, and I will look to see how I can use the resources with my team at the ministry to impact as far as this is concerned. $32 million added to welfare, Mr. Speaker. I mean, how can we not celebrate something like this when we are aware of what is happening across the country? And I know the Honourable Member is very, very pleased to have this in his kitty to roll out. Every week, every day, I get requests, and I know that this amount of money will impact. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the areas that I know immediately will benefit persons from within the constituency of St. John. So how can I not support a budget that is going to bring relief to those persons within the constituency? Mr. Speaker, I want to juxtapose the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and whatever it was called for 10 years in relation now to the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. Because I walked the walk all of those years, and I'm aware and fully cognizant of what transpired in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, I want to share some information from this document that was produced by my ministry, issue number 1, called Bridges. And this speaks to what would have happened in the last 4 years, but particularly so during the last financial year. And all of the members can have copies if so desire. The House, I can make it a document of the House, sir. Gladly so. I was looking for a fiction book to bring this morning. Unfortunately, it seemed to have been out of print. A book called the Manifesto, the Youth Manifesto from the Democratic Labour Party. A fiction book, sir. Fiction. Mr. Speaker, this book speaks to an SAT program, Scholastic Aptitude Tests, that was started in the ministry, providing an opportunity in the first instance for 22 young persons to be prepped for that particular exam if they want to get involved in scholarships in the state. Mr. Speaker, I've had some feedback from parents who indicated that without this program, it may have been a situation where their youngsters would have had to given up on dreams of accessing scholarships in the state. Unfortunately, my colleague to the left is not here, but Mr. Speaker, we embarked on an elderly swim program. He's over there. An elderly swim program that saw an excess of 500 seniors being involved in a swim program at Bronx Beach. Mr. Speaker, the document referred to the Road Tennis Open, the biggest competition in road tennis that we have seen in this country.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Indoors.
And Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that plans are in train to ensure that this year, November, if all goes according to plan, that we have an international road tennis competition. Mr. Speaker, yesterday you heard Prime Minister providing money for 17 mini-stadiums across this country. And prior to that, we took the initiative to do a training program for groundsmen to ensure that at some point in time when these mini-stadiums are up and running, that we will have the necessary human resources to ensure that the upkeep of the playing fields are in place and that we have pristine locations for training. Mr. Speaker, our road tennis impacted at such a level that Z-Money, a new player in the market in terms of payment, sponsored our national competition in November to the tune of 40,000 Bajan dollars. It is contained in the document, and there's a plan, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they're back this year to sponsor again. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we heard the Prime Minister mention the fact that the dormitories for the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps is secured, and that is a program that we will seek to expand. As she would have mentioned, we're moving the program from 190 whatever plus to 1,000 persons per year, Mr. Speaker. And this program is one that I'm very, very pleased about because it is providing directions under the leadership of Director Haynes. Those young people are excelling at a level that you will never, ever imagine, Mr. Speaker. And we're changing lives at that particular entity within the ministry. You know, I was reminded on Saturday that I mentioned that this ministry is connected to aviation. And what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment is giving our young persons wings, Mr. Speaker, and helping them to fly, and to fly at a level that all of us would appreciate. Personal development, Mr. Speaker, is embedded in all of our programs in relation to providing life skills for persons who are involved in all of the programming through the ministry. Mr. Speaker, we have restarted the block committee, and the block committee is going across this country on all of the blocks, ensuring that those youngsters on the blocks have a second chance, Mr. Speaker. And we're providing training through the Next Step program within the ministry, where those guys on the blocks and other persons who are unemployed can source training initiatives through the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, through BCC, and the skills training. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, we have ensured in the last year or so that every single vocational training program that has come in from out of the ministry is now certified. Certified, Mr. Speaker. We are no longer issuing certificates of participation or certificates of completion. We're working with our partners to ensure that these particular programs are now carrying some weight that will provide entry-level qualifications for our youngsters. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, Mr. Speaker, continues to evolve, and we're moving now at community level to ensure that our reach is far, far, far. So we're moving away from the central ministry to ensure that at some point in time, these programs could be rolled out at community level. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, we are working in partnership with the School of Continuing Studies from university to ensure that this program as well is certified, with the notion that at some point in time, it will go regional in a short space of time. So in terms of the income earning, that is the plan for the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme. Mr. Speaker, we have an employability program that is bearing a number of fruit. This particular program is being headed by Senior Youth Commissioner Ms. Bowen, and this program is providing young persons with an opportunity to have access to employment. We take them through a rigorous program in terms of preparation for the world of work, and this program is bearing significant fruits with our youngsters. So, Mr. Speaker, the budget is providing that opportunity, that catalyst for us to move forward. This document speaks to Beige to the World that was started by my predecessor, and it is taking some serious flight. We are now in season 3, and the interest and those youngsters who are involved in the program, Mr. Speaker, are doing some tremendous work in relation to singing. I was at the program last Saturday night in the constituency of St. Lucie, and the talent that we are unearthing, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely amazing. Community development. Not so long ago, Mr. Speaker, a paper went to Cabinet seeking permission to start what we call the Center Management Committees. And recently, those Center Management Committees were launched at 4 different locations, and in quick time, we are expecting that these committees will impact. What exactly is the Center Management Committee? It is an opportunity to allow 9 individuals drawn from the area where the community centers are located to manage the community centers after what we would normally say is closing time. So from 4:30, 5 o'clock in the evening until 11 o'clock at night, these centers will be managed by the Center Management Committees, and their role and purpose is to ensure that we have full activities within these particular locations. We are working as well to ensure that every single community center is up, fit for purpose, and occupied across this country. And I am pleased, very, very pleased at the work that is happening within the ministry in relation to not only the community centers, but the pavilions, because some of them are twinned together, Mr. Speaker, and we're utilizing every single one to ensure that we get maximum production. Mr. Speaker, I turn a little bit now to sports and what is happening within that particular section of my ministry. And we have started a community sports program because the National Sports Council is developmental, and the coaches attached there cannot do everything at community level. So we believe there's a need to top up what is happening in relation to the coaches. So we have started a community coaches program that will see us train up coaches in different disciplines to go back to the community to ensure that those playing fields are occupied almost 7 days a week, Mr. Speaker. Because too often you pass by a playing field on weekends, on evenings, and there's no activity. Now, to assist with that, we have also started an aggressive lighting program to the extent where we had to change lights that were not, the poles were not replaced for more than 20 years. So we took down all of those poles that were problematic because security is also a factor in relation to that. and we are replacing all of them. We have a shipment of the lights that are now on sea. They're expected here probably by the end of the month or early next month, Mr. Speaker. And you will see lights at all of those playing fields across this country. So those coaches, football, basketball, netball, we're looking to ensure that we can have them at community level, functioning in a gratis way, because we cannot necessarily pay all of them. But these are persons who have volunteered, who have said, yes, we want to give back, and yes, we want to be a part of the process of instilling some discipline via sports to our youngsters at community level. We have started the process with road tennis coaches. We have started the process with football coaches. And we will now go on, Mr. Speaker, to look at the other disciplines to ensure that we can have sports alive and well across this country. Unfortunately, we have at least 3 areas. Mine is one that is included in St. John, where we're now trying to get netball up and running at a level that I'm satisfied. So we have St. John, St. Joseph, and St. Andrew that require some dedicated work in terms of getting sports up and running at the level that we would want to do that. Mr. Speaker, you heard the Prime Minister mention, like I said, the mini stadium. The money is there for that. What we're looking to do with road tennis is to grow road tennis, Mr. Speaker. And we have had some interest from several countries in relation to how they want to partner with the ministry in terms of an exchange in some cases, where we send a netball, road tennis and cricket coach to some countries, and they in turn, they're going to send some of their skill sets to us. We have a master coach in road tennis here from China. We have coaches from Cuba here that are doing work at the National Sports Council. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that were happening within the ministry in terms of youth. We recently started a national mentorship program that is almost oversubscribed. We have to now look for more mentors because of the amount of persons, the amount of mentees that are being referred to the ministry in relation to that. Mr. Speaker, these are things that are happening that never happened for 10 years. Look, we are 10 years behind in youth work, and we're catching up, but we're catching up fast because we're driving the process. In an attempt, Mr. Speaker, to rehabilitate prisoners within my target population, of course, those persons up to 29, I have asked one of the officers to look at interacting with the prison service to ensure that we can provide training. To date, we have 35 inmates that are involved in the program where we provide tutors, and this is a program that is happening through the Barbados Community College, where we're doing cooking, we're doing bartending, and food and beverage service. And this is an attempt to rehabilitate. This is an attempt to reduce recidivism in the system, and it is bearing some significant fruits in relation to those persons who are involved in the project, Mr. Speaker. And we're hoping to expand the program. There are persons who are coming out of the system and they're registering to do some of these same programs that we have going. In my budget, Mr. Speaker, funds are allotted for what we're calling Project Dawn. And I mentioned earlier about the block committee. And funds in my budget will be specifically geared towards Project Dawn. And this is a project that is targeting specifically those guys on the blocks to reintegrate them into society. More often than not, these guys are looking, Mr. Speaker, for that second chance. And this government is giving those guys on the blocks a second chance. Mr. Speaker, the National Sports Policy was approved and soon will be here. The Green Paper will be here. And this is providing a roadmap for all of us in the ministry in terms of how we treat the sports going forward, because I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we need to be the drivers in terms of how we treat the sport. I have a situation now where, and I'm really, really upset, because I have a national team that is traveling, Mr. Speaker, a national team, not a club, and parents are asked to pay for tickets, to pay for accommodation. The team is traveling in a fragmented way, and I cannot imagine that a national federation will be functioning in this kind of way with our young people. But that is something that will be addressed at some point in time. I'm hoping that we can solve that particular problem. And note, Mr. Speaker, that funds are available at the National Sports Council to assist national teams that are training, national teams that are traveling to represent this country. And I cannot imagine why there would be a situation that we have a national federation that is functioning the way that this particular one is functioning. But we will deal with it, Mr. Speaker. Cultural training, Mr. Speaker, is one of the areas that we're looking to resuscitate. I know when I was at the ministry, cultural training was something that was happening all across the country. One of the things we're looking to focus on is dance and drama to ensure that we can have theater again coming to the island. And the officers within the ministry are working towards ensuring that we can register persons for that. I heard Prime Minister mention about the proposal for string instruments to come into play, the violins. I am very pleased about that because we are working in concert with the National Cultural Foundation to ensure that we can maximize every single dollar to roll out this particular cultural training program. Sports training, Mr. Speaker, is another area that we're looking to ensure that we can maximize. All 30 constituencies at some point in time will have a sports program through the registration by the youth officers within the ministry. And we're hoping that we can use this as a kind of feeder ground for those sports that we are looking to target going forward. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to speak a little bit about some of the plans that we have going forward. Again, I would have mentioned some just now. But moving on. Moving on is a project that came together with 3 members of my team. The Special Projects Committee would have put this particular project in motion, and we had discussions with the Minister of Education in relation to the rollout of Moving On. Moving On is a project that we're hoping to start this year, where all of those youngsters who are doing the 11 Plus program will be introduced to several topics with facilitators who can deliver and deliver at a high standard. One of the former speaker would have mentioned conflict resolution, money management, civics, leadership. All of these programs, Mr. Speaker, will be provided to all Class 4 students across the country who are moving into secondary school. And the name in itself, Moving On, tells the story without me going into that. One of the things we're looking to do with this, and I heard it mentioned before that there are plans to have a national parenting program. We are hoping to do a program as well because it makes no sense to do the training with these youngsters, to give them the skill sets, and then to go home and all that was provided is eroded by parents who are not in tune to what is happening. So we're looking to match a parenting program to Project Moving On. The Youth Hotline. The Youth Hotline is one that we think is necessary at this time because whether we believe it or not, mental health across this country is real. And we think that we should have a dedicated hotline. I'm told that there's another hotline in place, but no information is funneled to the ministry in relation to what is happening with this hotline. So we believe there's a need for us to have our own hotline that we can be able to either one, refer persons, or if necessary, deal with the matter in an immediate way. We have embarked on training for this. We have a psychologist on board, and we will make sure that the necessary resources are put in place for this particular hotline to ensure, as most things in this government, that success is the finish line. The youth policy is in the final stages of preparation, and that is something that will come to Cabinet shortly as well. This is another roadmap in a similar way to the sports policy. This is another roadmap that we are putting in place to ensure that we have best practices, that we are able to do what is necessary to make sure that our young people are empowered and our young people go to the heights that they're supposed to go to. Another project that is coming in short time is a national youth survey. And this national youth survey is one that we envisage will be able to help not only the Ministry of Youth, but this is an initiative that we figure can assist several ministries in terms of their planning. It will be able to identify the areas that our young people are seen as being problematic for them and offering some of the solutions that they figure can assist as well. CICS, the secretariat that would normally house or normally stage the Parish Independence event in November, Mr. Speaker. Another section of the ministry that is doing good work in terms of building communities, in terms of providing young people with an opportunity to grow, in terms of the overall pride that we should have at a national level. The officers in that particular segment are also doing a fantastic job in terms of the rollout of their projects. Mr. Speaker, I had a meeting recently with the IOC president, Mr. Bok, and one of the things that he indicated he would love to see is the promotion or a situation where female coaches are prevalent on the landscape in many disciplines. And we have taken a decision that female coaches is one of those, having female coaches come to the fore is one of those things that we're looking to ensure we can do. Many moons ago, Mr. Speaker, when I was playing basketball, I was being coached by then the only female coach on island, Miss Paulette Walker, who was a national player. And despite what...
That was very long ago, I don't remember.
Very long ago.
You didn't possess any skills still, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, very, very many years ago. But she did a fantastic job, and I believe that it is one of the areas that we need to strengthen, and plans are in train to ensure that we can try to see, if not cherry pick, that we can get some female coaches involved in the process, and I'm sure that they will rival some of the established coaches that we have on island, as long as they're prepared to be students of the game and to continue to hone their skills. I feel that is a case where we will see some positive there. Last week or so, Mr. Speaker, we had one of the biggest events in horse racing, probably in the Eastern Caribbean, the Gold Cup. And the ministry, cognizant of the amount of jobs that are available in the horse racing industry, are looking to do a horse racing academy here. We have started the negotiations. I believe they're now at an advanced stage. And one of the things that we're hoping to do is to start in quick time to have this horse racing academy up and running. Horse racing in Trinidad and St. Lucia is almost dead, but we would have seen over the years the impact that our jockeys, and I believe there's a trainer that is doing exceedingly well in North America. I saw something in the papers that he's now a multi-millionaire, and some of our jockeys are making good money. So if we can get this horse racing academy up at a level that we want it to be, then I can see where jobs are created and where we can start to export some skill sets to North America as well. The Wildy complex is one that we need to build out. in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of buildings, and the team at the National Sports Council are actively looking to see where we can either one, if it is not too costly, do it by ourselves, but seeking partnership with the private sector to ensure that we can have at that location a whole range of disciplines utilizing all of the land space that is there at the Wilde complex. Plans are in place to see if we can have 6 cricket practice practice pitches at the location, and this will also be used to generate some foreign exchange, because we can have teams coming to Barbados, Mr. Speaker, to practice at the particular location. One of the things that I would have mentioned to the National Sports Council is that we're going to have different tracks at the location. So you don't have only fast tracks. You have one for the piercers, you have one for the spinners. That would be twofold, to benefit the batsmen and to benefit those bowlers who will be practicing at the location. And if we can get that, then it means that we can have, like I said, we could encourage teams to come to the island to practice at that time. I will wrap up shortly, Mr. Speaker. The community gyms, we have 4 community gyms that are currently going, and I know that Sports Council have plans to order more, and we will see gradually that all 30 locations across this country have community gyms, because NCDs are something that is also very real, so we intend to do that. The focus on sports tourism, I have mentioned the international tennis, and I'm thinking that one of the things we are looking to do is to make sure that we can utilize the facilities at the gymnasium a little more, because right now, in my opinion, it is underutilized. So if we can have teams come into the country to use it for training or to have competitions, then I believe that we will be doing something good. In closing, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I want to do is to say thank you to the team at the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. I have been there for just over a year now, and I think I'm very, very pleased in terms of what we would have produced over that period of time. We continue, and they continue to be proactive in terms of how we treat to sports, how we treat to our young people. Plans are in place that if sports and our young people do what they're supposed to do, then it will redound to the empowerment of communities, which is the next part of my ministry. So, I fully support this budget. I thank the Prime Minister for the input of funds to do what we're supposed to do at community level. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to you that as long as I'm sitting in the chair, that you'll continue to see a ministry that is proactive. You continue to see a ministry that put young people first, because incidentally, this is supposed to be the year of the youth, and we have done some things that are youth-oriented, more so than before. For example, the Beach to the World is cut off at 29 for a specific reason, because that is our target age. One of the things that you will see going forward is that 90% of any of the programs coming out of the ministry this year, that the MCs will be young persons going forward. We have secured a block of 30 minutes at the CBC to have programs that will focus on not only the youth, sports, and community empowerment, and that is something that will come on stream very, very soon. So, Mr. Speaker, I have said before on several occasions, and I will say it here again in Parliament, that it is a good time to be a young person in this country at this time under the Barbados Labour Party. I am obliged.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Mr. Speaker, I beg the suspension of the chamber until 2:30 for lunch. 2:30.
Question that this honourable chamber be suspended until 2:30 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 2:30 p.m.
It came not 1 year after a government got a renewed mandate, but rather came 1 year before, or a few months before, a government found itself in a position where it had to go to the polls again. But this government through the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, laid before the country for its analysis a number of proposals which are encouraging. The proposals encourage us as regards the confidence that there is in the financial position of Barbados. And they also reflect what in many terms can be considered a pro-growth, a pro-labor approach that is being outlined for this country. Mr. Speaker, I had to recall during the presentation, the very long presentation, I had to recall when I made the decision to come into elected politics two and a half years ago. It was not an easy one for a number of personal reasons. And I remember the criticisms and the preoccupation with the criticism that I could face on making such a decision. And I reflect on that now, Mr. Speaker, only because as I decided eventually to choose the harder road, that being aligning myself with a party in government, positioning myself on the inside, not only to influence decisions, but to bear whatever criticism would come to the party. I chose that, Mr. Speaker, and yesterday reaffirmed in my mind and in my conscience that I made the right decision as a member, as a person who is committed to representing people and working class people in particular in this country. I'm proud of that decision. But even as I expressed my support for the measures which were presented, the measures which seek to position Barbados as being world class, even at a time when the global crisis, supply shocks, and elevated inflation is forcing so many countries around the world to operate in an environment of uncertainty, where labor conditions, social justice are being compromised, and where the average man, the average woman may be contemplating for himself and herself how they're going to improve their lot to benefit their families. Mr. Speaker, as I reflect on these measures that were represented before this Honourable House, I had to consider that Barbados indeed must be a special place. I thank you, I should have said at the onset, for granting me leave at this time to be here in Geneva to carry out the work of labor at the international level, and for facilitating this response from me here this afternoon as well. Even during the past few days, as I sit on as a member of the governing body of the International Labour Organization, the discussions that we have been having are a strong reminder that strong leadership representing workers and a government with a determined political will is what is perhaps the best combination for ensuring that working people can achieve benefit and prevent their rights from being eroded. But even as I express confidence, Mr. Speaker, without fear of contradiction, and while I acknowledge that this government is not a perfect one, because indeed we don't live in a perfect world, I commend the government of Barbados for its insistence on listening to people, from Paris Speaks to rubbing shoulders to reinvigorating the social partnership, which especially in the 5 years preceding 2018 was not allowed to function. The government continues to demonstrate that it is reaching out, it is responding, it is listening, even at times when it has to get stopped in its tracks and the public outcries force it to contemplate further or retract decisions. But Mr. Speaker, even with this acknowledgement and against the backdrop of my view that the budget is a good one, a number of things would cause me concern and would cause me pause. First of all, the recognition that sometimes as people, we don't appreciate that what is being delivered is good enough if it seems to be coming too easy. Sometimes as people, we don't appreciate all that is being presented to help us if we forget or if we're allowed to forget where we came from. When things sometimes are made to look too easy as well, Mr. Speaker, much is taken for granted and the will to fight appears not to be high on the agenda. It's like, let somebody else deal with it. Let somebody else figure it out. Mr. Speaker, I open my contribution in this way because I painfully remember what it felt like as a union leader, a labor representative back in 2013, when the labor movement in Barbados was hailed and being recognized for giving a government a second term, being responsible for a government being able to get a second term because of its cooperation in the period leading up to a general election. At a time when unions could not get increases, at a time when allowances and benefits were being frozen, where the role of the social partnership was being diminished to almost no role, where we would be entering a period as labor leaders of open disregard, being regarded as reckless, at times even as rapists, was the comparison. And a period where massive job loss was being hailed as winning the victory for a government and not a victory for the people on whose behalf we serve. Mr. Speaker, in reflecting on that, I am glad and I'm proud this afternoon that I wear two hats. And that in wearing those proverbial two hats, I have been able to participate as a leader in the largest recognized union in Barbados that successfully steered the introduction of the minimum wage. Yes, the Barbados Workers Union can be hailed directly as influencing that because it was upon the backs and upon the determination and commitment and collective support and action of workers within the G4S. That not only workers in security, but workers all across this nation could see the minimum floor of their wages being enhanced. I'm glad that in wearing two hats, it has allowed my organization, the largest representative of workers in Barbados, to use the dispute in C.O. Williams, very similar to that of G4S that is being used to level the playing field, to see us come to a moment where legislation that is over 70 years old, almost 70 years old, has been brushed off. And I speak of the labor contracts legislation, to ensure now that in construction we have established rates so that any company in construction seeking to gain bids for government contracts, where worker taxes are involved, that company, those organizations have to establish a minimum floor, not only in terms of wages, but in terms of conditions. And it does not stop there, because when we started with construction, the plan is to roll that out over all areas, across all areas, whether it is cleaning, whether it's gardening, all areas where public contracts are being sold. So I am proud to be wearing those hats, where these contracts and these organizations that are bidding are now under an infrared light. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I said an infrared light. This is the reason I'm here. I am glad that wearing two hats, the workers of the Transport Board, a state, members of a state-owned enterprise that could not benefit from gratuities, were able to get gratuities and pensions in line with those other employees of state-owned enterprises. I am glad that in wearing those two hats, that we've heard yesterday that postal workers who have not seen an increase to the loan limit for motorcycles, have seen that loan limit being expanded by almost 5 times the amount to facilitate their purchase of electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I can go on, but I say something for me. Let me turn my attention to the issue of people underappreciating what is done when it appears to come too easily. I have sat around perhaps hundreds of negotiating tables, and my experience has shown me how to read the room and how to read where another party that you're sitting opposite to is coming from, and how to recognize when a situation is bleak, and how to counterbalance against the demands of workers who are asking for more, and how to come away with the best solutions. I am happy that in the recently concluded public sector negotiations, that workers broadly and generally in the public sector yielded to the support and advice from their labor leaders to accept what could be regarded as modest and reasonable conclusions to the salaries and wages negotiations. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I am submitting to this House that particular outcome was an outcome that influenced directly the Minister of Finance's capacity to outline the measures that were outlined in the presentation yesterday afternoon. What we're seeing here is that we were able to achieve salaries that were guided by the bigger national picture and that took account of responsible negotiations. That is what true leadership requires. And it gave people, workers in the public sector on the IMF program, the opportunity to get an increase, not an imagined one, and also lump sum payments that saw greater benefit for those at the lower scales under the personal emoluments arrangements. As a leader who understands the reality of functioning in a post-pandemic world filled with much uncertainty, this is nothing. I recognize that this is nothing for us to scoff at. The reason why I'm here. Mr. Speaker, I am glad that there were no new reform measures that were announced that could lead to the displacement of workers. However, as it relates to the reforms which were previously announced, many of which are in a very early stage where they have actually begun to present to the workers and their representatives. I welcome the fact that this government was not presumptuous enough to outline in any great detail any approaches or any mechanisms that they may be contemplating for addressing these reforms. Why? Because, as I said, the conversations have not yet begun. And as the leader of the largest union in Barbados, I recognize the importance of not talking things and negotiating out in the public domain, but negotiating at the table. So yes, we recognize that the specificities of SOE reform were not mentioned in any detail. But because I value treating to specificities at the table and not in the public domain, that is why the broad mention was supported. So for instance, well, it would be the intention, of course, to give critical support to the areas outlined for enfranchisement. We will not get into any debate on it now, but of course, any approach that we take at the table would be one that recognizes the hard work of individuals who have always given their hard work within the courts, and that we would make sure that whatever outcomes take account of the years of hard work and recognizes in very real and tangible terms the reward that will become commensurate with effort. Mr. Speaker, it's for this reason as well that during the public sector negotiations, the union that I lead, was the only one not engaging in discussions within the public domain. But Mr. Speaker, the outcome of the steadfast, insistent, focused negotiations that yielded the result that so many public servants are satisfied with is a direct result and bears reflection of the positions which the BWU put on the table during those discussions. And I say that not in a way to pat ourselves in the back, but we realize that operating steadfastly, quietly, not causing alarm bells, not looking for attention, is often the best approach to achieve the best results, the best outcomes for workers, for people generally. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I am here among you in this chamber. So we welcome the $50 million for public servants. And we are supporting these measures, context within the fact that our responsible behavior led to the kind of pro-growth measures that could have been outlined this afternoon, and that I'm sure other honorable members are developing as they make their own contributions regarding their ministries. And we expect that workers will get more, because where there is growth, there has to be some element to make sure that, as this government is always using now as its mantra, we find a way not only to share the burden, but to share the bounty where it exists. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that mission transformation for the public sector must mean that they too will benefit from their fair share when growth comes. But going back to the matter of not throwing workers on the bus, the government's objective of sharing the burden and sharing the bounty, I now turn our attention to the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, is no denying that this sector has been largely responsible for the resurgence, particularly of our economy after COVID. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Minister of Finance in her presentation yesterday afternoon recognized the sector as contributing greatly and signaled the expectation that based on projections, this sector will continue to contribute significantly to the growth of our economy throughout 2023. Mr. Speaker, while we may be using economic benchmarks, therefore, to say that that sector has taken us back to pre-COVID-19 times, I hasten to add that that is just a quantitative and economic measure. Because in real terms, workers across the tourism sector, particularly in the hotels, have been seeing a repealing of the conditions of work that they enjoy, being put into contracts, 3 and 6 month contracts, probation periods being expanded up to 6 months, workers not being afforded their staunch day, fewer rights and fewer job securities. If you barely object to anything in a hotel, in some establishments nowadays, you don't know that when your contract ends, it is not being renewed. Conditions are being made to put people further back. At a time in 2023 when we're talking about growing, we cannot expect that growth will be allowed to take place on the backs of poor working people. And the same way that we are laying out those conditions to prescribe how those bidding for contracts must function, we want to lay out prescription that the sector that is earning off of the blood, sweat, and tears of workers in the tourism industry, in the hotel industry, that it gives back. And where it refuses to give back, that we also examine the granting of concessions. So yes, we are ready for discussions in the colloquium, that's the academic term I heard yesterday, but we are ready to have heart-to-heart discussions. And by signaling the areas that I have identified just as a start, those offenders within the hotel sector that I look forward to meeting soon would know where my heart is coming from as I enter the room on behalf of workers. Workers' rights must not be at the expense of any attempts at growth in this country. It undermines the whole objective of enfranchisement. And those rights include the right to organize and to bargain collectively. So those who dropped out of the hotel agreement and those who refuse to come in, we have to find ways, Mr. Speaker, in this country, supported by a government that is for growth and for people, to make sure that these wrongs are made right. Mr. Speaker, we will participate in those talks, and we look forward to mission transformation, seeing greed being transferred into good. And where I talk about good, the common good, that is the good for all. While I'm not promoting workers using the tool of last resort in defense of their rights and interests, I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to hail and commend the workers of UCAL, the workers of Duty Free Caribbean, and the workers of the Transport Board who earlier this year demonstrated that wherever negotiations or talks reach a stalemate, workers can, and workers eventually will have to use that tool of last resort to promote their rights. I hope sincerely that we won't have to demonstrate it in too many areas. But by the same token, I encourage workers that where we are working for growth in the economy, to make sure that that growth is commensurate with improvements in your lot, improvements in your well-being, you must be willing not to renege on the fight. You must recognize that the fight is not over until it is over. I turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of the 24 economy, as I eagerly look forward to participating meaningfully in any discussion aimed at stimulating growth and stimulating activity. I recognize that there are entertainers that the Barbados Workers Union has been talking to as well that can impact and be influenced by and can have their lot improved by the measures that could present itself, the opportunities that can present itself in a 24-hour economy. And since I joined the union movement about 19 years ago, this will probably represent about the 5th such discussion that my organization will be participating in towards a 24-hour economy, and we look forward to it. But as we enter those discussions, we will still hold fast to the demand for nighttime public transport, care facilities to reflect the changed direction in economic activity, the assignment of schedules of work to facilitate work-life balance for people. In other words, people in part must also know when they're going to work in any work week that they have at least one day designated that they know it is theirs to do what they have to do in other aspects of their life. Mr. Speaker, so we look forward to those discussions, and we look forward to the rollout of a 24-hour economy that not only achieves the objective of growth, but does so in a way that guarantees the health and safety of all workers participating in the economy. To the workers and their families in St. George North, I now turn my attention to you as I also welcome many of the measures, not only those outlined that I mentioned before, but many of the other measures that have been identified to benefit working people and their families in Barbados. From the opportunities for training, which I urge you to take advantage of. When I met with the ASH workers a few weeks ago, I was so heartened by their enthusiasm. And I recognize that those workers in St. George North could become an example to so many others who have seized the opportunity, every one of them, to be retrained and repositioned to take advantage of job opportunities that could arise in a number of areas of capital work that we've heard being mentioned. From training to the commitment to work, for this government to work with banks to ensure that at least one savings area, one savings bank at least, even if it is one, could remove some of the ridiculous fees from savings accounts. To the response to rent-to-own units, the outcry across so many areas of Barbados, not only in St. George North, is that workers still, although there is opportunity being offered under the HOPE program, so many workers still cannot access mortgages because their base wage is so low. Not only do we want to see those wages increase, but we want to provide the opportunity that workers who cannot access mortgages would be able to access housing under a 30-year program for rent to own, to the management trainee program. And that is one that has to be fully fleshed out, and we look forward eagerly to discussing it. Because while we appreciate and welcome the opportunity for young talent in Barbados to see the public service as a place that they can develop and to wear the badge as a badge of honor being a public servant, we also have to make sure that those others who have spent and invested time in the public service coming through the ranks do not feel demotivated, and that they too see that as young people within the service and as middle-aged people within the service, that these opportunities are not being created to deny them potential for succession and success, but that it is only to carve out a space for others who can contribute with fresh ideas to be given the chance to have those ideas flourish within a public sector that is mission-driven. So we look forward to those discussions as yet, and for those workers who might be thinking, $6,000, what about us? We are going to discuss this fully when the moment comes for presentation to us. We welcome also on behalf of St. George North and other working families the $600,000 investment in the Streams project for primary schools across the island. So many of our children are talented, but so few of them see opportunities because their families can only afford, and sometimes cannot even afford, the very base in terms of education to offer them. What this Strings project does is it starts to engender and tease out the talent that there might be from those who otherwise may not be able to afford it. And finally, although there are other areas, I want to touch on the First Jobs initiative that is being extended to persons with disabilities to allow their entry into the job force. I think that this is a wonderful opportunity that must not be ignored by the general public of Barbados for the value and the difference that it will make in so many lives. Bailey Ali, I was happy to hear that yours too will soon be the opportunity to have the sewerage situation that you experience today addressed in a manner that will allow you to enjoy the conveniences that so many others of us in a modern existence can enjoy. You heard it. Provision is being made to fix that. And we hope that by the end of this financial year and by the presentation of another budget, that yours will not be a recall that this matter that was committed, this promise that was made to you, was not a promise kept. I continue to thank you, the good people of St. George North, who with your vote allowed me to be able to participate not only as your MP, but nationally and internationally for workers across all levels of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the start, this budget has most definitely reminded me of my role, my purpose for taking the hard road of being involved in elected politics, my purpose for seizing the opportunity, no matter how hard, to participate and bear whatever negatives come with it, to participate at the table of decision making. Mr. Speaker, sir, in closing, I wish to thank the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the member for St. Michael Northeast. I want to thank her, Mr. Speaker, for setting out the framework for all Barbadians across all levels of this society. Those areas that I've mentioned, and the many more, because there are both at least 3 times as many areas that I've mentioned, for laying those out to show the average citizen how he or she can participate in the growth objective the mission transformation of this country. It envisages a role, Mr. Speaker, for all of us. And I know that we as Barbadians are up to the task. The common sense approach presented by the member of St. Michael Northeast, which is aimed at stimulating growth to cover expenses, as opposed to the tears that many of us shed as we try to tax ourselves out of a bad state, out of economic decline.
Honourable member has one more minute.
As we recognize, Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm wrapping up, that high taxes don't gel well with low growth, and that we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that these measures that have been put before us are set to ensure that we don't see ourselves back on a path where this country could have been recognized only in economic terms as having junk status. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, before my minute is up, I commend the measures that have put. I recognize that outlined within these measures are gaps that need to be closed constructively in those places where the issues will be properly developed and properly outlined for the betterment and improvement of citizens of this country. So as I thank you and as I wish you and all my colleagues a successful conclusion to the debates in this honorable chamber, I end by saying upward, onward, let us work to make Barbados world class for our generation, for our children, and for their generation. Mr. Speaker, I submit and I thank you for this opportunity.
Honourable member for St. Michael Northwest.
Thank you, sir. To everything, there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to break down, and a time to build up. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get, and a time to lose. A time to keep, and a time to cast away. A time to rend, and a time to sow. A time to be silent, and a time to speak. Sir, I rise through the good grace of God and the good people of St. Michael Northwest, who I represent and who I am happy to say will not be able or will not have to be burdened with any more taxes during the next financial year. Sir, the existing taxes that remain the same are not taxes that this government implemented just because we can. The existing taxes that remain the same are not taxes that this government implemented because we don't care. Sir, the existing taxes that remain the same are not taxes that this government implemented because we do not have the interests of every Barbadian at heart. The existing taxes that remain the same are taxes that this government had to implement in order to make up for all of the corruption and financial mismanagement that took place under the former Democratic Labour Party at the hands of the former Minister of Finance between 2008 and 2019. We did not put Barbados in a critical state that the last Minister of Finance could not pave roads. We did not put Barbados in a critical state that the last Minister of Finance could not buy buses. We did not put Barbados in a critical state that the last Minister of Finance had to print money. We did not put Barbados in a critical state that the last Minister of Finance could not give the public servants a salary increase. Sir, we did not put Barbados in a critical state that after 5 years being in office, the good Barbados Labour Party, that the good people of this country are still paying the existing taxes that this government had to implement in order to run and manage the affairs of this country, sir. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the $32.5 million that were allocated to the Welfare Social Services Department because I know we have a lot of families who are in need in this country. And I am sure that some of these resources will benefit the good constituents that I represent. Sir, I support the $2.6 million allocated to the Child Care Board because I know I have constituents who have children that attend the Farm Day Nursery and the Nightingale Day Nursery who will also benefit from these resources. Sir, I support the $12.5 million allocated for crime prevention because I can admit that much more needs to be done in order to help the youth in this country. And I want to boldly say, sir, that we as politicians cannot only go out there and reach out to the young people when we want a vote. I honestly would like to say that we need to do more and create more opportunities for the young people in this country. And I, as the representative for the constituency of St. Michael Northwest, I can assure you that I will continue to fight for the youth and the betterment for the people in my constituency. Sir, the community elderly care program, sir, I beg your pardon, is an excellent program, and I fully support the $9.7 million that is allocated to this program because I can honestly attest, sir, that this program presently benefits a lot of the elderly people who resides within my constituency. And to add to that, sir, I want to say openly and publicly that very shortly that I will be looking to launch the Neil Rowe Care of the Elderly and Disabled Shuttle Service for my beloved constituents. Sir, I am looking forward to see areas such as Paul Bay, Free Hill, Barker's Gap, Deacons Road, Gills Gap, Bridge Gap, Brighton Terrace, St. Stephen's Hill, benefiting from the $27.6 million allocated for the road rehabilitation program. Because I can admit, sir, that I have constituents that need better roads, need road humps, need street lights, just like any other constituency that my honorable colleagues represent. Sir, I trust that in this financial year, the Drainage Department will step up to the plate and make round things right in St. Michael Northwest. I trust that in this financial year, the Drainage Department will rectify the flooding issues that my constituents have been complaining about for more than 10 years. I trust in this financial year that the Drainage Department will use some of the resources allocated to rectify some of these major challenges that are existing in my constituency. Sir, it will be remiss of me not to express my gratitude and to say thank you to the chairman, the director, and the staff of the Urban Development Commission for allowing me for between 2018 to present to build nearly 15 houses for less fortunate families across my constituency. And by extension, sir, I wish to say thank you to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance for providing the necessary resources to the Urban Development Commission in order for these families to benefit from better living conditions. And I am aiming, sir, to build 15 more houses within the next 5 years under the Barbados Labour Party. I have built more houses for poor people in St. Michael Northwest than the former Minister of Finance ever did in the 10 years that he was the representative. And that's a fact. I don't want that lies. Sir, I want to take this opportunity to send a firm message to some of the contractors who do work for this government. We have building contractors in this country that continue to suck the taxpayers. We have building contractors in this country that are getting contracts and misusing the taxpayers' money. They know who they are. I know who they are too. And it needs to stop. When a building contractor receives a contract and crash the job by misusing the funds or creating errors during the building construction, the taxpayers have to pay for their wrongdoings. It needs to stop. And we need to chastise some of these contractors who we as MPs would recommend to give their services to the different organizations under this government. And I want to caution one contractor in particular, RJ Lay Contract. I want to caution that contractor, but he knows who he is. And he also do work for the National Housing Corporation. But I want that this government send a firm message to these contractors and let them know that whenever they misuse the taxpayers' money and crash jobs, that the expense will be at them and not the taxpayers, because I'm a taxpayer too. I'm a taxpayer too. Sir, the public servants of this country suffered from a salary freeze under the Democratic Labour Party. And who could not be more deserving of a second salary increase under the Barbados Labour Party government but the public servants of this country? Thanks to the Prime Minister for making it possible under an IMF program. And sir, let me face the reality. The former Minister of Finance made things hard in this country for people. Hard. And the $1,500 given to the public servants cannot compare to what he took from the taxpayers and the Treasury of Barbados. Cannot. And this government knows the high level of corruption that took place under the hands of the former Minister of Finance. And I hope, sir, that the former Minister of Finance do not carry the same corrupt practices to the World Bank. Sir, I want to send a message also to the president of the Democratic Labour Party. And I know he's doing his job as the president, but I just want him to be mindful that what this government inherit was caused by the same party that he presides over. And I want him to be mindful of that. We didn't ask to be in this position. The former Minister of Finance and the former member for St. Michael South placed us in this position. We didn't ask to be here, sir. And I want him to be mindful of that. So as much as the budget did nothing for Bajans, I want him to be mindful that we will endure and persevere. And better days are ahead under the Barbados Labour Party government and under the leadership of the Honourable Leader for St. Michael Northeast. And I will answer with the words of Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. Plans for good and not disaster. Plans to give you a hope and a future. And to that, I will continue to do my utmost best when it comes to representing the good people of St. Michael Northwest. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's on. It's my pleasure to be here to give my remarks and my opinions on yesterday's budget speech. Sir, have you ever had the opportunity to anticipate a good movie? Thriller, let's say a thriller. Sat down in front of the television, popcorn in hand, waiting for the part of the movie that gives away the whole story, and then a relative comes and says, oh, he's not really dead, he'll come back at the end of the show, and spoil the whole thing for you. That's how I felt yesterday, but in a good way. Before I could sit at the end of my seat, like I usually do every budget day, and at the 4th hour, you get the licks. The Prime Minister saw it fit to announce there will be no taxes. It almost felt like throwing down the popcorn, but for good reason. And I must admit, and I think members in here know that I am a critical being and thinker, I could find nothing in the budget really to fret about. And I congratulate the Cabinet and the Prime Minister for the effort that she's making to make a better Barbados for our people. So I spent the last year in this new role as Minister of State in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, basically catching my feet, catching my footing, trying to understand what my role was in that ministry, still trying to understand to some extent in the ministry. I was faced at the outset, probably from the first day on the job, by what we call call-in programs, by the disgruntled opposition, but I dare say that is their job. Without the disgruntled, we cannot improve. And I encourage the Honourable Member for Christchurch East to fret not himself with respect to the gentleman he spoke about earlier. Perhaps that's his way for interviewing for a job. I suspect that's it. Maybe that's his way to get a job. So, and it could only prove to make us better in the conversation. That's what oppositions do. I want to bring out some of the best of QEH, and we have been working really hard over the last year. You would have heard the complaints with the waiting period in the accident and emergency and probably the outpatient department. We've heard the complaints with the large cataract list that was on our shoulders, breaking us down. We've heard the complaints of the exodus of the nurses and the complaints of us bringing in nurses from Ghana and Cuba, which we had no choice really because the numbers here were few. We've heard the calls from disgruntled patients, and I will be the first to admit that some of them had cause to complain, but not all of them. We have heard about the lack of joint replacements, knee and hip within the hospital, and the effect of the NCDs with respect to the hospital and overburdening the hospital, not only causing stress to patients, but it became such a burden on staff, and I think they're almost still on the verge of burning out, but the public does not understand this part. We took some time and brought down the issues within the A&E with the help of the Northwell, the organization from New York that came down basically to tell us what we knew already, but to encourage us. We recognize that the staff of the hospital, the medical and nursing staff, are among the best in the world. Even Northwell acknowledged that. So the problem did not lie in our staffing in terms of their skills. But the Honourable Prime Minister made it clear in her budget speech that we will now be moving in, thanks to the contribution of some $5.5 million to complete the phase 3, which brings to culmination the A&E department in terms of how it's fit, so that will be completed. And this lends us, sir, to decrease the congestion in the A&E and the wait times, hopefully. That will go a long way. It has opened up several beds in the A&E department, so the stay should be shorter. We've also increased the complement, as you have heard when we were in the well, of the ambulance service, and that can also aid in getting the A&E back on track. With the eye clinic, I'm pleased to say last year we had a number of 470 backlog in cataract surgeries. We've completed that backlog and now are working on the existing cataracts and any that were lost to follow up. So that's a plus. We had restarted the joint replacement surgeries in November and December with a pilot, and I'm happy to say now, please don't make it cold. I got it cold. I wanted warm noise. I am pleased to say that it will be restarted in April with knees, and then on alternate months we will do knees and joints and knees and hips, until the backlog hopefully is completed. Bearing in mind that we have a large list of emergency surgeries, especially within the Department of Orthopedics, that are crucial and immediate, but we're working on that. So, equipment, $130 million going towards equipment. The public well knows that oftentimes we have end-of-life equipment which require repairs oftentimes. So, example, the CT scan, we have to order a CT scan. It came to the end of life and will be reordered, so we will see a plus there in terms of patient care. And a lot is happening within the QEH. We can now boast of a transition program where patients that have been discharged for whatever reason will be followed up on the outside to decrease the number of readmissions that we are seeing. We also are extending the cardiac care program, cardiac care suite to a 24-hour suite. So patients that have their valve issues or circulation issues within the heart will be addressed at any time of day, all day. But I want to move now to the NCDs, because I have some other stuff to talk about closer to home. And the NCDs that was placed on me, and it was my pleasure to take up the mantle for that. We have been working extremely hard, both the QEH, Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I include the QEH there because it is a ministry. We have formed collaborations with PAHO and WHO to get the message across of the importance of the NCDs. And the NCDs reared their ugly head basically as the COVID pandemic started. So we managed to see many people. I have a patient right now that I don't know how well she's doing, that suffered the effects of the COVID pandemic for not seeking help. So she's now stage 4 cancers. We're trying to get that arrested right now in terms of other people coming in with the same issues. You all have heard, and the rest of the public, because we're getting some lashes for that. For whatever reason, I'm not clear. The additional 10% on the sugar sweetened beverage tax. The last 10% we have proved that decrease the purchase of sugar-sweetened beverages, stand corrected at 7%, and increase the purchase of bottled water and the use of water on the whole. So I am not so certain what the outcry from some of the members of the public with this tax. We can only encourage you to do what is right. We have not banned you from using sugar-sweetened beverages, but we only caution you on the results when you take up a bed in the A&E or in the hospital, on the wards of the hospital. We can only caution you. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But with that, I am proud to say that we have, I don't want to say partnered, but assisted the Ministry of Education with the rolling out of the Barbados School Nutrition Policy, which not only addresses the diet within the schools, but also to increase the physical activity of these students, educating the teachers and other staff members and so on. And I am particularly proud of the Ministry of Education for spearheading that initiative. That is also causing a bit of a backlash. It really, I don't know, it's a little bit above my head. What are my children going to eat? The same money that you spend on unhealthy foods, you can spend on healthy foods. I can't really do the math. The NCD Commission is back on board. The National Task Force on Wellness has been working really, really hard to get the message across that you need to exercise, you need to eat properly. They've been doing hikes almost every weekend. They've increased the funding for non-governmental agencies like the Cancer Support Services, Diabetes Center, and the other. We are working with other NGOs like Healthy Caribbean Commission and Heart and Stroke Foundation, which has been really paramount in addressing childhood obesity, which Barbados also faces. I want to congratulate and give a heartfelt thank you to the Honourable Member for St. John to instituting the mini gyms. Forgive my name. No, I don't want to speak about that. Community gyms. Thank you. That could only add to what we're facing. The mini stadia, I want to thank you on that as well, but I will save my thank yous for a little later when I have some other things to discuss. The polyclinics, that is my area to some extent, with respect to NCDs, but I still know a little bit about it. We have been given monies now from these estimates to basically fix the infrastructure. A lot of the polyclinics are suffering from mold, are suffering from broken equipment, even staffing. So we're looking at that. The dental program, Honourable Member, that sits next to me, Christchurch East Central. He'll be happy to hear that we're paying special attention as well to the disabled or the differently abled child in terms of equipment coming into the polyclinic. The geriatric hospital, I was not a big part of it, but I can say that I'm extremely pleased. All of us in here have had constituents that basically are on a long waiting list to access the geriatric hospital. Yes, the focus is mainly now on getting the elderly fakir and the young fakir to some extent out of the hospital into the geriatric hospital, which puts it, and I keep arguing for it, and I will maintain that, which puts the ones on the outside in the community on an even longer waiting list. So the build-out of the new geriatric hospital hopefully will address some of these issues. But no, sir, yes, I want to bring it back to my home ground, stomping ground, St. Philip North constituency. There are many positives within the budget speech. There's a reason they call us St. Farlet, or that you need a visa to get into St. Philip, and I take great offense, by the way, but that's not the point right now. The point is, because we are so far and many of us work in the city or outside of the parish, the cap on gasoline and diesel prices for the next 6 months is well appreciated, and I say thank you on behalf of my constituents and myself. We are also grateful for the incentives to purchase electric vehicles. I am also grateful for that whenever I get around to it, hopefully within the next 2 years. Now, I get back to the mini stadia. I don't think anybody in here is as happy as I am to hear that mini stadia, and the number you're quoting is 17, so I'm trusting that every parish would have a mini stadium. I have been working with my schools, I have 5 primary schools in my constituency. And having witnessed the knapsack and the inter-school competition lately, I was there for a couple of them. It was glaringly obvious which schools had more opportunity and which schools did not. I witnessed some of the town schools outfitted to the hilt, track shoes that for the first time I got to see up close and personal, gear, all fancy aerodynamic clothes and, sweat-proof clothes. And then there was the other set, the smaller schools, who nobody actually paid for them to do classes in track and field, clubs, nothing like that. The other schools bearing their baggy uniforms, either running barefoot or shoes that are not track. So when we say that all schools are equal, I beg to differ when it comes to opportunities with sports. So I would wish that really, really, really quickly that we get these mini stadia, because we need to encourage our children. We have schools, I have 2 that are maybe 2.5 if you want to say, that are well outfitted with the space for track. But I also have 2 that sit on about maybe a 1/4 acre or less of land. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael's Southeast will tell me again, I'm speaking about the St. Catherine School and the St. Mark's School. A member of the Ministry an employee of the Ministry of Education told me the other day, all you talk about is St. Mark's, St. Mark's, St. Mark's, St. Mark's. And this is true, and I will be continuing to talk about St. Mark's, St. Mark's, St. Mark's, and St. Catherine's and St. Catherine's so I could see something better happening for them. St. Catherine's, as I said, we had the pleasure of having the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central come up on Monday, really, to start his Clean and Green initiative. I am eternally grateful for that. It can only add to the school, the aesthetics of the school, and also be a part of the program where children can learn how to take care of fruit trees and vegetables which they want to start growing, and to basically be proud of the school. I'm yet to figure out where in St. Mark's to put this Clean and Green. We can handle the clean, but there's no space for the green. Believe me. The role is over 200 students with we have 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings on less than a 1/4 acre. There's no space for these children to even exercise other than to walk across the road. We have had approval for a sidewalk for a little while. Approval is still not there, but I live in hope. But bearing in mind that schools like Society Primary, which the Honourable Member for St. John is well acquainted with, it had closed down. So these other 2 small schools are the nearest. So the roles have definitely increased. And some of these schools have not been given the opportunity to be involved in things like swimming. We made it clear on the platform that every child in Barbados needs to learn how to swim. The argument is that we have beaches in the country. My argument is, if any of you have visited the beaches that I grew up using, they're now eroded thanks to climate change, and I'm happy that the Prime Minister is fighting on that end. They're now eroded and rocky. Nobody can learn to swim there. The only other area is the gymnasium, and if you travel from St. Philip to the gymnasium, the day is over and you miss the classes, and it's a waste of time to learn to swim. I hope these mini stadia will consider the inclusion of a pool, not only to benefit St. Philip North, but the rural constituencies that are begging for a little help in this area. We too have Leo Martindales in our constituencies, Leo Martindales exist in St. John and St. George and St. Philip, Christchurch to some extent. Leo Martindales exists, and we need to bring them out. And I hope, and I congratulate also the Prime Minister for bringing in the National String Program. And the number of schools here has to include some of mine. I just hope that there is a follow-through with that. And by the next budget, I can tell you how our students are performing. I hope and pray for that. I'm becoming a child of the Lord all of a sudden. So that's one of the issues that we have up there. I remember, before the last election, I think before COVID, we had announced, we being Ministry of Education, had announced that we have reached agreement in acquiring a 2+ acre piece of land to help facilitate the spacing of 1 or 2 of these schools, because I see an amalgamation there. It was announced publicly, but up to this day, I have not heard anything about it. I was gypsy enough, as the Beijing said, to call the person who I had engaged to donate, and he has heard nothing about it, and I want to encourage the present Minister of Education to please follow up on it for me. If I can help wherever I can, please let me do it. Michael Lashley, that last minister that represented St. Philip North before me, had promised the same. I don't do empty promises, Mr. Speaker. And I'm full of expectations. And I am hoping that before I leave that constituency, whenever that is as representative, that I will be proud to say that we have acquired that piece of land that not can only accommodate maybe an integrated schools between the two, but sporting areas, 2 acres is a lot. Sporting areas, perhaps a library. None of these schools that I mentioned earlier have libraries. I mean, everything online now, but they don't have a lab for the computers either. They don't have it, and that disturbs me to no end. But I live in hope. I really, really, really live in hope. So I was listening to the Honourable Member for St. James North with respect to equality with the disabled, and I agree with him fully. But it's not only the disabled. We have to be equal in schools in terms of safety. I hope the principal is not listening for St. Mark's. I was able to walk through the gate at lunchtime to take lunch with my own daughter, walk through the gate, walk up to the classroom, hand her the lunch, walk around the school, and walk out the gate. If I could do it, somebody else could. We need increased security in these schools, regardless of what we think that their schools more prone to violence and stuff. Barbados is too small to relegate it to a couple of schools in town. It can also extend to the country, and I would like to not wait for it to happen, for some child to get hurt, or parent when they're on the grounds. I don't want for it to wait to happen. So we need to seek equality with respect to security and opportunity. I am one, me personally, when there are things like AgriFest or a show somewhere. Let me look at the time. Thank you. Or show somewhere that is of educational benefit. Yes, I take my daughter, but my car is also filled with her friends. Because I know, sir, that they don't have the opportunities that she does. And you know what? I've been asked so many times that it's becoming embarrassing, why don't I move my daughter and put her in a private school? One, I don't have the money that it takes, but that's beside the point. The point is that my child is no better or no worse than anybody else's child. And if she stays in a public school, she and the rest of the children deserves as much as the childless rooms out there. And she will stay there for another year if I have my way, until something better can come. And after that, I will fight for my schools as well. I refuse to move her. It was thought of as an election ploy. Well, I threw that out the window because this is year 5 now. So that is one of the issues I have with the school. Pluses, I want to give kudos to the Minister of Agriculture. He developed brown spawn. I remember it well because it sounds like me, brown spawn, to help with the irrigation for the farmers in the constituency. I'm really, really proud of that, and also proud of the $2 million, the revolving fund to help the livestock farmers. That can only come in handy for our people. I'm all over the place, but not quite. I want to do my thank yous. I want to thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast. After that ministry was in the well, and I had my concerns, by the next day, I had at least 4 calls from Water Authority personnel. I was on the road the next day taking pictures of some of my issues. They came and did what they had to do. They're investigating the low pressures in the areas I mentioned. They're investigating the meters that were in the odd places. And I thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast and her team. I really, really thank you, through you, Mr. Speaker. The roads is the next another story, as Beijing said. And we all know the issues with the roads, so I don't have to bring it up again, and I won't. To to almost wrap up, I want to give a few of my concerns. One is with the credit unions, banking, but the credit unions in particular. I remember the previous member for from St. Michael North, used to speak most passionately, angrily sometimes, but passionately on the expectations of the bank when it comes to politically affiliated people and their families. It has got worse because even though outside of political affiliation, people are finding it extremely hard to open bank accounts. You get a new job, you want to open a bank account, but the minimum is, you haven't been paid yet, but they have set minimums. I can't remember if it's 2 or more, but if you don't work nowhere, ask the MP for a suit of clothes to go to work the next day. Where do you find the money to open a bank account if you don't get paid? These are things that we need to look at. And I don't want to hear about central bank rules. I don't want to hear about banking issues. I want it better for that. All of these jobs that we're trying to get people into, they can open a bank account and live for themselves. I want to say here, getting back to credit unions in particular, there are many small credit unions. One is in my area, and I have joined that credit union several years ago to support as well, and they're in my home ground. They'll be celebrating 60 years of existence come June. That's the St. Mark's Credit Union. Yes, that word again, but not associated with the school. Now, they have an entirely voluntary staff. None of them are paid. But the fees expected for these small credit unions with respect to, what's the entity called? Minister of Finance, in the ministry can help me. They have to pay fees to the complaint, to the, what's the name? I will find it. They have to pay fees. Yeah, that's it. Financial Service Commission. And the truth is, this small credit union with only voluntary staff, they find it very hard. Not only that, they have to find their own compliance officer. And in checking this morning, I realized that they spend if we could do the addition, 3,000 plus 4,000, 4,000 about 3 times in the last year to have to bring in an external compliance. They can't afford one internally. But I want us to have a look at that. Well, not us, the people responsible for finance and banking, to have a look at that. I really don't want to see small credit unions like that expire. The other issue they have, all of a sudden, credit unions were designed for the small man, as far as I can understand from my father, who incidentally started that credit union. For the small man to save. Back in the day, banks were not interested in black people saving anything. So the credit union movement came out, and the honourable member for St. George North, correct me if I'm wrong. But no, there are these forms to be filled out so that you can put down how much you intend to deposit. I have to fill out mine entirely on that. How much you intend to deposit. If you happen to go over a little more, like if you have a meeting turn, it's being flagged. So the credit union has to account for that. It's a fact, I know. The credit union has to account for that. So if I, as a small person, knowing my salary, I could put $100 a month, and all of a sudden I win the lotto and could put another 3,000. It is flagged. Credit union have to take time. This is members that have to work. All of them are working, but they do voluntary service. Things like that need to be looked into because I can't come up with a figure that I put in the credit union. Some months are good, some months are not so good. Some months the bills are high, some months the bills are not so high. So I am hoping that somebody hears me, and I know he's right beside me, so that should be fairly easy, and have a look at that area. As I said, the budget really had nothing to pick down. It was fantastic, really. I said this before, and this is the last thing I'm going to fret with. Yes. I understand the sewage and garbage tax. I can understand even more the garbage tax. But the sewage system in St. Philip, and I'm going to make a suggestion here. We are expected to pay a sewage tax, which oftentimes take up half of the bill. So people that are in arrears, and I'm happy what the Prime Minister said yesterday, that if you could pay the principal, you'll get the 25% discount. Wonderful. But people are in arrears when they're trying to get the thing paid off. The garbage and sewage taxes always come out first. We are not connected to a sewage system in that part of the world. We built our own wells. Maybe it could, the powers that be could ruminate on this suggestion that we have subsidies or something to assist us in digging wells. Yes, there is rural that would assist, but generally, if we are asked to pay the sewage tax, it's only fair that we see where the money is going. I know the whole theory about Peter pay for Paul and all of that, but it's important for us because we do not rely on the sewage system, but yet we still pay thousands of dollars to build wells. So this is a thought. The honorable member before me basically said everything. He did a good job. He doesn't speak often, but when he speaks, it was worthy of applause. He covered all the other areas I wanted to speak about, so I won't belabor you with another conversation. But to end here, I want to just say that I am pleased with the budget. I have met no one so far in the last 24 hours that had a complaint with the budget. Except the usual people or person probably that interviewing for a job. Hopefully we get the next one. It was well received, and I continue to hopefully I'll be here to witness further development of the country through this government. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise, of course, to celebrate, not to celebrate, but to support, I guess, and also to celebrate what was in the budget, sir, and presented to the people of Barbados. I think it is one of the most transformative, visionary, examples of leadership that one could possibly begin to imagine, especially in a post-COVID environment, but one of the best budgets that I have heard in a long, long, long time. And sir, I do not just say so. These are not just mere words. We were made to believe, sir, that the worst was about to come. Barbadians started panicking for no reason, so I will deal with that, though, at the end of my speech, because I do not feel people should be allowed to walk about the place and talk loose and scaring innocent boys and girls like they're the Grim Reaper. And, sir, I will deal with that at the end, sir. But I want to begin by thanking all of my colleagues for the contributions that they have made. All very solid contributions so far. I particularly want to thank the member for St. George North. I know in her position as leader of a union, it must not be easy. And I thank her for her contribution, sir, but also for her leadership of this country, sir, and for staying the course, sir, and for recognizing that there is great work to be done, but that it requires us to work in tandem to be able to achieve this great work, sir. I also like that she focused her contribution, sir, essentially as a matter of leadership. Because to me, the difference between those of us who occupy this space and this place and those who would want to get in here, sir, is a matter of leadership. And when I was a boy in my mother's house, she used to always say this poem by Henry Longfellow, I think it is, the American poet. The heights of great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight. But they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. My house, all of my brothers and sisters, all 8 of us know it. The heights of great men reached and kept, sir. That you do not achieve results overnight. And that you have to work for it, sir. You have to put in the effort. You have to be ready, sir, to stay up at night. You have to work for it. But the problem with this Labour Party, perhaps, is that we came into office, sir, and in quick time, we saved the dollar. We cleaned the sewage off the street. We sent our young people back to school. We gave public servants a pay raise, and the country still had time to go home for dinner. We did all these things, sir, in such a short space of time that perhaps people did not get to appreciate that these were difficult things to achieve. We did all this work, sir, because we were planning, sir, preparing for when we came into office, sir, to be able to offer leadership. And that this budget that came before the country, sir, is one of the truest examples of leadership that I have seen in a long, long time. Sir, you do not get results overnight, sir. And the public servants, sir, who are now getting their second pay raise in 5 years, compared to 1 pay raise in 10 years under the last administration. 2 in 5 must be better than 1 in 10, unless you're practicing Kalmanomics. 2 in 5 has to be better than 1 in 10, unless you're the former member for St. Lucie, whose math and economics were clearly challenged. Sir, in this country, sir, let us be clear, because there's so many things that we did. There's so many things that we did, sir. We gave the public servants the pay raise, sir. We are now working to provide legislation for the elderly. I may not get into all these things today. We are doing work, sir, for persons with disabilities. I see in this budget, you're going to increase the amount of money that they can claim in income tax, the elderly, sir, from $40,000 to $45,000. Doing things, sir, for children, persons with disabilities, thanks to the Honourable Member for St. Peter, would also be benefiting primarily from the First Job Initiative. Sir, in this country, we are talking about training, allowing people to learn to play strings and fashion. I mean, really shaping and changing this country, sir, so that people at the end of the day could benefit, sir. And that is what this is about. You know, when I was a university lecturer, sir, I used to teach social policy, social theory. The Honourable Member for St. John don't like me to tell this story, but, you know, he's a former student. He used to call me sir.
He used to learn?
He was an outstanding student. He was an outstanding student. He used to call me sir. But when I was a lecturer at the university, sir, I used to teach social policy. You're a social scientist, but I used to teach social policies, research methods, sociology, and one other class. But sir, whenever I would say poor people, there would always be some person in my class who would be very uncomfortable with poor people. The phrase, you shouldn't call them that. You should say, yeah, that's what you call them. I said, well, if I call Carl Williams rich, does that bother you? No. Busy. Rich. Bother you? No. None of the rich people don't bother. Don't bother when you say certain people are rich, but it bothers them when you say certain people are poor. There are some people, sir, who are poor. I was born, sir, in my Lord's Hill, a poor area. Raised in the Pine, a housing scheme, poor area. For the most part, sir, I represent a constituency, sir, that is a lower socioeconomic community. There is no shame in being poor. And that the shame resides, sir, where you think that there is a shame because you feel that somehow being born poor, sir, comes with all these other things. And in your own mind, thinking that people are less than you because of where they were born. That is a nonsense, sir. And that I feel that this budget, sir, has a lot of good things for poor people. A lot of good things for poor people, sir. You know, sir, this Barbados Labour Party, sir, and I want to just go through a few things, sir, today because it feels as if people have forgotten. This Barbados Labour Party, sir, when we came into office, sir, and you look at what was being done at the welfare department, sir, the amount of money that is now going to the social services is by far the most money that has ever been spent on social services, by far. The former government loves to say that Barbados is not just an economy, it is a society. They say it all the time. And they separated it only because it made people think that they were doing something for the poor. But when you analyze what was actually being done, sir, definitely not enough. And that this Labour Party stands head and shoulders above any administration of that Democratic Labour Party when it comes to treating the poor people. And sir, I want to show, when we came in, sir, we raised the welfare rate, sir, by 40%, sir. And I won't get into all of it, sir, but let me tell you what that means, sir. It meant that children under 16 moved from getting $45 to $63, sir, a week. It meant, sir, that severely disabled persons went from getting $116 to $162 a week. This is real dollars. This is money that you could buy food with, sir, feed yourself, feed your family, sir. It meant, sir, that children under 16, which will be a special case, sir, went from $45 to $63, sir. It meant that almost in every area, people got more dollars in their pockets. The poorest of the poor in this country, sir, to be able to deal with their own issues, sir. This government will be the first government, sir, when we bring, and we've already laid the Child Protection Bill, and we're about to lay the Child Justice Bill, the most progressive pieces of legislation in the entire Caribbean, sir, when it comes to looking after children. Now, we're not going to get everything right. Of course, legislation doesn't change everything. But we will have the most progressive legislation, sir, when it comes to looking after the needs of Barbadian children, sir, in terms of protection and in terms of justice. And you know what amuses me, sir? You know, a lot of this bickering by the Democratic Labour Party would be comic if it were not so tragic. Because this is the same government that held office for 10 years. And the things that they're complaining about, sir, they did nothing to change. Our legislation, sir, some of it has been on the books, sir, for a century. For a century. We're coming into office, sir, and in 5 years, oh, you haven't done this and you haven't done this. They had 10, didn't do it. When the honourable member, sir, the representative, sir, the minister responsible for home affairs, sir, brings the piece of legislation for child justice, the most transformative piece of legislation to engage children, sir, in this country that come into contact with the justice system. People complaining about wandering and what the Labour Party was doing. What they did, sir? What did they do? And I know before the end of this year, sir, hopefully in the next few months, sir, we will debate and pass the Child Protection Bill and protect our children. We will debate and we will pass, sir, the Child Justice Bill and give children better access to justice in this country. These, sir, are facts. We have a man running around, sir, with platitudes. He likes to come with little statements, you know, fear nothing but fear and teething from the Americans. There's nothing to fear but fear itself and all kind of things, sir, when there is serious work in Barbados to be done, sir. When I get up to go to work, sir, I go to work, not just to talk, sir. And there are a number of things, sir, that we will go through today, sir, that you will see that the Ministry of People Empowerment, sir, is busy at work, sir. And, sir, we could go on and on about some of these things, sir, that we are being called upon to do. You know, I also know, sir, that we want to do a 24-hour economy, sir. This is going to be so important for Barbados. But I remember when I was at the port, even when the port would open late hours sometimes, sir, to encourage people to do business at night, many times a lot of the private sector people weren't ready for it. And that the people are asking the government to do a lot of changes, but that the private sector too must also lift the game. All of us, sir, in Barbados must lift our game. The government, sir, the NGOs, the private sector, sir, and the people. Because when we say it has to be a whole-of-country approach, sir, that is what a whole-of-country approach is, sir. I heard the Prime Minister, when she was speaking, sir, say that she looked forward to the day when Barbados is mentioned in the same breath as Singapore and as Japan and other countries. I seldom disagree with the Prime Minister, but I have to on this. Because Barbados, thanks to her, is already being mentioned in the same breath as Singapore and as Japan. And as a matter of fact, sir, Barbados is now seen as a beacon of hope for small island developing states in many, many ways. I just came, sir, from the CSW, sir, the Commission on the Status of Women, sir, in New York. And the amount of requests for meetings, people wanted to meet with me, not that they want to meet with me, but they don't know me. They never see me, they know me from a can of paint. I don't let that kind of thing go to my head. They don't know me, but they know her. They know the Honourable Prime Minister, sir, the Honourable Mia Motley, sir. And they want to meet with Barbados, sir, because of what the Prime Minister is doing. I mean, requests for meeting, after meeting, after meeting. And then, please tell your Prime Minister that I send my regards, sir. People are seeing what Barbados is doing, mentioning Barbados in the same context as these countries, sir, that we were just describing, Singapore and Japan. Sir, so we have a lot a lot to be thankful for, sir. A lot to be thankful for. You know, while I was there, sir, the World Economic Forum reports started circulating. That is to look at the disparity in gender achievement, sir. And Barbados is #1 in terms of parity between males and females, sir, in the Caribbean. #1. #1. It means a lot of what countries are grappling with, struggling to achieve. Barbados, sir, has already achieved, sir. This little country, sir, is performing well. It is difficult for me to sit back and accept and to listen when people who have access to the public space, sir, access to the radio, access to the newspaper, sir, use that opportunity to spread only doom and gloom. Barbados is performing too well. And you have to give credit where credit is due. I remember when we came into office, I saw somebody had posted on social media that they were stuck in traffic. This was in 2018. They were stuck in traffic on a social media post. We were now the government. But that they were so happy to be stuck in traffic because the reason that they were stuck in traffic is because they were doing the road and that they could not remember when last a road in Barbados was done, sir. That was in 2018. And many people have forgotten, sir. We didn't do no roads for years. And now all of a sudden, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East is to be able to do every single road in a few months. And they did not do roads for years in this country, sir. For years. And, you know, I continue, sir, to think about it, sir. But the challenge is for me is that we are now asking Barbadians, but they are asking Barbadians, sir, to not follow the Barbados Labour Party, to go out and to go on the streets and to do all kinds of things, sir. I am from the Pine. Where I come from, sir, when things get tough, even if you and a man had a quarrel, sir, you don't fall out. Real soldiers know when it is time you fall in. And I am asking the country, sir, to fall in. And, you know, if you understood Barbadians, sir, there is a dignity in the way we conduct ourselves, sir. You are not going to find Barbadians setting ablaze tires and throwing it around people's necks, burning their cars and breaking in their buildings. So that is not who we are. It's never been who we are, sir. Barbadians are a patient people, sir. And as they did in 2018, sir, a Barbadian would sit down, sir, if they feel that you're doing nonsense, sir. They sit down and they're going to wait for their turn, sir. That's what Barbadians do. And if Barbadians trust their government, sir, they will quietly, sir, go along with them and let the government do what the government has to do, sir. They take a lot. Barbadians would die for a cause. But if the Democratic Labour Party think Barbadians would die for sport, they got another thing coming. And the man who wants to run, sir, or lead the country, sir, it's a joker. He wants Barbadians to die for his sport, a joker, sir. We are dealing, sir, with very serious and complex issues. You know, I had a hope, sir, because I like to see the good in people. It is who I am. Most of the time, I don't think of myself as a bee. I think of myself just as a person. But I had hoped that there was enough dignity in the man, sir, and the honourable person who leads the opposition. I say honourable generously. Generously. But I had hoped that after hearing the budget, there would be at least some concession that there was some good in the budget. You know, not even that, sir. But I will deal with that at the end. Sir, for most of us, sir, who run ministries, sir, and who are part of the public service, sir, we know it is important, sir, for us to be able to offer the best service. Because we could bring all kind of things in this place, all kind of legislation, all kind of labor laws, Honourable Member for St. Peter. But if the implementation is the problem, Member for the city, if the implementation is the problem, we got problems. If it is taking 2 weeks to do what should take 2 days, we got a problem. That is why training is important, sir. I have already said, sir, the welfare department is undergoing training. All of our departments will undergo training to be able to treat people better, sir. I am not interested in how much CXCs a man got when they're coming for a job as a social worker. I don't want to hear that you got an associate degree, you got a degree and 10 masters. If you don't know how to treat poor people, do not come for the job. I already told my PS, and we already communicated to the head, sir, that in this new department that is coming, sir, the amalgamated department, don't just think because you've been around that you get a spot in this place. A big part for me is going to be how have you treated to the people that you are supposed to care about. And if you haven't been treating them well, sir, don't call me, messaging me about you going 20 years. I'm saying you can send you home, sir, but you ain't dealing with poor people. And people's children, sir, because there has to be a dignity restored to the treatment of people in this country. Most of us, sir, I have not, sir, I can't claim legitimately now to be the poorest person in Barbados. I mean, people say he's a politician. A man tell me the other day that I is a politician, so my mother can't suffer. Although my mother had to go to QEH and it took a little while, sir, as any other Barbadian. But I also know, sir, that I haven't been out of it long enough to forget that it is rough when you're trying to feed children, sir, on a day-to-day basis. When I come to the welfare department, can't feed my children, and you want me to come in smiling? Well, people have a permanent screw because life has been hard. And so what? If somebody comes to your department, they ain't dressed good enough, they ain't got on a three-piece suit, them is smiling, so what? You have, sir, to be able to treat people good, sir. I am very happy, sir, that during the course of this presentation, sir, that we were able, sir, to announce the One Family Project. The Honourable Member for the City and myself, when he was the Junior Minister, sir, when we were working together on this particular project, sir, I know it means a lot to all of us, sir. I heard the Honourable Member for St. James South speak to it earlier. The One Family Project, sir, is so important to Barbados. And to me, sir, I feel it will make a big difference, sir, in the lives of people. So between the amalgamation, I do not have enough time, sir, to go into all these things, but between amalgamating social services, where we pull together Welfare, National Disabilities Unit, National Assistance Board, and Child Care Board, to be able to better deliver services to people, it means, sir, that if you go to welfare, or what used to be welfare, nobody knows where you're walking into that building. You just go in for social services. Could be going for counseling. You could be going asking about getting your child in a day nursery. Nobody knows. So immediately you give people back their dignity, sir. The other thing is, sir, that we're placing these things all around the country, sir, in what we call satellite offices, so that you, instead of having to go to town, there will be a family services unit in your area. You don't have to go to town. And then the One Family program, sir, which is very important to us. We are talking about the 1,000 most vulnerable families in Barbados. And we are asking Barbadians, sir, to come together and to support those 1,000 most vulnerable families in what we used to call, the Honourable Member for the City and myself, the each one, reach one. And if the Prime Minister likes to say, if you buy 2 chickens, buy a 3rd one and give somebody else. But are using Barbadians to help other Barbadians, sir. We are going to be using, in the beginning, sir, 50 social workers, additional social workers, deployed, sir, to work with these families, sir, in a lot closer way than we've traditionally allowed people to work as social workers. So that you have a ratio now in the welfare department of sometimes 1 to 400 and things. None of that. The ratio of social workers to the families, sir, we're hoping would not exceed 1 to 10. 1 to 10. That's what we're hoping, sir. So that when you're working with these families, sir, you can spend time, you can look at their health needs, their education needs, all of their needs, sir, in one. And you'll deal with the family as a holistic system. The complex being, you walk in, you go to help the grandmother, but you realize that there's a child in the house who may need food, you help the child too. Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday, the day before, sorry, sir, when we were doing the groundbreaking for the geriatric hospital, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast and the Deputy Prime Minister may not want to hear this story because she's been asking me about this lady all the time. But there was a lady there, sir, who wanted a boot. She's a diabetic. She needed a boot for her foot. It's been taking a long time. So I saw her yesterday, and I went to her and I asked her, I said, well, I've spoken to the people again, and they need you to bring this letter. She told me, well, I took the letter. It was a letter that was supposed to go to the NDU. I am the minister responsible for welfare, sir, NDU, and all these departments, but I ain't tolerating foolishness. And she was to take this letter, sir, to the NDU, sir, but by mistake, she took it to the welfare department, she said. And when she got to welfare, this woman is an older person, sir, definitely one of our seniors, having contributed to Barbados. When she got to the National Disabilities Unit, to the welfare department with a letter that was meant for the NDU, they said, what you doing here, what they say? You in the wrong place. You ain't read the letter. All kind of things. She said, I had never felt so bad in my life. And she had no reason to lie to me. I said, but do you have a copy of the letter? So we're going to get a copy and we're going to follow up on it. She said, I felt so ashamed the way that they treated me when I went to the welfare department, sir. So I know that we have work to do. But beyond that, sir, the bigger point that I'm making is that when we amalgamate the social services, it will make no difference where she goes with the letter because everybody got to deal with everybody, sir. That is why it is not about qualifications for me, sir. It comes down to how you treat people, sir, at the end of the day. And we have to be able to do better than we have been doing, sir, for people. Sir, I do not wish to spend any more time, sir, addressing these matters because I feel I will have a long time to do so. But I must tell you, sir, that I remain extremely disappointed in what I'm hearing coming from the other side. Sir, this, as I began by saying, sir, is about leadership. I take leadership seriously. I've been a student of it. I won the best schools in the world. And I went back at that same school to teach it. So I'm not just talking. And when I see the Prime Minister, sir, leading, sir, I say to myself, that is leadership. That is leadership in difficult times. If times were normal, you need a manager. When you don't need to be doing new things and figuring out new ways, sir, you need a manager. When times are difficult, sir, and you have to do new things and improvise, sir, you need leadership. If what Amor Mortley is doing for this country is not leadership, then I do not know what is, sir. If the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast is not leading, then I do not know what is. But the reverse is true. If the man who wants to run on the other side is doing any other thing but leadership, then I don't know what any other thing but leadership is. Sir, the antithesis of leadership, sir. But sir, here is my concern, sir. I call that kind of leadership, sir, Chicken Little leadership. The sky is falling, so now he is Chicken Little. Every single thing that happens, sir, in Barbados is a tragedy. Every single thing, sir, is need for him now to create mass hysteria and panic. There are going to be a whole slew of taxes, and no taxes came. None. Oh, sir, the public servants got a $1,500 extra. Instead of rejoicing for the people, where that money coming from? They got to pay for it somehow. You mean there can be no good news, sir, from Chicken Little? Sir, that kind of leadership, sir, is dangerous. It is a dangerous, dangerous kind of leadership, sir. And if you aspire to lead, sir, it is something that has to change. I, sir, would like to believe, sir, that all of us are responsible in one way or the other for people's, not their soul salvation, but their salvation, one way or the other. To make life better for people, sir. But you cannot be self-serving and then talking about other people's salvation when everything you do is about you. Platitudes. Not seeking, sir, to help people where they need help the most, sir. I have learned, sir, in my short time in public life to let some balls pass outside the yard stump. You can't play every ball. In fact, I think it was Churchill who said that you will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks at you. You gotta let some balls pass, sir. But when people engage, sir, in salacious lies, sir, to be able to get what they believe is some salubrious life at the end of the day, to become a leader in this country, sir, by lying to the public. The Honourable former Prime Minister, sir, that used to represent the great constituency of St. Peter, used to say you cannot take the low road to high office. You cannot take the low road to high office, sir. And it seems that the person who leads the Democratic Labour Party is hell-bent on taking the low road. But not to high office, not in this country. Barbadians are not foolish, sir. And I listen, sir, the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs, sir, who represents Christchurch East. This morning when he spoke, so I listened in great detail. Because it is alarming to me that there can be a page in the paper talking about that there was nothing that was done for Bajans. I found that so amusing, sir. Well, I must be, well, we's all foreigners in here. All the Barbadians that I know, sir, must be foreigners. So some people are so wedded to the idea of things foreign that they do not understand, sir, when things are being done in this country. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
So people, sir, are so wedded to that idea, things foreign, that they do not understand.
When you say ready, do you mean married to that idea, sir?
Married to the idea.
I was just wondering if that's what you meant. Married. I see it as parallel, so I was wondering if you mean said ready, if you mean married.
To the idea.
Continue, I remember.
Things foreign, that they cannot appreciate when things are being done for local people, sir, in this country. Because, sir, if you look at what was said yesterday, sir, I find it very difficult to appreciate it. That is the truth. We have done so much, sir, in that budget, sir, to help poor people, to help ordinary people, to help Barbadians, sir. First and foremost, no new taxes. When all that was being said was this whole barrage of taxes that coming down on poor people, sir. No new taxes. And I saw the article in the paper, sir. You know, when I was young, again, I used to watch when there was something happening in my community. Let me say there's a fire. People run into the fire. If there's a fight, people run into the fight. Sir, but you put on a training program or educational program, people ain't really running to go to it. You talking sense at the corner, nobody ain't running to talk to it. I see people gathered around him today, sir, and it occurred to me, sir, as it did as a boy, that people gather around ignorant things. Ignorant things, ignorant ideas, ignorant thoughts, sir. All my life, people like to gather around ignorant things. And it is clear, sir, that because of the ignorance that was being spewed this morning, sir, and yesterday, sir, that people were gathering over it. And if you think about it, sir, tell me what is not here for locals. When you're going to reduce the principal to the Water Authority and QEH by 25%, if people try and pay a little something, who is that for? Is that not for Barbadians, sir? If you, sir, are working with the banks to make sure, sir, that the little savings that people now put down on the bank, sir, don't have to attract these massive fees, sir, who is that for? If not for Barbadians, sir? I am so concerned. Sir, you ask the Minister of Housing now, sir. The Minister of Housing is already committed to doing 10% of houses for persons with disabilities, sir. But they now have to do houses, sir, for persons who cannot afford a mortgage. Oh, you heard that yesterday? Oh, who's that for? If not for Barbadians, sir? Sir, you see, sir, that there's going to be a $2 million revolving fund in the Barbados Agricultural Society, sir, to help small farmers. I'm a member for St. Philip West. Your small farmers are from Mars or St. Philip South, sir. Your small farmers from Mars? It's Barbadians, sir. And you go through the budget over and over and over, sir. Nurses now, sir, getting on the travel schedule. All these things for ordinary people, sir. So I ask myself, what would we have to come to this parliament and say? What would we have to come to this parliament and say for certain people who aspire to leadership to say it made sense? I have not, like the Honourable Member for St. Philip North, I have not heard a Barbadian complain yet. Everybody know that they can't get what they want. That's life, sir. Barbadians know, sir, that they cannot get every single thing that they want. That is how we've been raised. Most of us know, sir, that you have to put in effort, sir, to get what you want. When my daughter was a child, I'd tell her, I will give you this now, she's asking for something, but if you wait, I promise to give you something 2 or 3 times more. Because delayed gratification makes sense. You ain't gonna get everything now. The height of great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, sir. But they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night, sir. We know that we have to work for the things that we want. Barbadians know it very well, sir. And that is why I am thankful, sir. I look across this parliament, sir, at the floor. And you can name any honorable member on this floor, sir, working hard in their ministry, working hard in their constituency to be able to deliver goods and services to the people who need them the most, sir. Working hard to ensure, sir, in my case, sir, that we give a better deal to people who have HIV and AIDS, even now. Hard. You saw the improved look on the HIV Commission, sir, over the course of the football, sir. We ran ads, we've been counseling people, doing more testing, sir. You look in the ministry, sir, in the program we have for strengthening for 250 families. That took 250 families, sir, out of poverty, sir, and the ones that haven't completely made it back into the 1,000 families to be able to help them. And when we've done serving these thousand families, sir, we will then serve another 1,000 and another 1,000, sir. And all of this driven by data and analysis, sir, in a way that made sense. Sir, I close by saying to you, sir, that I am so proud of this budget. I mean, I am not a man lacking faith, but when I saw the amount of things that were being said on the other side, I even began to question my own self. To say, I wonder now what's going to happen now. But sir, nothing ain't happened. And you mean you can't back from that idea? You mean you can't tell yourself that in 2018 they had a Democratic Labour Party person that could tell the other one come back, and that you're manifesting that same behavior now in 2023? But somebody tell the man to come back. Because at the end of the day, sir, this Barbados does not belong to me or to you or to anybody in this country. It belongs to all of us, sir. And we will not sit back idly when certain people use the position that they were given, sir. Surprisingly, really. Because I don't know how you could left a party today, join a party tomorrow, and claim to want to lead them. But some people using the position, sir, that they were given, sir, instead of spreading the hope that the country needs at a time when a country needs hope, using that opportunity, sir, to spread fear. It is a dangerous, dangerous thing, sir. We, sir, must stay focused on our work. We get up on mornings, we focus on our work. We go to our constituency, sir. In my case, in St. Michael's South, sir, I focus on my work, sir. I am happy to see that certain things are being done, but like everybody else, sir, I would like to see more roads. I would like to see my drains fixed. I would like to see my schools painted. I would like to see everybody in my department, in my ministry, in my community getting access to welfare. I would like to see everything happen. But that's not the way that it works, sir. We will take our time, sir, steadfastly and patiently, sir. And I know, sir, that that is the man who will win the race, sir. So with those few words, sir, I wish to support the budget. I wish to support my colleagues who've spoken and those who are about to speak. I want to thank the honourable member for Christchurch East West Central for the Clean and Green projects. I know I have a beautiful constituency and the one more that he promised me, hopefully soon, sir. And the people of St. Michael's South, sir, are looking forward to it. But I really want to thank my colleagues, sir, because this Labour Party is a team, sir. We are a close bunch of people. I watched, sir, when they come at us one by one, sir, hoping that we will fall apart, sir. I close by reminding the country that there was a minister who told his people that they could not go to a meeting with another minister, you know, in the former government. When the memo was saying, my staff cannot attend any meetings with that other minister, that would never happen here, sir. Because we know that teamwork makes the dream work, sir. So at the end of the day, sir, I wish to support this budget, sir. I thank my colleagues. I thank my team members, sir. I look forward to having my mini stadia in St. Michael's South and across the other areas, sir. And I wish to support this budget with all of my soul. Thank you, sir.
Honourable member for Christchurch South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you notice my mode of dress, I borrow a few minutes from you, sir, to note the passing of a member of this party just yesterday. I believe you know him personally, sir. And I do not think this place is too lofty to make mention of Anthony Griffith, a member of this party for many years. He is a bank hall man and therefore an empire man. I know, sir, you are a Spartan man. I join you as a Spartan man. But I want to note the passing of Anthony Griffith, a stalwart of this party. He forged a very close relationship with Sir Harold Bernard St. John while he was in Barbados. Just about 2 or 3 years ago, this party gave him an award at the National Conference in Queen's Park, and his sister accepted that award on his behalf. I've known Anthony for 45 years, as long as I've known you, Your Honor. And I'm grateful for the time that you've extended to me to say how sorry I am to his sister and his family, his children, Atiba and Akinola, and to wish him the best in the hereafter, and to hope that his journey shall be assured. I'm obliged to you, sir. When you issued your summons to me a few minutes ago to speak, you did not call my name. That is an indication to me that names are of no significance in here. You referred to me, Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. You referred to me in my representative capacity, and that is what is important in here. You call me honorable. And when you say that a man is honorable, or when you call on a man and describe him as a man of honor, you expect that his speech shall be truthful, and you expect that his parliamentary life will be characterized by probity. Whenever I come to this place, Your Honor, I come intending to speak truth, since truth is allied to honor, and truth is also allied to all the forms of justice, political, social, and economic. And you call me member, and I come to you as the member representing Christchurch South. Whenever I come to this place and I speak, it is my duty to be the voice of that collective of citizens called Christchurch South. And their interests must be reflected in here. Their collective interests must be reflected in this place. Over the last few years, I have felt so proud of the work that we have done across that constituency. And you will note my language. I said we, and not I, we. I have had an excellent team with me in Christchurch South. It has not been a journey in loneliness. And if you hear me brag about the work that we have done, Your Honor, please forgive my immodesty, but I'm very proud of the team that has been with me in Christchurch South. Not from 2018, when we won an election, but from 2016, when we embarked on a journey to elevate the lives of that collective called Christchurch South. And it now becomes a matter of some regret. And I say this with diffident reluctance, but I must say it. And I ask the residents of Christchurch South not to have that work disrupted by what I describe slithering across the constituency of Christchurch South and slithering into the councils of this party, a two-headed serpent. Spewing the venom of political defamation. Political ambition is legitimate. Treachery and deceit are illegitimate. I say no more than that, except to encourage the residents, the citizens of Christchurch South, to let us continue the work on behalf of that constituency. The work in that constituency has been conducted with a simple motto. We seek to create a constituency that is safe, clean, and happy. It is simply expressed, but the work is profound. Safe in that a constituency must always be free from violence. And not only free from violence, but be free from violation. And we have a constituency that contains a part of the hotel belt. And we know that predators normally seek to take advantage within the hotel belt. And within the homes of persons who are of advanced years, they seek to prey on them as well. And let me pause and thank the police officers of the Oistins Police Station, in small numbers, depleting numbers, Your Honor, who continue to do excellent work. Across Christchurch South, and stretching to Hastings, Christchurch West, and across the entire Barbados, the numbers are depleted, but the resolve has increased. Congratulations to those brave men and women. And if a constituency is to be clean, how can I be heard in here not to express deepest gratitude to my residential neighbor and my geopolitical neighbor and my friend. We don't call names in here, and I'm tempted to call his name, but the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central is a beautiful human being. He has something called a clean and green program. And not only is he cleaning and greening, but he has added to that beautification. And the beauty that he has brought to Christchurch South and to this Barbados is equal only by the beauty of his spirit. And the third portion of our motto is that the constituency should be happy. And how do you create happiness within a constituency? As you know, sir, I represent a constituency that is demographically unlike several others. We have the well-to-do, we have those who are not so well-to-do, and no politician should ever be allowed to ignore the presence of the poor. We have all in Christchurch South. And because the wealthy predominates, there's no reason for me to ignore the interests of the poor and those in the middle. And I want to say to you, Your Honor, that quite often in a constituency, when we focus on the downtrodden, we are often at risk of neglecting those who are lonely. Not only the poor are lonely, but there are several well-to-do people in this country. If they had home help, and it is highly unlikely, Your Honor, that you will ever find a person who is well-to-do asking for the presence of a companion just to talk for an hour or two. They are condemned to a television. There are well-to-do people in this country and in my constituency who are condemned to an impersonal television screen. And that is why the call-in program at midday is so popular. That is the only thing that offers them human contact. There's a lot of loneliness in this country. And I believe there's loneliness in my constituency, but sometimes pride. And the stigma associated with social welfare programs often prevents them from reaching out to the agencies of government. And then happiness among the poor is guaranteed only when they can find employment. And I will have something to say shortly to the economic planners in this government. And I will certainly have something to say through you, sir, to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Your mandate is pressing at a time like this, most pressing. My colleagues have addressed you on the virtues of the appropriation bill, and I do not propose to repeat those virtues. By now, they're fairly obvious, having listened to several of my colleagues. And I know that those virtues in this bill will be repeated by speakers to come. But, Your Honor, if the appropriation bill associates itself with the discipline of economics, I want to say to you, sir, that one of the most dangerous words in the lexicon of economics is the word macro. Macro. Beg your pardon, sir. Deriving itself from the Greek word, the bigger picture. And we normally contrast against macro the word micro. But let us go to the word macro. And it is always and often within the lexicon of economists to celebrate macro achievements, a healthy balance of payments, healthy foreign reserves. And we often, and with some justification, because sometimes we want to succeed in a debate. I myself would like to encourage my colleagues to use this unique opportunity. We have been a 30-love parliament now for 5 years. And I think that we should use this unique opportunity to let ideas genuinely contend. That quite often a partisan debate is sterile. The 30 of us talking here to each other. Come, let us reason with the people of Barbados. Come, let us tell the people of Barbados how we propose to develop this country. Come, let us tell the people of Barbados how we intend to elevate the poor. And the word macro can be a very dangerous word within the lexicon of economists. As I've said, we often celebrate macro achievements and neglect to consider, beg your pardon, sir, micro realities. I was elsewhere and I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest begin an excellent presentation. I think it was Ecclesiastes 3:1. 3:1? Yes. 1 to 7. And we all must have felt so well pleased. You permitted him Ecclesiastes 3:1. Please permit me 2 Samuel 12. The Lord sent Nathan to David. When he came to him, he said, there were two men in a certain town, one rich and the other poor. The rich man had a very large number of sheep and cattle, but the poor man had nothing except one little ewe lamb that he had bought. He raised it, and it grew up with him and his children. It shared his food, drank from his cup, and even slept in his arms. It was like a daughter to him. Now a traveler came to the rich man, but the rich man refrained from taking one of his own sheep or cattle to prepare a meal for the traveler who had come to him. Instead, he took the ewe lamb that belonged to the poor man and prepared it for the one who had come to him. Unquote. The parable of the ewe lamb. The rich man with all his possessions, and the poor man with just a simple little beloved ewe lamb. And rather than turn into the rich man, they took all that the poor man had. Let-I days contained. On the 31st of March this year, a number of young Barbadians will be imperiled. And let us not feel shame. Let us feel a sense of responsibility to these citizens. We talk in here a lot about the ash fall and the storm. We talk a lot about COVID. And those were periods of national crisis. And it was during that crisis that a significant group of young Barbadians found employment through this kind government. In my last speech, I congratulated the government for giving them employment, albeit unglamorous employment. That was the word I used. I congratulated the government because the government was due congratulation. Today, I am not a happy man. And it is not only because my friend died yesterday, but, Your Honor, empathy and compassion draws me to a consideration of that significant portion of humanity which will face a life of despair. April 1st will not be All Fools' Day for them. It will be a very intelligent day, but it may be and could be a very hungry day for some of them. They go to sleep like us at night and expect that their children will be fed. They wake like us on mornings, who knows what the night holds for them, and expect that their children will be fed. They hope to send them to school, Your Honor, and hope that their children will be fed at lunchtime. They bring them home on afternoons and hope that they can be happy amidst the macro achievements, Your Honor, let us bring ourselves to the micro-realities that will face a significant portion of this population come March 31st. As I said, we came to them in crisis. And for many of them, their crisis will begin on April 1st. I turn to our economic planners within this government. I have nothing but the greatest admiration and respect for my colleague from Christchurch East Central. To his name, I will add, permit me to do this, Your Honor. I will add the name of Dr. Kevin Greenidge, and I do so because he is a government official. Dr. Clyde Maskell, Mr. Prasad. These are men whose names have been associated with economic planning within this government. We are all compassionate, but sometimes we need the courage. We need to introduce courage into our economic planning if we are to rescue the lives of the oppressed in this country. I go back to Samuel 2. All that they have and all that they have had is a little ewe lamb. And the rich man kept his entire flock, and a small job will be taken from these people. When we boast of a macro economy and the inevitable prosperity that will come to this macro economy, how do we relate to the micro reality of struggle by our neighbors, by our constituents, by people who vote for us and send us here? How do we relate to the micro reality of their struggle? I've heard the virtues in this budget, and now mine is a challenge to this government to find a place for them at the table of prosperity. A government spends a lot of the money that is spent on capital works programs. A government awards large contracts to private entrepreneurs in this country. You don't have to read the most abstract portions of a central bank report to know that. Let us be less concerned about glamorous lives. And let us be more concerned about the poor in this country. Let us be concerned about their condemnation to hardship. And I want to say to my colleague from Christchurch East Central, he is here, and to recommend and to ask whether a government, in awarding contracts for capital works to large private entrepreneurs in this country, if it can be made a condition of the award of that contract, that these people who lost their jobs can find employment on those capital projects. If these people who lost their ewe lamb, which was all that they had, can we embrace them? I represent them, sir. I am not doing this as part of any exclusively moral enterprise. Some of them I represent, and some of them you represent, Your Honor. And many of them, all of us in here represent. Shall we have taken their ewe lamb, and shall we now condemn them to lives of misery with the argument that they were told it was temporary? A job may be temporary, but suffering can be permanent. Let us cut the permanence of hardship. Let us, by creative means, arrive at a position in this country where we seek to protect those who find themselves unable to protect themselves. That is our duty. That is our duty. And Your Honor, amidst macro achievements, I beseech my colleagues to bring themselves to micro realities, the realities of hardship. A few days ago, I was driving down the road by the old Queen's College, Constitution Road, on my way to the office. And I was turning in to the road that leads to the Central Bank. And I stopped at the zebra crossing, and I saw a lady, a young lady, with a child on her arm. Very small child. I have children, so I'm good at guessing the ages of children. Child would have been months old, less than a year. And there was another child whose hand she was holding. I'm good at guessing the ages of children. That child could have been about 2. In the middle of Bridgetown, at a zebra crossing, but the story does not hang there. And she was walking so quickly. No doubt she had just come off of the ZR van and she was going wherever she was going. And Your Honor, one child on the arm and the other child, she was dragging that child. And I say dragging because the child's feet were not moving in a walking motion. The child was being dragged. And it hurt me. It really did hurt me. She just wanted to move quickly, and there was no one there to help her. And I felt deepest compassion. And I wanted to stop my car and to make inquiry and to offer help. But the world being what it is, sometimes you don't have the courage to involve yourself in the lives of strangers. That is the kind of society we are now. And I confess to my frailty. I had compassion, but I lacked the courage. I asked this government, no doubt filled with compassion in relation to the poor in this country, to join with that compassion, the courage to intervene into the lives of people who cannot help themselves. We know what are the consequences of a neglected portion of the population. We know what are the consequences of an alienated portion of the population. We know. I've spoken on crime in here quite a lot with condemnation. And I've often said poverty is not an excuse for criminal wrongdoing. But you and I know, we worked in those courts for many years, and still do, that there's an association between criminality and poverty. You and I know that, sir. And so I know I speak to the converted. I ask the economic planners within this government to embrace those who've lost their ewe lamb, to join with compassion that we express, the courage to attempt to change their lives. And to join with that courage and that compassion, creativity of intellect. It is not beyond us, and it is not beyond our economic planners to find ways to embrace the unemployed in this country, can we find it possible to do it? Will we stop our cars and have the courage to inquire as to the plight of people? Can we have that courage? I want to say to you, Your Honor, that I proudly represent a constituency which, during that crisis of COVID, not only did significant members in that constituency have the compassion, but they also had the courage to attempt to alleviate the lives of people from despair and hopelessness. And we don't call names in here. And I wish I could call the names of those well-to-do and not so well-to-do, and even the poor. The widow who came with her mite, M-I-T-E, to contribute to persons who were enduring the ravages of a health crisis, and all the other crises that have visited us over the last few years. I wish I could call their names: Hallam, Gordon, Tammy, Marcia, Mrs. C, that is all I will call her, Sam. These are people who had the means, but they also had the compassion, and they also had the courage. And that is why I'm so proud to be able to say, or to be able to rise to my feet when you issue your summons to me and say, "Speak forth, honorable member for Christchurch South. Speak forth and speak on for the poor, the middle, and the rich." Because the interests of the poor and the rich and the middle are inextricably tied one to the other. We live in this small country. We occupy this small space, and the rites of passage bring us into daily contact, physically and sometimes otherwise. Can we find the compassion we have? Will we find the courage? And will we engage creative intellects to save this country? I heard one of my colleagues in here today, I was listening, and he said something to the effect that the true test of a society, the true test of a civilization, relates to how it treats those of greatest disadvantage. How are we going to treat them? Mine is a voice, and I know it is not a voice that will cry in the wilderness, but I want to come back to April 1st. And I want to tell you, Your Honor, that I do not look forward to April 1st. And I want to tell you, sir, that it is within the hands of this government. I normally come here and talk about the vast resources available to a government. I rejoiced in here yesterday. It was a personal moment of rejoicing when I heard that there would be no more new taxes. I enjoyed that. And I loved the macro achievement. But it has not obscured my view of the micro reality of suffering.
The honourable member has 2 more minutes.
I'm obliged to you, sir. And I will use those 2 minutes, and less than those 2 minutes, to say to you, sir, that I support the presentation. As I've said, I don't think, well, I didn't say it before, but I'll say it now. There has been outstanding macro achievement. And I sat here and I heard of all the projects including today from some of my colleagues. There has been much reporting of the capital works program that will proceed at the Botanical Gardens. And I've spoken with my friend, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, who is actively engaged on behalf of this country to transform the hotel sector and to proceed with an ambitious program of building. Let us have the courage. I heard the word yesterday, transformation. In macro transformation, I beseech you, Your Honor, and this government, to transform the lives of those who endure the micro reality of suffering. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this budget 2023 upward and onward, sir, with a voice heavy from the congestion of a cold. But with, sir, a smile on my face and the lightness of a song in my heart that says upward and onward. Sir, I smile, and that song is there for me, sir, because I am happy for the people of St. Philip West and the people of this country. I am happy for the families whose price protection will continue under this Barbados Labour Party government. I am happy, sir, and I smile for the elders in my community who will continue to benefit from the elder care program that will be continued. I smile, sir, for the public servants who will get a pay raise, including many from my constituency, and especially for the teachers who are a part of the school system, teachers who are doing an exceptional job, teachers who have turned on a dime when this country went into pandemic mode, teachers who continue today to go above and beyond to serve the students and the learners of this country. I am happy and I smile, sir, for all of those pensioners who will be able to get a better allowance in the tax break. I smiled, Mr. Speaker, because of all of those aspiring students who want to be filmmakers and will find a place in the burgeoning film industry in this country, as per the budget. I smile for some of the constituents who came to see me about their water authority bill and their QEH bill, who will be able to get a 25% reduction on the principal if they are able to pay in a reasonable period of time. I have so many reasons to smile, Mr. Speaker, because this budget 2023 upward and onward, it focuses on transformation. And the underlying message of transformation, sir, is that if you're transforming from something to something, you have to make a shift. You have to make a shift. And this shift that we need to make, sir, is a shift in our mindset as a people. You heard our Prime Minister in the delivery and Minister of Finance in her delivery yesterday speak about where that mindset shift has to be to that of world-class excellence. We have to make a shift, sir, in the choices that we make, being more intentional about being people-centered and aligned with our priorities for growth. We have to make that shift not only in mindset and choices, but we have to make that shift in our skills and capacity, where we are not only preparing a country with skills that are fit for purpose now, but rather that is fit for progress in the 21st century. Sir, as I speak to this mindset shift about how we need to think of things in a different way and how we must see ourselves as a country, ourselves as individuals in a world, and see our place in it in a different way. With your permission, I might use education and training, an area for which I have some responsibility as minister, as a part of the example with regards to how we need to make this shift in mindset that we need to. Sir, the World Economic Forum, which is a premier global forum where business leaders and political leaders and cultural and other types of leaders of the world come together to set global agenda for business and industry and politics and economics. That World Economic Forum, sir, tells us that 6 out of every 10, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6 out of every 10 students who entered education system in 2016, they will be working in jobs that do not currently exist. If it is that they are going to be in jobs that do not currently exist, the way in which we need to shift our minds is to understand how then do we prepare our young learners for such an environment, for things we ourselves have not yet experienced, for jobs we cannot even begin to anticipate what they might be in every instance. How do we then prepare them in a way that is different? And if I were to ask every single colleague here, the time in which you went to school, be it nursery, primary, or secondary, or tertiary, if that time is characterized by the same opportunities, the same threats that we now see in March of 2023, if I asked you if the environment into which you had to be prepared to operate is the same as now, you would say to me, no, sir. Yet still, we have a system that continues to prepare our learners, our students, for a reality that is not theirs. There is a need, sir, as we seek to make that shift, that mindset shift, that we do so in a way that prepares our children not only for the now, because they must be able to function in the now, but also is able to prepare them for the future. And if we fail to do this, sir, we will put them on a collision course with the future, when really what we ought to be doing is putting them on a resilience course with opportunity. Sir, this 2023 budget is designed to help us to be on a resilience course, not just as a country, but in terms of preparing our many different sectors to be able to move in that direction. And sir, I spoke about the fact that when we shift our minds, it has to be about where our priorities are, where our choices are. As it relates to our priorities, certainly I said I would use the education and training sector as my example. That priority must be on better quality outcomes for our students, for our learners. And that shift towards better quality outcomes must include all. Each child must matter. When I say that our priorities must be for all and not just some, sir, I mean that our priority cannot only remain as it is now, picking the cream of the crop off the top of our academic excellence list and structuring a system that has an inherent bias of pushing and rewarding primarily those perceived to be the academic elite. Yes, we must continue to do that, but it cannot be that that is our only and our prime objective. It has to be that we must also be structuring a system that will leave the 30 to 40% of those students 11 years old who have consistently over the last 10 to 15 years not made the mark to be able to transition from primary to secondary schools, 30 to 40%. It cannot be a system that underserves them. It must be a system that serves all. And in seeking, sir, to better the outcomes for all, our priority focus must also be on teaching the child and not just teaching the subject. The better outcome that we must look for our children right now is how are they mastering what they are being taught, that curriculum. And when I talk about how they're mastering, I mean not just what they know, but what is it they can do with it. It is that child that learns fractions. How did they learn to convert that fraction and use it in an applied way in home economics in saying half a cup or quarter cup? How does that ratio, when you learn to do ratios, how do you apply that 1-to-3 ratio when you're doing a chemistry experiment or a biology experiment? It is being able to take what they are learning and not only be able for them to regurgitate what they know, but for them to be able to demonstrate what they can do in a way that sees competency-based learning raising its head in a more significant way in this country. And when I say better outcomes for all of our children, I mean, Mr. Speaker, learners who are gifted academically, as well as learners who are gifted in different talents. We have traditionally focused on the academic excellence. And there are many different ways in which excellence and learning and intelligences can be demonstrated. Sir, with your permission, I give the example. I will not call his name because I did not ask your permission so to do. At the launch of the Construction Gateway program at Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, back in April, May of 2022, there was a young man. He stood up and he spoke. And he said, you know, I wasn't so good in school. And the teachers didn't really pay me much mind. After a while, I wasn't interested. Bottom line, he was saying he disengaged. Yet still he was going to Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute. And he was learning a trade. And he was so proud of himself. He said, I was always good with my hands, you know. I could pick down anything, I could put back up anything. I could just see it. And I would be able to pick it down and put it back together. And it was when he found his place in that program that he started to shine. And he spoke about his journey in education. And it was a journey where he was not criticizing what he had experienced. He was just aspiring to different for himself. And so the approach that we have to take now is about where are the aspirations of our people? Where are the intelligences leading them? What is it that they want to do? What is it that will lead them to opportunity that exists? And his story, Mr. Speaker, is one that will continue to inspire me as we go through this process with Barbados, with our public, as we engage and discuss with real consultation on what education reform must look like in this country. All, Mr. Speaker, means that they are learners with disabilities who must not just have access to education in the physical and traditional ways, but they must have proper accommodation within our systems. All, Mr. Speaker, also means those students with special needs who are at different stages along the spectrum. Much of the research that we are seeing, sir, is telling us that when we take students with special needs and we separate them out from the crop, the cream of the crop, to which I referred earlier, that it is not always in their best interest and that we need to find a way to integrate them within the existing regular school system, perhaps with special classes, with special units, but not ostracizing and separating in a way that we have traditionally done. Those are part of the conversations we need to continue to have as a country. And Mr. Speaker, our priority interests, when we're talking about priorities, shifting priorities, our priority interest must be that of developing our educators. Because if we are to tell ourselves the truth, if you do not have teachers that are properly trained and developed to be able to continue to facilitate learning in a changing environment, the children will not learn without quality instruction. And therefore, we need to continue to focus on our educators because they deserve our training, they deserve our resources, they deserve our investment in them. And it is not just about quality teaching and instruction and facilitation, sir. It is also about giving them the right support for their mental health, because they, like the rest of the country, are impacted by all that is going on, including all that is going on in the school, wholesome and otherwise. We must also give them support for ongoing professional. Many of the teachers in our systems trained and then they stop. Some of them have taken responsibility for their own learning and gone on to professional development, but that now has to be a systematic part of that profession, ongoing professional development. And we must give them the kind of support through communities of practice, others like them, whether they're local, regional, or international. Sir, in the budget yesterday, you heard our Minister of Finance and our Prime Minister speak to the fact that 22 new master teachers will be introduced into the system during this period. I welcome that, sir. And I welcome that because for far too long, we have had teachers who are excellent teachers, world-class teachers. However, when it came to their promotion and moving up in the system, the only option for them was to become principals or deputy principals. And not all of them are necessarily suited. Not all of them have that interest. But then we lose the strength and the richness of their teaching because we had to move them into leadership and administration at a senior level. The master teacher path now gives them another pathway to get promoted, to be able to continue to earn higher, and for upward mobility generally, without necessarily having to go the path of that of principal. Sir, I said that some of the shifts that have to be made is in priorities, and some that have to be made in choices. Now, as we move towards the professional development of our teachers and others, we need to be able to give them choices. Erdeston Teachers Training College and University of the West Indies has, for the most part, locally been the choices that they have had for their own training and professional development. We have now, in collaboration with the Inter-American Development Bank and the National Transformation Initiative, NTI, been able to put an educators hub in place where they have curated a number of courses that are relevant to teaching and instruction and education administration and other aspects related to the work that has to be done in that sector. They have curated those courses, and those courses are free of charge to teachers, leaders, and educators. We have made that possible for them through the National Transformation Initiative and with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank. And teachers have started to access that. I was trying to get the statistics for it just before, earlier today, but I have not been able to get those statistics. But increasingly, you are getting teachers who are now logging into that hub for their continuing professional development. You have also partnerships that Erdeston Teachers College have determined that Erdeston alone cannot have its own capacity to do this. It must have partnerships regionally, internationally, to be able to bring the courses to and the training to the teachers and the leaders, school leaders, that's required. And so they are now exploring partnership with some universities regionally and internationally that will be able to bring that additional and give the choice of additional training for our teachers and leaders. The CARICOM regional portal is being developed. Work with our unions to establish a teaching commission. As you know, some legislation was passed years ago which was not enacted on that, and we have some, after discussions a couple of weeks ago, we are going to start moving in the direction of seeing how best we might be able to operationalize this. And of course, there are all kinds of other opportunities that we will be seeking to curate to make sure that we give priority to the interests of our teachers and our educators, our leaders in general. And it's not just about the teachers and the leaders. The Ministry of Education itself, education officers need to have their training upgraded so that they themselves have the capacity to do the work that they're required to do for oversight and administration. That is where we need to ensure that we have shifted some of our priorities. The choices, sir, that we have to make, again, I said I will use education as the example for the shift that has to be made. It is recognizing, as I said, not only that children learn differently and are gifted in different ways, but we now have to create choices of different pathways that those students can take throughout their learning journey from nursery all the way to tertiary. More will come on this as we start to talk about education reform and what must be put out there. The bottom line is that those pathways must align with their interests, with their talents, with the future of work, with our national, regional development priorities, and of course, with global opportunities. Mr. Speaker, another shift that has to be made. We've talked about our shifting priorities and our shifting choices, and the shifting skills too must be part of the shift that we make towards transformation, particularly as it relates to the education sector, but not exclusively. It is certainly for us to move towards skills that are 21st century, that are transferable. When you are entering a world where the future of work is unpredictable, or let's say imprecise in all of the opportunities that will present themselves. In fact, you need to have a student that is prepared with the life skills, the critical thinking, the problem-solving ability, and all of those other life skills that will enable them to be able to withstand what's coming at them, to adapt to the changes that will come, to be able to bounce back when they have setbacks, and to be able to aspire with confidence to opportunities that are new and innovative. And that means that the way in which we include social and emotional learning targets in our curriculum is significant. Because it's not just now about being able to memorize and regurgitate by rote, because that serves when you already know what you're dealing with. But when you are entering an uncertain environment, memorization will get you nowhere. You have to have the capacity to think in a different way, to be creative, and to be able to apply what you know in a way that is transferable from one opportunity to the other. So, sir, that we have had conversations about what that needs to look like, and we will continue to have conversations with the public as to what that kind of preparedness with the 21st century skills must look like. In addition, sir, you know, some of the students have come together from different schools and started to have their own conferences so that they themselves can make input into what reform might look like. And I will just pull one example. One of the recommendations that came from one of those student conferences was that they were leaving school with no idea about how to manage money, how to pay taxes, how to save, how to invest, and they wanted financial literacy to be an integral part of the curriculum. We have said that we will consider that through the committee that will deal with curriculum during the curriculum reform experience and be able to come up with a program that is suitable at different levels with different standards as you go through the system, so that by the time the student reaches a certain age and a certain stage in their journey, they will have picked up the skills that are necessary at those very different levels. Sir, I know that my time is short. In this budget, sir, our Minister of Finance and our Prime Minister made the point that training will be a priority for this country. And I have shared some of the efforts we have made with training. I'll probably share a few more. And they have said that infrastructure will also be critical. I'm going to start, sir, with infrastructure. Now, as you know, sir, and I believe many of my colleagues in Barbados knows, infrastructure in the school system, across the school system, from nursery to primary to secondary, we did not inherit a perfect infrastructure across the schools when we came in 2018. There were many years of neglect before this Barbados Labour Party government took over. And sir, I would not say that idly. Let's take 2015, 2016. That year, for maintenance of property across 85 of our public secondary schools, that was under a different administration. Just about $2.5 million was spent on maintenance. Just 5 years later, under this Barbados Labour Party's government, 2021, 2022, it was $8.6 million that was spent on the maintenance of schools. That is practically 4 times, almost 4 times, the amount on maintenance of schools. We have been told that we're not putting money into infrastructure. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wish we could do more. But when we look at the infrastructure, the spending that we have also had in the summer program now is where you do major works to schools. Let's take 2015, 2016 again. But 1.8 plus million was spent on the summer program. Let's look just 5 years later under this Barbados Labour Party, 2020, 2021, 3.7 plus million was spent on major works within the school system. We recognize, sir, that we have a far way to go. Neglect has left us in a very vulnerable position in many of the schools. We have mold problems in old buildings. We have ceilings that are leaking. We have steel that is rusted in places, and therefore the structural integrity of the place is at risk. We have plumbing that is out of date. We have electrical systems that when we tried to connect for distance learning or for online learning, we could not, simply because the electrical systems were not up to standard. Sir, the magnitude of the infrastructural concerns that we have had have been large. But I commit to you, and I shared with you some of the figures, that we will continue this year to invest heavily in both maintenance, which is the smaller repairs, ongoing repairs, as well as the major repairs. We will continue to invest significantly in the millions through this budget and others in trying to make that happen. It is our intention to make every school environment an environment where people want to go, but it will not happen all at once. And we are asking our education partners within our school campuses, our teachers, our auxiliary staff, our principals, all who are a part of that environment, to work with us. To work with us. Because this is a ministry of education that is willing to work with our partners to do better for our children, by our children, for our partners, and by our partners. I shared with you, sir, that another one of the commitments from this budget was that of additional training. I already shared with you some of the work that we're doing with regards to training of our very key and important educators at the different levels. Sir, you heard the Prime Minister yesterday speak to you about the level of training that is going on for civil servants in how we manage, how we govern, how we look at performance, how we measure performance, how we manage, how we supervise. You would have heard, sir, that our Ministry of Education has not just allowed training to be at that level of permanent secretaries and others. We have been working with the Ministry of Health, with the Coalition for Obesity in Children, for the prevention of obesity in children, with the Heart and Stroke Foundation and others to work with canteen concessionaires and with vendors on the implementation of our new schools nutrition policy. We have taken training, sir, as far as our janitors and maids, and we intend to expand that to others. Why? Because when you have buildings that are old, that have mold, and we have now cleaned them in some locations, including some of the work has already been done at the Ministry of Education and other locations, then we need to be able to maintain the environment. And it is the janitors and the cleaners who have to do that. So training has to go at all different levels. We are intending that as we move forward with the monitors, the school monitors, just as training has been provided for those from the Barbados Water Authority and for those from National Housing Corporation, additional training will be provided to those monitors, school monitors, who've been in the schools working with our students. And from the reports from our principals, most have been doing an exceptional job in helping them to manage the educational environment so that teachers can be free to teach while others are there to offer the support on a day-to-day basis. And so the training, I thought to share this with you, Mr. Speaker, and with the rest of my colleagues in Barbados, to let you know that training is not just for the supervisors and the civil servants at the higher levels. We, as a Ministry of Education, we are taking training throughout, and we are not only training those partners outside of the ministry, we are ensuring that those inside the ministry are also able to benefit from the development of their capacity. Sir, there is much that needs to be shifted, including curriculum. I see you blinking at me, sir, so I know that my time is drawing near. Your blinks are very telling, sir. Our, excuse me, our work as it relates to shifting minds and mindsets and even shifting how our education system works for everyone will include curriculum. And sir, while I can go on and on, I will let this be my last, with your permission, sir. We need to have a curriculum that produces more well-rounded students. Not only those who are literate and numerate, know how to count, know how to write and to read, but those who are digitally literate, who know how to use the various types of technologies in a responsible way and with adequate proficiency to allow them not only to know but to do. We need, sir, to make sure that the curriculum we are putting in place is relevant and that it is meaningful. And what do I mean by that? Some of the students from the conference I mentioned earlier, the student conference, they said that a lot of what they learn is not really relevant. And so they have started to help us to rethink some of the areas where we may be able to make the curriculum more relevant. We talked about authentic learning. Authentic learning is where you actually go and do the thing in a real world environment to be able to demonstrate that you have the capacity to be able to use the knowledge that you have. It is in that applied side. And it is more of that kind of knowledge, that kind of learning, and that way of us being able to prepare as students that have to be a part of that relevant and meaningful curriculum. I spoke about our curriculum being competency-based. And sir, there is a need for us to have standards that when you enter school, be it at the nursery level, whether you're in infants B class, 1 class, 2 class, 3, these are the standards you must meet in order to move on to the next level. We currently do not have enough of those very clearly articulated standards, and we're definitely not implementing such standards in a way that makes sense, so that it is not just about can you pass the exam, but it is have you reached these standards that will truly put you in that place of global excellence. Sir, you heard about the budget strength for
Honourable member,
strings.
you know it was blinking before.
And you're blinking now, sir.
So you understand that very well.
Sir, as we look at this at the string, sir, this is the very last area you heard in the budget yesterday. I'm referring specifically to the strings program in primary schools, where our Minister of Finance spoke about $600,000 being placed in the budget for the 68 primary schools to be able to benefit from the strings program. Strings being your guitar and your violin and your cello and those types of instruments that have strings. And I wanted to share, sir, that that also makes me smile, because what research has shown us is that usually these programs are not just about playing an instrument. It tends to teach them the discipline of practice on practice on practice so that they can work to mastery. It teaches them about owning their journey in learning, because they go home and they do home practice on their own. It teaches them, sir, about respect for each other as they have to play in harmony. They must be able to respect the boundaries and the parameters within which that they must operate. Sir, it has also been shown that those students with special needs have shown, and those with behavioral challenges have shown improved motivation and improved engagement through programs like these. So I wanted to share that, sir, because as I said, I started with a smile, even though with a heavy voice from this call. But it is because what we are putting in place from a transformational perspective has a benefit that goes beyond the classroom. And it is about teaching them the skills for life that they need. It is, sir, that I close on this note. And I say to you, sir, upward and onward we shall go. Thank you. God bless you.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House for 10 minutes until 6 p.m.
Question that this honourable chairman be suspended until 6 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 6 p.m. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if you would permit me, as you did for the honourable members for St. Michael Northwest, as well as the member for Christchurch South, to first start off with a passage from the good book. I too would like to start off with a passage from the good book. My first passage was going to be Ecclesiastes, chapter 3. But the honourable member for St. Michael Northwest used that one. So then I looked at Samuel, but the honourable member for Christchurch South used that one. So I had to put on my theological hat and search through to come up with one that I thought most applicable. And the reason I thought it was most applicable as well was because I reflected on what the honourable member for Christchurch South said when he started and talked about Mr. Griffith, who was gone to the great beyond. And I come to this presentation, Mr. Speaker, with a very, very heavy heart. I come to this presentation with a heavy heart because there was a lady who was gone to the great beyond, who was with me from the beginning. Her name was Rosie Grant Mosley, known to many of us in here. And she always used to tell me, along with another lady who was also gone to the great beyond, Miss Dorothy Small Leslie. And both of them, when I first started in this job, told me, always put God first. So I'm going to put God first with Matthew 7:24-27. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And every one that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell. And great was the fall of it. Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Labour Party is like the rock that the people of Barbados have built upon. The leadership of the Barbados Labour Party in the Prime Minister is like that rock that we have built upon. You know, as I sat here, Mr. Speaker, you know, I had prepared a speech to speak right after the Prime Minister last night. And when you prepare a speech to speak after the Prime Minister, there's certain tone and certain tenure that you would expect. But after sitting here and listening to other members speak, I have changed my speech at least 5 or 6 different times. And I changed the speech at least 5 or 6 different times because I was in awe and amazed at how strong this team Barbados Labour Party is. And I heard the member for St. Michael South speak to the team, and I have to agree and concur. We started out the batting with the member for Christchurch West Central. And with his capability and ability and understanding all the wherewithal of the various types of biodiversity and the tremendous work that he's done in botanical gardens, I salute the member for Christchurch West Central. Then we went into the member for St. Michael West and the good work that he's doing with the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. and how he was able to encapsulate the benefits of the budget and how things were going and all of the things that he was to be able to pull in. Took half of my speech of the things that I wanted to talk about, but great because it showed me that the people in the Barbados Labour Party are strong and diverse. And even although we may have different perspectives, even although we may have different points of view, together we make a strong team, a team for the times, a team that is ready, willing, and able to continue the good work of this country and for this country, because at the end of the day, we are here to represent the people of Barbados. All of us, the member for St. James North, the member for St. James South. I look forward to the member for St. James Central. All of us working together, building together, striving together to make this country better each and every day. And I am proud of all that was spoken so far, and I look forward to hearing the speeches of those that come after. And let me say, the Barbados Labour Party can encompass and has encompassed for years differing views. And yes, we look at the macro, but let me say to my colleague from Christchurch South, we look at the micro too. And part of that micro is getting those people that were involved in those programs, in the ASH program, be it at MTW or be it at National Housing Corporation, when I was the minister, changing them over to training programs and giving them opportunities to learn how to be carpenters, how to do bobcat operator, how to do tiling. I met with all of mine. And when I met with them, I made sure that each and every one of them, even before the time that they were supposed to, even knew they were going to, I said, this program is going to come to an end. Believe it or not, there's no more ash on the ground. So you need to get into the training programs. And when the training program came in 2022, the construction gateway came in 2022, I made sure, and who could not even fill out the form, we got there and we filled out forms for people to help them get into the program. And that has paid dividends. Because now every single one of the people, certainly in Christchurch West, have been in the program. I think there was one lady that was not in the program, but she was at advanced age and she didn't want to go into the program. I understand that. But I was happy that now some of them are coming to the end. And come April 1st, they will be at the end or almost at the end of their program. So I accept and I understand exactly where the member for Christchurch South is coming from. Because we have a duty and have a responsibility to all of our constituents. And you know, when you have a mandate like the people of Barbados have given us on 2 occasions, when you have that mandate, it brings a significant burden as well. And that burden is that everybody, all over the whole country, becomes your constituency. The whole country is you are required to be able to provide the best you can for them each and every day. So I understand and I know that there is always work to be done. I know the construction gateway has done the first cohort or coming to the end of the first cohort, and other cohorts will be coming. And I anticipate that they'll be adding other training programs. But it is not everybody that will get an opportunity when the program is finished. And we have to then go back and see who has dropped between the cracks and pick those up and find programs for them too. And that's what we have to do. Because at the end of the day, they are all our people. And nothing is too good for the people of Barbados. Nothing is too good for the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I want to inculcate in our people something that I heard about a hospital recently. It was a hospital, I think it was in Turks and Caicos. I had a meeting with an administrator there, and she said something very, very interesting. She said, and I guess you forgive me if it's a hospital, because the hospitals, I lived most of my life in hospitals, so I was intrigued to be able to meet with her. But she said something very, very interesting, which stuck with me. And what she said is, in the hospital that they run, which is internationally credited, they have started what's called a culture of quality. A culture of quality. And I would like to think that we in Barbados can move away from a culture of mediocrity, which unfortunately has been the norm for some time. Probably started under the previous administration. They were beyond under mediocre. But a culture of quality is what we need to inculcate in our people. Quality health care, quality education, quality infrastructure, quality tourism, quality work for quality pay, improving the quality of life through a culture of quality. And I think if all of us working together can adopt that culture of quality, Barbados will go a long, long way. And what she said to me is, by inculcating that culture of quality in the hospital, where everybody, from the manager to the gardener, everybody was part of a team. Everybody was part of the vision. Everybody working towards that culture of quality. They were able to raise their standards. And I implore and I encourage the people of Barbados, be it wherever you are, from the cabinet to the people working in the grounds, the farmer, the housekeeper, the hairdresser. Let us inculcate that culture of quality, doing the best you can for the people that require your services. Mr. Speaker, I was given the mandate of supervision of the Planning and Development Department. And I want to first thank the people who work in that department for the tremendous work that they have done over the last year. Over the last year, Mr. Speaker, they have done over 2,300 permissions in, I think, 13 months. 2,300. Never before done in that department. But it's not only permissions that they do. In addition to permissions, they have to do building starts, they have to do certificates of compliance, and they have to do enforcement where people have gone outside the crease. And all of that they have done and managed and done it tremendously well. And I want to commend them for it, and I think that they definitely deserve all and the best that we can give them. And I truly salute the work that they have done. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for having the confidence in me to now give me full responsibility for the department. It is, I believe, the second time in the history of this country where somebody who is not a Prime Minister is given responsibility for the planning department. The only other time was Ambassador Elizabeth Thompson, I believe, for a couple of years that she was given responsibility for planning and development. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Barbados can be assured that I will be fully engaged. I will be fully and completely engaged, because planning and the planning department is the basis on which all of the growth of this country will be based. Planning and development is the basis on which all of the growth and development of this country will be based. You know, I often say a joke to the people of the planning department that you can't even build a doghouse without their permission. And that is technically not correct, but you know you can't even put up a sign without their permission. And what we need to do is to find a way to make the planning department, and we're working on it, lean and fit for purpose. And we've just approved through Cabinet an opportunity for them to do change management so that they can become fit for purpose for all of the various applications that we'll have to go through. It's going to be a busy time. It's going to be a difficult time. But I believe that we are fit for the task and ready to take it over. Mr. Speaker, this government has been able to do tremendous work. Indeed, last year, we had 10% growth in our gross domestic product. I look back over the 10 years of the Democratic Labour Party and look to see what growth they had. I think on one occasion, they had 1% growth. Other than that, it was less than 1%. Less than 1%. Whereas last year, we had double-digit growth for the first time in this country. And we expect another 4 to 5% growth this year, led by the projects that this country and this party is going through. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have tremendous projects going on. The first project, and it's not only projects on paper, these are projects that are coming to fruition. I was so proud to be at the groundbreaking for the geriatric hospital, together with the member for St. Michael South, the member for St. Michael West, as well as the Minister of Health. And the people of Barbados will soon be able to look forward in 18 to 24 months to a brand new geriatric hospital with an opportunity for 406 beds for the people on which we have built this country. Because at the end of the day, our senior citizens have made a tremendous contribution, and it is on their shoulders that we now stand. But that is but one project. My project that has taken me years of work, Mr. Speaker, years of looking at how we can improve it, years of meeting with the contractor, discussing how we can save, looking at the access to it, and now seeing it come almost to fruition, holding the contractor's feet to the fire, none other than in St. Philip, Sam Lord's Castle. And this is it with the lights on, Mr. Speaker. It is, and it will be, a tremendous addition to the room stock in Barbados. And it is not only when this is completed, and I must tell you, you remember when you and I worked to get this honorable chamber done? And how we literally had to move in while the workers were still here to work to move him out. I'm probably gonna have to do that at Sam Lord's Castle as well. Because he tells us end of April, and I'm holding his feet to the fire to be able to get opportunities for 1,000 workers at Sam Lord's Castle.
I remember, I hope you make these things a document
Of course. There will obviously be a document of the House, Mr. Speaker. I guess there will be a cherished document of the House. But it isn't only the hotel. Because in order to make a good hotel, you have to make a good access road. And we've been working diligently to make the access road to the hotel, the Long Bay Road, that the honourable member for St. Philip South has been behind us to get done for years. And I am sure that he is very, very happy that that road is being done. But it isn't only the road. The natural gas services to the hotel and along that road being done as well. And the spin-off just from that road, 109 new connections to the natural gas grid by virtue of putting that access to the hotel. You got to clap for that. But let me tell you, St. Philip is not the only place that we are doing construction. And I'm going to take you along the southern corridor and up the western coast of Barbados. In Christchurch, Indigo has done its piling already, about to do the foundations. A major infrastructural hotel is going there in Hastings. On the other side of the road, Maple Manor, a mixed-use facility, $120 million investment. I think it's going 10 stories up. That is on the other side of the road. We're looking at the Civic Centre in Oistins. I heard the member for Christchurch South speak about it before, and we would have spoken about it. Obviously, we have a police station, a library, a clinic on one side of the road, and we have government land on the other side of the road. The side next to the shore is obviously of higher opportunity for a hotel investment. So we're going to do the same thing that we're doing in Whole Town, move the Civic Centre to the land side, and then make an opportunity for a hotel on the seaside. And we're doing that in Oistins. We're about to go out to a PPP for that. Blue Horizon and Savannah. Two owned by government, and again looking to make arrangements with private investors to be able to develop both of those hotels as well. Then we come into St. Michael, Hyatt Ziva. This one is a difficult one. It will be an iconic development for Bridgetown. It will change the landscape of Bridgetown, not only in its design, not only in its potential, but it has now opened opportunities all across Bay Street, going all the way down to the Pierhead and beyond. And that whole corridor from Hyatt Ziva, which I will always say is the old Harbour Police. So some people don't even know what the Harbour Police was. When I talk to younger members, they don't even know about the Harbour Police. But from the Harbour Police gate all the way down to the Pierhead and even Carlisle House is opportunities for tourism. And people have been knocking on the door to be able to get these investments going as quickly as we can. And then we move to St. James. Royalton, and again, as I said, the Civic Centre. The Prime Minister said that Royalton is about to start. I've been in discussions with them. They have permission. I understand that they've got their funding, and they've reported to me that in the third quarter of this year, they too intend to start. For those who don't know, Royalton is on the old Discovery Bay site, and they will be starting very shortly. St. Peter, Nikki Beach. I had the opportunity not only to bring to this Honourable Chamber, together with the member for St. George South, getting the acquisition for BTI. BTI has done all the promotions, looking at designing the road. On Sunday, I met with the member for St. Peter. We went and spoke to the residents of all of the various works that we're going on there at Nikki Beach. And I look forward to when that construction will be done as well. But not to be left out is my good friend in St. Lucie. Because not only are we doing work in St. Philip, not only are we doing work in Christchurch, not only are we doing work in St. James, not only are we doing work in St. Peter, but, Mr. Speaker, we have a developer who's already bought the hotel at North Point and has a development for St. Lucie as well. And you know, the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, the Honourable Member for St. Lucie was with me at the Ministry of Transport and Works. The Honourable Member for St. Lucie was with me at the Ministry of Housing. I will be with the Honourable Member for St. Lucie at this hotel. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is a developer that will be keeping the Barbadian vernacular, using the same kind of design as chattel houses, as you can see here for the rooms. And I have the permission. I don't normally use the developer's plans, but I asked permission because I was so proud and to be able to share with the member for St. Lucie that development is coming to St. Lucie as well. But it doesn't only go to hotels. It does not only go to hotels, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the hotel investment that we are seeing across Barbados, we're also seeing investments in hospitals. And sometimes it feels like every other day I have a different investor come in to tell me what he wants to build in Barbados. It literally feels like, just last night, I had an investor tell me that he wants to do something. Early today, another investor wants to do something else. But you know, it makes me think, where were these investors when the Democratic Labour Party was in office? Because there was no investment going on then. But then all of a sudden, somebody wake up after sleeping and he knows everything and has all the answers, but could not get any investment going for 10 years. But I am happy to see these investments. We have investments in hospitals. An investment, the person has bought the land in Upton. I think it is 30 acres adjacent to the gymnasium. They're moving through the planning process, and soon we will have a top-class urgent care and hospital facility at Upton.
Good work, Honor.
In addition to that, I just met with another developer who has a hospital in Cayman. And they're looking to put in the constituency of St. Thomas, well, I guess it's the constituency of the Honourable Member for St. James South, on the side that the Welches development is now going up, opposite Redmond Village. I guess that'll be St. James Central. But in the St. Thomas area, Welches, and they are building a tertiary care facility at that hospital, started the planning process. They've had the pre-application consultation, and we are moving through to get a hospital in Welches as well. Not to be left out, a dental school at Harrison Point in St. Lucie again. 400 students will be on that campus. You know, Mr. Speaker, as I think about all of these developments, I'm hearing that I'm only talking about St. Lucie. I am not going to speak about St. George South and St. Thomas because I know the Honourable Member for St. George South will talk about all the great housing developments he's doing throughout Barbados, and in particular in St. George South. I am not going to talk about St. Thomas and St. Andrew and St. Joseph and St. John, because I know the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East is doing tremendous road work in the Scotland District, and she's going to talk about all the tremendous work that she is doing with the roads and the bridges in those constituencies. I don't want to take their thunder. I sat down here and a lot of people took my thunder, but I didn't want to take theirs. I am going to stay, as the Honourable Member suddenly tell me, stay in my lane. So I can stay in my lane and talk about my planning things that are going on. But apart from the hospitals, apart from the hotels, we have tremendous interest in photovoltaic systems and renewable energy. Tremendous interest. To the point, Mr. Speaker, that it's almost as if people have woken up to Barbados is on the move. Barbados is growing, and Barbados is a place to invest. And it is not only our people, it's people from across the globe who want to come and bring their expertise. We have photovoltaic systems that are before us. We have wind opportunities that are before us. But the one that has caught my attention is a system, a planning application that is before us, that they use photovoltaic energy to split the atoms of water. And those of you who know the atoms of water, hydrogen and oxygen, into hydrogen and oxygen by a process called electrolysis. I know I can get technical on it. Needless to say, they capture that hydrogen, they sell electricity when the sun is up, they sell electricity to the grid with the photovoltaics. The excess photovoltaics they use to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, capture that hydrogen, and when the sun goes down, use that hydrogen in a fuel cell to produce more electricity and not having to use the batteries because they're storing the energy with the hydrogen. And then using those fuel cells to produce more electricity also to sell to the grid. I don't think that it is being done anywhere else in this region, and it is before us, and we're looking to get that project going as a first right here in Barbados. A tremendous opportunity. And for any hydrogen that they don't use, they have an opportunity to make ammonia as well and export that ammonia. You know, we have to be cutting edge. We have to look to technology. We have to look to improve not only how we do things, why we do things, where we do things, when we do things, and look to see how we can best improve and bring efficiencies to what we do and when we do them. And that's exactly what this project does, and it has really captured my imagination. And I look forward to seeing when this project is going at full speed. In addition to the private sector developments, government has its own public sector developments. The Prime Minister talked about Queen's Park. She talked about the Treasury Building, Archer's Bay, things that Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. are doing. But I didn't forget, you know, I brought the resolution about the prison. And they have to look to be able to improve the prison and make it an opportunity for tourism investment as well. So the future is bright from the investment point of view. But you know, I could not get the opportunity to speak of these things without the good people of Christchurch West. And Mr. Speaker, I would never ever come and speak in a debate here and not talk about Christchurch West, because it is the people of Christchurch West that have sent me here. And I was particularly encouraged when I heard the Prime Minister talk about mini stadia, because the people in St. Matthias don't have a playing facility, and they only use the place next to the school. And I want the member for St. John to hear me and hear me well, because the people of Christchurch West have a shovel-ready facility. And the reason that there's a big, big piece of paper is because there's a big, big project to my heart and to the people of Christchurch West. This is a shovel-ready opportunity for a mini stadia to be built in the constituency of Christchurch West. And I want the member for St. John to hear very, very carefully, because I know that he can have planning applications that he wants done. And if he wants planning applications done, and I want a mini stadia, I am sure that we could do a good deal. And I look forward to the day when the member for St. John and me are there breaking ground at the mini stadia for Christchurch West. But not to be outdone, the member for St. George South here heckling me. But I ain't finished with him yet, because I got another piece of paper. Another big piece of paper. This is for a housing project in Sergeant's Village. Also, for the people of Christchurch West, I try and let the camera pick it up.
Sergeant's Village.
Also, shovel ready. 10 duplexes and 4 single houses. So in the same way and in the same vein that I am asking the member for St. John to help me out in the mini stadia, I also have to implore the member for St. George South to help me build these houses for the people of Christchurch West. Because at the end of the day, it is people that we represent. And it is people who have sent us here. And it is those people that are looking for us to be able to do the best we can do. And to be able to not only do the macro things, like the PV systems and the hotels and the hospital, but do the micro things. Do the micro things, like the house and the stadia, the basketball court, the road tennis court, and to be their champions. Because at the end of the day, that's what the people want. The people want of us. The people know that it's not easy. The people know of the constraints that we have from a finance point of view. The people know that we're in an IMF program, but they still expect us to do 2 things: to represent their interests and to respond to them when they reach out to us. And that's what we do. Respect them, respond to them, and recognize their interests and represent them. Mr. Speaker, it is clear, it is pellucidly clear to me that the previous administration was a tax on spend. And every single budget, when I was a member, went there with the government, every single time, the people of Barbados bore the burden. So it was no surprise to me when the guy that the young member said that he's making an interview, applying for a job. It was no surprise to me that he thought that we would follow the same vein that his administration followed when they were in office. But this Barbados Labour Party administration is different. We're not a tax on spend. We understand that government can facilitate, regulate, innovate, and legislate. And we use all of the tools in our armamentarium, to be able to facilitate what the government can do to assist the people of this country. I will not go through all of the measures.
Our member has 2 more minutes.
Exactly. So I can't go through all of the measures. But needless to say, I absolutely support all of the measures that have been laid in this budget. It is visionary, it is forward-thinking, and it puts people first and reforming this economy and this society. But you know what? More than anything else, it gives to the people of Barbados confidence. Confidence in ourselves. The reason that we have all these investors, Mr. Speaker, is because the people of the world have confidence in Barbados. Confidence that they did not have in the previous administration. Confidence in the leadership of Mia Amor Motley, the Prime Minister of this country. Sorry for calling her name. Confidence in the Barbados Labour Party and this government. They have confidence. And at the end of the day, that is what it's all about. Confidence in them, confidence in us. And we too must have confidence in ourselves. Confidence that we can do it. Confidence that we have the know-how. Confidence that we have the ability. Confidence that we have the ability, we have the brain, we have the brawn, we have everything that it takes to make Barbados a leader amongst others in this region. It's already a leader, and we can take it even further. And I am sure, and I often say, Mr. Speaker, that fortune favors the brave. Fortune favors the brave. And once we can take that on, embolden that confidence, be brave and be bold and face this era, I am sure that we can do it, because I know and you know we all can. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't have very much voice, but I would not know how not to stand representing those who sent me and adding my voice to this debate unless I was actually laying down on a hospital bed. And so I will attempt, with what little I have, to share my views. And I want to begin, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the proposals in yesterday's presentation by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, I consider to be creative. I recognize them to be futuristic. At the same time, I understand them to be realistic and also pragmatic. Now, I use these words not because they sound sweet, but at least they sound sweet to me. But it's not just because they have a ring to them. But if an honest individual examines the presentation yesterday, that honest person will come to the conclusion that the measures spoke to the future, that they were creative, but they also spoke to unlocking creativity, that they weren't wild, they were realistic. So modest in many respects, and also pragmatic, because while grounded in a philosophy, a people-centered philosophy, they were also moderated to recognize the times in which we still live. And that, for me, Mr. Speaker, is the hallmark of honest leadership. It is good to talk all kinds of stuff, but having a vision, being realistic, being pragmatic while standing on principle is important to me. It is important to the people that I represent, the people of the constituency of St. Peter. There is something that we often say, Prime Minister says it all the time, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, that we are not perfect. My predecessor as Member of Parliament for St. Peter was probably the first who alerted me to the fact, and it seems to be a fact based on everything that I've seen, that there is a perfection that is expected from the Barbados Labour Party in government that is not expected of the Democratic Labour Party in government. That is not necessarily a good thing, but it is a real thing. And that is why I joined the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast in saying that we are not perfect. This party is not perfect. This government is not perfect. And I did not join this party, and I'm not a part of this government because I expected it to be perfect. I joined because I detected an element of honesty. And what I see demonstrated in leadership in this government through this party is a recognition that from time to time there will be mistakes made, missteps. But I am happy, Mr. Speaker, I am happy, particularly as a person of faith, to be part of an organization that when it missteps, steps back and says, let's stop, let's make the correction. I think that is the hallmark of good leadership. The ability to recognize where you're going, recognize if you're making missteps, and make changes. I want to start with that. My colleagues know that I don't like to spend a lot of time on foolishness or on foolish people. And a lot of people have quoted a lot of texts this evening, today. I am not going to do a lot of biblical quoting. One short verse in Psalm 37, right at the beginning of the chapter. I live by it, and I'm going to say it in here this evening. Do not get upset because of evildoers. The King James Version says, fret not thyself because of evildoers. You know, there are people walking about Barbados who are, at best, misleading people in order to get into office. Or at worst, being dishonest and nasty with the people of this country. And I say nasty, I don't use words like these, but Mr. Speaker, I've had occasion in the recent past to have to confront persons who saw something going about on WhatsApp that says they can't take a picture of themselves or they're going to get locked up or some kind of nonsense. There are intelligent people in this country who are being terrorized by nastiness. And it is not right. It is not right. All of us have fought political campaigns. In political campaigns, you attack the other side. But you don't terrorize people to gain office. This chamber is not a place for terrorists. And while Barbadians have thought that they got rid of a sect in 2018, we have a new breed who are practicing the same nasty politics. But it is not good. It is not good. I don't say that. Listen, Mr. Speaker, we are 3-4 years maybe away from an election. So I'm not in here fighting an election campaign. I am saying that the people of St. Peter, I told the Honourable Member for St. James Central that he speaks on behalf of the people of Barbados. I speak on behalf of the people of St. Peter. It is unfair for my people to be saying nonsense, things that have no bearing in fact, and be sitting down at night, worried, when they should be enjoying a TV show, talking with a family, but worried that they can't take a selfie, that they can't post it, that they can't share an honest view with a friend. It just isn't right. And those who, as the Honourable Member for St. Philip North said, those who are interviewing for jobs, normally when you interview for a job, and I speak as Minister of Labour, I speak as a former practitioner of HR management, when you interview for a job, you go on your best behavior. These people are interviewing, or the person who my honourable friend from St. Michael South spoke about, interviewing for a job, but displaying the worst of characteristics. That kind of behavior says to me and says to Barbadians, you are unfit for the role you're playing, and you are unfit to lead this country. You know, on September 11th, 2001, I was in Holland. And the specter of terrorism and what the Western media was speaking about began to haunt me, and I started to stereotype. So there were people who look a certain way that I started to think might be people who would want to cause me harm. But Mr. Speaker, over the years and in very recent times, I realized that these people with terroristic tendencies could look like anybody, could sound like anybody. They could actually come off as intelligent. As strange as that is, but you know, sometimes the most intelligent people are the ones you gotta watch. The ones who know everything about everything. There is also, and I'm not gonna quote scripture after this, but the Bible is very clear that if a prophet's words do not come to pass, that person is a false prophet. A false prophet. In biblical times, those people were stoned. I am not a believer really in capital punishment. But you know, sometimes you wonder if there's not a place for it. Because when you get into that kind of mode and apparently mold, where you just want to destroy a society in order to reach some lofty position or some position you consider as lofty, and you walk about and say to Barbadians, there are going to be a whole set of taxes, and a whole set of people are going to be going home. Well, I smiled when the Honourable Member for St. Philip North spoke. She said that the Prime Minister disappointed her. She had her bowl of popcorn, listening for these taxes and for the people going home. And the Prime Minister started by saying, no new taxes. That it made a lie, and I think lie, as in telling an untruth, is parliamentary language. It made a lie of the person and the associates of the person who said there were going to be new taxes and lots of people going home. But Mr. Speaker, I want Barbadians to be very, very clear of something. It is the modus operandi of the Democratic Labour Party when faced with any challenge, when faced with economic challenges, their mindset is taxation or sending home people. And so when in 2023, they examine Barbados and they see what is happening in the country, they put themselves in the position of government. And they come to the conclusion that the only way to get out of this is to tax the people or send home people. 1991, 1992, 2013, 2014. That is what they know. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the people of this country, that the Democratic Labour Party is demonstrating that it has not changed. And I am not sure if I should have expected them to change. Because I am told by physicians and those who are scientists that you don't just change DNA. If this is your DNA, then you don't get a blood transfusion and change DNA. The Democratic Labour Party of 2023, regardless of who is leading it, whether sensible or not, is the same Democratic Labour Party of 1991-93. Is the same Democratic Labour Party of 2013, 2014, 2015. In 1990, Mr. Speaker, this Barbados Labour Party said to the country, the economy is not well. The leader of the Democratic Labour Party said, with total disdain to someone who is now a national hero, indicated to Barbados, the country is batting like sobers. Now, I am not sure who sobers that gentleman was referring to, but it could not have been the right excellent. Because, Charlie Sobers, well, I was much younger then, and I thought that the reference was to the greatest cricketer of all time. But that is the kind of misleading of the Barbadian population that the Democratic Labour Party does. In 2013, everything was good. Now, we could see all the downgrades, and we knew that we were in Rosa, we say in Potter. I don't know if Hansard can write P-O-T-T-A. I don't know if that's the way it's spelled. But they said what they had to say, returned to office, and then sent home people. We know the NCC sent home people. There is an inherent dishonesty in the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. And the people of this country ought to be aware of it and ought not to forget it. Yep. Leaders change. The leader in 1991-93 was not the same leader in 2012, 13, 14. Is not the leader now. Leaders change. But the essence of that organization, at least at the leadership level, remains the same. And I'm specifying at the leadership level because there are a lot of decent people who support the Democratic Labour Party. Yep. A lot of intelligent people. A lot of people who hope that those who submerge to the top can actually recapture the spirit of the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow. They find out as the years roll on that the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party has no interest in Barrow. Nobody with an interest in the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow would tell a woman in Boscobel that she has to drop out of university if her daughter is to remain. Wow. You walk about and try to claim all the credit for free education. A process started by the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams. You want all the credit, but then you tell poor people, you can't go to university. We're not paying for it. If you want to go, you got to find the money somewhere. we are not paying for it. So we have an organization in the Democratic Labour Party that is not, tainted is not the word. At its leadership, it is dysfunctional and it is dishonest. I didn't plan to spend so much time
Necessary.
on the Democratic Labour Party.
Necessary.
But, you know...
I didn't know you were finished, Honourable Member. You were finished? I thought you were no starting.
I tell you something, Mr. Speaker. On my way from home this morning, I traveled across the Ronald Mack Highway, and I saw a sign at the lights at Westmoreland. A billboard which said, proven, not promised. And then I drove a little further, and I was approaching the roundabout by Orange Hill, a village very close to the heart of the Honourable Member for St. Andrew. And as I approached the roundabout, there's a plantation house on the right, if you're heading north to south. And there's another sign that says, proven, not promised. And it set me thinking. I started to do something that I ought not to have done. To try in my head to put the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East in the same section of my brain as the current leader of the Democratic Labour Party is something that I ought to ask forgiveness for. It is not right. It is almost as bad as what the Dems leadership is doing. It is not right. But, and you know, and that is why I say that I appreciate when people make errors and are able to fess up to errors. I just fessed up to one. But for one period of maybe insanity, I thought we have a leader who presented for 4 hours yesterday, like I said, creative, futuristic, realistic, and pragmatic. And we had somebody responding who said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that my creator who really wants me to spend any more time on stupidity. The people of St. Peter, on reflecting on yesterday's presentation, are happy. They're happy, and I'm going to say something the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East said pretty early on in her presentation. She spoke to the fact that we welcome investment, but it must be respectful of our people, our national spaces, and our traditions. She also said, in Barbados, there will be no private beaches, access for all. The people of St. Peter and the people of St. Mains, we had a very good meeting. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West spoke to that. A very good meeting on Sunday after I had a town hall, maybe about 2 weeks before. And we explained the process, we explained the development, and they're happy. As a matter of fact, they have given us certain demands. And I'm saying it now in the presence of the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast. All of the milled material, and I'm saying it slowly and deliberately on purpose, all of the milled material that come from the road that is going to be realigned, we expect and we demand that it be used in 6 months. There will be a temporary road put in before the new realigned road is put in. It will be done with Barber Green, The people of Six Mains demand, and he who they have elected to speak on their behalf in this place adds his voice to that demand, that when that is removed, all of the milled material must be used in Six Mains. I, like the Prime Minister, don't count chickens before they hatch. So whilst I hear consider it done, I will only ease off of this soapbox when I see the mill material on the ground in Six Mains.
Yes, sir.
The people of Six Mains have also said to the contractor and to the engineer and to the senior minister, who is also now the Minister of Planning, that they expect to get some construction jobs, and the arrangement has been made. I'm saying this for all of St. Peter and all of Barbados to hear. The arrangement has been made. No guarantees have been given, and being fair, but the arrangement has been made that those who have skills will make those skills known. We will compile a list, and we will be presenting that list to the contractor. Now, Mr. Speaker, it will not be nice in here if some of those people don't get work. And that's all I have to say on that matter. I, like the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, I can't say like how he says it, but I'm very, very, very sure and clear that I'm in here only because a majority of persons in St. Peter thought that I was fit to represent them in here. And that is what I will do until they tell me different. But the people of St. Peter are also happy about the musical training, the strings training in the primary schools. In St. Peter, my constituency, we have 4 primary schools, 3 public primary schools and 1 private primary school. And so the children of St. Peter and one of my primary schools also attracts persons from the constituency of St. Lucie, the All Saints Primary. And so those who attend those schools are looking forward to this training in music. They are looking forward to the relief in terms of water rates, the 25% discount if the arrangements are made to pay in the allotted time. They're also looking forward to the tenantry roads program. That was stated by the Prime Minister. I know the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast is very familiar with my terrible roads. And just in case the Honourable Member forgets, terrible road in Boscobel, terrible road in Indian Ground, terrible road in Farm Road, terrible road in Black Bess. Every place that there are significant numbers of residents, there are terrible roads in St. Peter. Terrible road in Mount Brevetor. And so I expect that the tenantry roads program will start to see some relief. The people of St. Peter are reasonable people. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West recognized that very well on Sunday. Very, very reasonable people. They will, however, not be put in a position where they're seeing roads happening in other places and they're not seeing at least one being done in St. Peter. They're not going to accept that. As a matter of fact, the people of Boscobel have already started to reject that. And I want to be very, very clear to you, Mr. Speaker, to this Honourable Chamber, and to this country. I am discharging my responsibility as the Member of Parliament for the great constituency of St. Peter. The people, particularly in the east, in the Boscobel area, what I call the Greater Boscobel area, I say Greater Boscobel because my predecessor in office used to say that there were people who wanted to replace him, who wanted to take over from him, who don't know where the Baltic is, who don't know where Lonesome Hill is. But the Greater Boscobel area includes the Baltic. It includes some other areas, Collins and Boscobel, St. Andrew. It includes Tree Hill. It includes Bobby Johnny Corner. It includes a number of other places, Gaze and the Mount. But the matter of the filtration system to be installed at Allendale is of importance to the people of the Greater Boscobel area. Because while the water is running better now than it did in the not too distant past, it is discolored. And so you can appreciate that you can't cook with discolored water. You don't drink discolored water. You can't wash white shirts with discolored water. You can't really wash anything with discolored water. So there's a significant inconvenience. And the people of Greater Boscobel are looking forward to this filtration system. We understand what has been happening at Allendale. The water levels are low. There's this salinity. We understand what's happening with the pipes. We are happy that we've had mains laid from Lambert's to Tree Hill. We want the work to continue. The people are getting a little bit tired of promises. We want to see the work continue. I am of the view that Boscobel, the road, Boscobel and then the alley, is probably not going to be able to be repaved until the pipe work is done. And so the longer that takes to be done, the worse the road becomes. And that's not something that we can continue with for too long. We also appreciate in St. Peter the continuation of the elderly care program. That is one that has really brought some satisfaction to those who have been nation builders in this country. You know, the older people, and from time to time we try to remind the Honourable Member for Christ Church that Central is not just him. You know, he feels that he has some special. But all of us like the elderly. And I don't know why he should think that he's the only person here. But the elderly in St. Peter are happy that this program will be continuing, where there are persons who can engage with the elderly and who can give them an option to the nonsense that they may be seeing on a WhatsApp or the foolishness that somebody may be calling them and telling them. They get to interact with sane, reasonable people in this program. And the people of St. Peter are very, very happy that this program will be continuing. We are also happy, and this is very important, from Spikestown to Six Mains, the matter of beach erosion. The people of Six Mains have asked me to say in this chamber that they are waiting for the promised gabions. The people of Six Mains have asked me to say in this honorable chamber that they are still waiting for the promised gabions. The beach erosion that the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast has spoken about in terms of funding, the funding of green projects, we look forward to that. We also look forward to be fully involved in the celebrations that the Honourable Prime Minister shared. She spoke to recognizing Indigenous people. I'll say to this Honourable Chamber that 2027 will actually mark 3,650 years from the dating of the first settlement, the earliest dating in Barbados. That earliest dating is on the site of formerly Haywood's Plantation, where Port St. Charles now sits. Those items, those artifacts were dated to 1623 BC. And so in 2027, 3,650 years. Prime Minister spoke to Spikes Bay, 1629, 400 years. St. Peter's Parish Church, also of 1629, 400 years. Spikestown as a town, 2030, it will be 400 years. King Coffee, 1675. In 2025, 350 years. The settling of the Carolinas out of Spike Sound, 1670. In 2025, 355 years. There's a lot that we expect to be able to celebrate in St. Peter, in Spike Sound, and in wider St. Peter, and so we expect to be fully a part of the celebrations. Now, Mr. Speaker, I realize that my time has gone. But I want to wrap up, though, by saying that the measures...
I remember, you are the only person who have ever said that. And you deserve something for that. Honesty is the best policy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will not take advantage...
I would not allow you to, Honourable Member.
Yes, that is correct.
I have given you a concession. That's all I have done.
That is
enjoy
correct. And the Prime Minister did say that those who receive concessions have to abide by certain rules.
And ought to be glad.
Ought to be glad, and also will be audited to make sure that they are sticking to their commitments. I want to end by indicating that the presentation yesterday was people-centered and worker-centered. I could just mention briefly the film industry. Those concessions spoken to, there is a requirement for 15%, at least 15% of crew and cast to be persons from Barbados, citizens or residents, finding work opportunities for Barbadians. The matter of aggressively attacking this issue with regional travel, reducing the tax on regional travel, that is not just a tourism issue. That is a worker issue. Because this allowance is for what we call the lower season. I think it's July, the summer period. And what this will do, if we can stimulate travel from our Caribbean neighbors, this will mean that the person who would ordinarily be laid off will find work. The person who will ordinarily be put on a 4-day or 3-day may get an extra day. This is worker-centered. The loans to help postal workers, those are workers. Those are people who got to bring our mail when we got dogs sometimes running them down. These are persons on the front line, but increasing from 5,000 to 25,000, including nurses in the Polter, where they're now part of being able to access loans to finance vehicles. My ministry, along with the ministry led ably by the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South, working to find employment opportunities for young persons with disabilities through Job Start Plus, worker-centered, former workers, because, Mr. Speaker, every pensioner is a former worker. And when you raise the allowance from 40,000 to 45,000, you are benefiting former workers.
The Michael East used to be a helicopter. It's in the Concorde. No, I've got to tell you about landing the helicopter.
Yes.
Right.
I'm going to land by saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that the training initiatives are great, fantastic. To say that church groups and social groups, while working with the Honourable Member for the city, they are on board and they've wanted to assist. There's an outreach that they've made for some time now to the Ministry of Education. It is taking too long to materialize, and it needs to materialize. But I want to end, Mr. Speaker, by saying the Honourable Prime Minister continues to demonstrate leadership of a high caliber. The Honourable Prime Minister continues to take advice on economic matters from a team that has been creative, a team that has not focused on taxation and spending, but a team that focuses on how to develop a country. I, Mr. Speaker, am happy to be a part of the cabinet and this honorable chamber at a time when there is such visionary leadership. At a time when we are existing under a leader who is proven, not promised. At a time when, even though the world is still very uncertain, geopolitically, from a health perspective, still a lot of uncertainties. But I'm happy to be part of a government that in the midst of all the uncertainty can come to the people of Barbados in spite of the noises of those who are dishonest to bring policies that are creative, futuristic, realistic, and pragmatic. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I totally and fully support the measures. I see them as fit for our situation, and the people of St. Peter are honored to be led by a Prime Minister who is able to bring this to the country. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 8:15.
Questions that this honourable chamber be suspended until 8:15 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 8:15 p.m.
those presentations. It almost, sir, imperiled you because a little bit more, and you may have been guilty of facing a charge of facilitating child abuse of a political type. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that the robust nature of the presentations speaks clearly to the level of disappointment and dissatisfaction, not only felt in here, but across the country, with respect to some of the very unfortunate comments which were made by the conservative and elitist gentleman who now leads the Democratic Labour Party. I want to share a perspective on the budget, sir, if I can. And it simply, sir, would be to say that the presentation stands out in my mind for its transformative value, and mission transformation is a very eloquent way of capturing it by the Prime Minister. And of course, it stands out on the basis of social inclusion. And I really want to spend a little bit of time on the two of them. At the outset, however, sir, I must say that I too feel a little bit of the disappointment that was articulated earlier today. The gentleman who leads the Democratic Labour Party would have, and I won't use the language that is as robust as what you heard earlier, sir, but he would have caused this country to apprehend fear that there was a tidal wave, a tsunami, if you will, of taxes coming our way. Now, when that was disproven at the very outset, the next thing he does, sir, is to further emasculate himself in the public domain by going on the radio today to say that it is likely that the taxes are going to come later this year. And then to double down on the nonsense, Mr. Speaker, sir, by articulating a view that nothing has happened at all with the state-owned enterprises in Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, sir, there comes a point at which we have to rein in political lawlessness. There is, and I'm very candid with this House, sir, it is clear to me that there are a number of people who are commenting on public matters without first thinking through that which they want to comment about. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, sir, say of this government that we have not embarked on the journey of reform of our state-owned enterprises. I want to remind this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I say this now from a position of absolute certainty, because I was the Minister of Tourism in 2018. We came to office in 2018, sir, to confront a set of circumstances where the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated, which is a state-owned enterprise, is it not, had a marketing budget that at that time was $80 million. That was paid for on the backs of the taxpayers of this country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, over the course of the 5 years preceding 2018, the Barbados Tourism Marketing budget would have had to have varied between $75 or $80 million to $100 million over that last 5-year span. And that has been consistent, Mr. Speaker, sir, for perhaps 10 years before 2018. We take a conscious decision, sir, to say that the taxpayers of Barbados should not have to carry that burden. You will recall my coming to this House, sir, and piloting a piece of legislation which introduced a new level of air passenger charges at Grantley Adams Airport. And through that mechanism, Mr. Speaker, sir, we creatively found a way of not putting additional pressure on the backs of the Barbadian public, but allowing the visiting community to contribute to the cost, not only of doing some maintenance at the airport that was badly needed, but also, sir, of helping us to do the marketing for this country. In 2020 March, this Parliament would have passed the last budget that it passed before the COVID virus shut down Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it was during the estimates of 2020 that we were able to have, for the first time in Barbados, a budget for the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated. that used to be 75 and 80 and $100 million, for the first time went down to $9 million, Mr. Speaker. To $9 million. Creative policy on the part of this government that transformed the reality of carrying that state-owned enterprise from a $75 to $100 million burden on the taxpayers of the country, sir, to or liability on the taxpayers of the country, down to $9 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, if that is not reform of state-owned enterprise, I do not know what is. So you can't come and have an argument that this is not a process that has begun. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a journey that we are on. We were not elected for a year, we were elected for a term. And Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that even as I speak, the BTMI is now undergoing a further restructuring process or reformation process, which we will see, which is bringing on board private enterprise to partner with the public sector so that you have a private-public partnership, Mr. Speaker, to further carry the financial weight and management of the marketing of this destination. But it didn't end there, sir. Because if it is that the gentleman who leads the Democratic Labour Party was paying even the most remote attention to that about which he likes to parade himself publicly, he would know that at Harrison's Cave, sir, a similar transformative process took place. When we came to office, that state-owned enterprise was indebted to the tune of over $30 million. We have not sold the cave, sir. We put a lease arrangement in place. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that lease arrangement has a management structure and also a financial investment structure, so that the people who now lease the cave, sir, were by contract compelled to put some money into the cave. Today, Mr. Speaker, the cave is what was a one-stop destination for maybe 45 minutes. You go through the cave and come along back out. Sir, it now has about 5, 6, 7, I don't even know if it may be more, attendant attractions and more still being built out at the same Harrison's Cave. But no longer a $30 million burden on the taxpayers of Barbados. So, Mr. Speaker, the journey of reforming state-owned enterprises in this country has in fact begun. And it is exceptionally disappointing, sir, that we have to begin a debate of this nature on these terms, because I feel, sir, as though this is amateur hour at the Apollo. That you're dealing with somebody who is pushed or has been pushed into the spotlight, but knows not about that which he speaks. A person, sir, who largely is an empty suit, pretending that there is more to him than there really is. I was too young, sir, to know the group above and beyond the song, Oh Yes, and the Great Pretender. I think that there was a group called the Platters. More your time than mine, sir. But adrift in a world of my own. I play the game, but to my real shame, they've left me to be all alone. And that is really what has happened with this young man and his sojourn in the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. But as I say, sir, and as I've said from this place before, that is really a matter for them. We have two major takeaways in this budget. The first is the transformative mission, and the second, sir, is the question of social inclusion, that essential context within which the transformative mission must take place. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I have to carry an oversight responsibility for the productive sector, I want to speak very clearly and unambiguously on this question, sir, of growth, and on the question, sir, of the relationship between this transformative effort that we're talking about and labor. Because it can't happen without labor, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by positing the view that economic growth, sir, cannot be an end in and of itself. I want to suggest to you, sir, that economic growth has to be a tool for the creation of a just society. It is through economic activity, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are going to be able to develop and generate employment opportunity, and obviously in the process reduce the unemployment scourge that has been accelerated since COVID. Now, economic activity, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the generation of employment has to be strategically planned. And I'll tell you why. If you plan economic activity strategically, Mr. Speaker, sir, you're going to be able to get the benefit of the most meaningful level of participation across this society. If you can get a wide cross-section of people, we heard the member for Christchurch South speak this evening about the micro-reality of those who are on the ground, those who feel the pain and the suffering. If we are able to have broadest participation in the economy by making sure that those stakeholders are able to hold on to jobs, Mr. Speaker, sir, then you get stakeholder satisfaction, and it is through that mechanism and that mechanism alone that we get to have what we call the just society. But I want also to say to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that while I, without hesitation and without apology, will put Labour at the forefront of this debate, the reality is that there are those, there is that great pretender out there who seeks to confuse these issues. The first thing that was said today, sir, is that the intention for growth is not clear. Now, I do not know how you can demystify government's position on growth anymore. I really do not know, sir, how you can make it any more crystal clear. The Prime Minister was very, very clear yesterday. We, sir, have a situation where the private enterprise domestically in Barbados invest in this country approximately $975 million. She said that she wants to see that double. That has not been said for the first time yesterday, Mr. Speaker, sir. I sat at the last Chamber of Commerce meeting when she said the same thing, that you want to see the doubling of the investment made in this country by our domestic private sector, and to carry that $975 million to effectively $2 billion, which would be approximately 20% of the gross domestic product of the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, that cannot happen. Let us be brutally frank. It cannot and will not happen unless we take with us Labour. And that is why so much emphasis was placed yesterday on the role that Labour must play. And I'm going to talk a little bit about it tonight. But before we get into the training and so on, let us also talk, sir, about the terms and conditions of work. Because that is where the stakeholder satisfaction must take place, and that is where we have the justice in this society. And unless we get real, we are not going to understand why there will be a pushback in some quarters of Barbados. I feel that the people of Barbados would happily go to work and embrace opportunities, Mr. Speaker, if they have an environment within which they feel welcomed, they feel appreciated, they're not exploited, they're not victimized, Mr. Speaker, sir. But is that the environment which we now have? Let us speak truth. Let us speak truthfully. We have a set of circumstances, Mr. Speaker, sir, where in the construction sector, for example, it is now a creeping indignity, if not a galloping indignity, that those retention sums that would ordinarily be withheld from a contractor until when there is certified closure of the contract, that retention money is now deducted from the laborers, the people working on the contract, by the contractor. That it come and take 10% from the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest, and the Honourable Member for the city, and 10% from the Honourable Member St. Andrew, Mr. Speaker, sir. I come and take a little bit out of their wages, because I must not be put in a position where I can't get all I want now. I'm going to humbug the workers. Never before being seen in Barbados, sir. Never before being done. But this is the new type of indignity. And your parliament, Mr. Speaker, cannot be the place that turns a blind eye to that practice and says, well, boy, that is the capitalist rat race. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, my constituents that sent me here are not rats. Your constituents that sent you here are not rats. Our parliament, your parliament, Mr. Speaker, that you preside over, must be the place, it must be the place, sir, where we revisit Cap 349, which is the 1953 Labor Clauses Public Contracts Act that the Prime Minister spoke about last night. And there's a reason why we got to go through these things point by point in simple terms so that the gentleman, the chief critic in George Street, understands the nature of the society that we're trying to build, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because it cannot be that this parliament fails to answer and ask the biblical question, what does it profit a man that he gain the world if in the process he loses his soul? So somebody got to stand in the breach in defense of the poor people, Mr. Speaker. Let's put it bluntly. That is why I start by putting labor up front and center in this discussion about growth. We can't achieve the growth we want, sir, unless we treat labor right. And we must also recognize, Mr. Speaker, sir, we want to talk about the 24-hour economy. We can't have a functioning 24-hour economy nowhere, no how in this country unless we are prepared to speak truth about the relationships we have with labor. And it is an inconvenient truth for many people in this country that they don't want us to talk about. But you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, it has to happen at some point. And I feel, sir, that we must rise in this process above the politics and let us look at the realities. Now, I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, I represent a coastal constituency. A large swath of the hotel belt on the West Coast is populated, when I say populated in workers' terms, by people coming from my constituency. And to the extent that they may not come from my constituency, they're coming from the constituency of she who is the honourable member for St. James South, and who so handily and heavily defeated the gentleman that will not give thought to what he says whenever he intervenes in public life. And if not coming from either my constituency or hers, Mr. Speaker, sir, it coming from St. James North. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, we know this, we live this. You want to talk about 24-hour economy? The hotels open 24 hours, they don't close. The people have to get home. And we know, our constituents know, and we know, and we have to feel their pain. Part of what we have to do is build up the infrastructure. The conversation must be had. Because tonight, there are ladies who will leave a hotel or a restaurant on the West Coast, Mr. Speaker, sir, and have to go through the ordeal of walking up an unpaved, dark track in order to get to their place of residence. Not that they don't want the work, but already, we didn't get the 24-hour economy yet, we have first of all to deal with the question of safety. It's also a gender-based issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we all know, especially those of us who have to represent people in these constituencies, that in many cases, many of these ladies have to leave their children scotching at a neighbor because you're doing shift work. Somebody got to look after my little daughter when the night come. And in some cases, sir, that little daughter has had to go through the ordeal of the body who's looking after her when the night come, interfering with her. That too has happened and happens. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it got to be a bus service that is reliable. So we have, therefore, and not just reliable, that working right through the night. So we have, sir, to have a conversation with this nation. And I welcome it, because in the 24-hour economy and out of the 24-hour economy can only come one greater good. And that greater good, sir, is the empowerment and the further enfranchisement of the workers of this country. This government, lest they forget, Mr. Speaker, sir, was the government that intervened a couple of years ago to move a minimum wage from $6.25 to $8.50 when they told us it could not and should not happen. And we went further than the manifesto commitment of 2018, because the manifesto commitment of 2018 said we would carry it to $8, we went to $8.50. Lest they forget, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is this government that put an end to the woeful set of circumstances where, up to March 31st, 2021, domestic workers could legally be paid $1.50 per hour. In this Barbados, yours and mine, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, we get in here, and we go through these processes legislatively, but we forget that there are sometimes gaping holes in the arrangements that we have with the contract of labor. I say the productive sector of this country cannot flourish and grow unless we get it right with labor. And inasmuch as the Democratic Labour Party is now divorced from the interests of labor, it must be that this fight be carried by us who have carried the mantle so stoutly and so well in the past. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that up until the 31st of March 2021, the law in Barbados with respect to domestic workers was that you could legally get away. And I have no way of knowing how many people did so or tried to do so, but it was a wrong and bad thing until when the Honourable Member for St. Peter successfully piloted that minimum wage legislation. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, there were a number of criticisms that were made, and I want to begin to speak to these criticisms because, first of all, the gentleman, the Conservative leader, talks about a lack of clarity with respect to growth. Don't laugh, he's a Conservative. Upskilling and training is what we are about. And I want to spend some time on it because I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch South this evening. If we're going to have the growth we want to have, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, I say an indispensable part of the proposition is the workforce of this country. That workforce has to be upskilled and it has to be trained. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South who spoke asked us a very moral question, because there will be a point coming soon where there are people employed in what was previously a crash program that will no longer be able to function in that. It would be an unfortunate portrayal of the circumstances, however. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch West has already spoken to this. And I must reinforce it and support him, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is a most unfortunate portrayal of circumstance to let the public believe that there is not an ongoing program to upskill and to train those workers and more. So when you hear the Prime Minister talk about all the projects that are being rolled out, when you hear the Minister newly minted of planning talk about all the projects that are being rolled out, Mr. Speaker, sir, where is the work supposed to come from? The construction gateway is the solution. And we ain't talk about it now. The construction gateway is part of the manifesto that the people elected us on last year, Mr. Speaker. And the construction gateway has been up and running for the last, maybe 6 to 8 months. And cohort after cohort of training. I heard a member this evening talk about the need for Gabions. I think it is in St. Peter. Gabion building is part of the training. I hear people talking, sir, about the need to have more steel benders and more master masons. Part of the training. Mr. Speaker, sir, welding, part of the training, plumbing, tiling, you name it. Installation of solar PV. It goes on and on. There is a list, maybe 20 disciplines long, of all of the areas where people are being trained. And as the Prime Minister says, there is no longer an excuse. There is is the word berifled parliamentary? It is very Bajan. But there's a lot of work that is coming, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, there must be people to do this work. And the first option is to have Barbadians do it. So I don't want us now to get into a situation where we hear the next lamentation, or anybody, they had to bring in work from overseas. We want Barbadians, and we are training Barbadians. And I, like the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, have sat in my constituency office with all of those people who were working in other programs before, and gone through with them meticulously the areas where they can now find training. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the other area where there has been some misrepresentation by the Conservative gentleman is the question, sir, of and I took a careful note of what he was saying, sectoral readiness for growth. Are the sectors in Barbados ready for growth? That's a question that he's asking. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to answer that question very directly. You know, there's a thing called the Barbados National Standards Institute, the BNSI. And Mr. Speaker, if we are going to speak seriously to growth, we have to recognize that we got to start exporting more product. It means that you have to start from those very infant stage micro businesses, grow them up to small level, medium level, and get them to an export level platform. In some cases, sir, as is now happening in the wines and spirits clusters, you have businesses that are still very micro, but are still finding the wines and the spirits in the supermarkets and on shelves across the Eastern Caribbean and even in Latin America. A lady in the constituency of the Honourable Member for St. Andrew suffered a terrible misfortune when her house burnt down a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, sir, and she was a person who was in that cluster, and she was a person who was also exporting. Small, micro business. So don't tell me it don't happen. I know it happens, Mr. Speaker. The reality, however, is that goods and services alike have to be moved to international standards. And that's not a hard thing to understand. If we want to make sure that our products get to international markets, we have to make sure that we hold the hands of those people who are doing the production, we train them, and we help them get to understand what is market access. What are the requirements for you to access the US market, the Canadian market, any market of your choice? What are the impediments that might be in your way? And when we help them navigate those things, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is when they come to the point of being able to secure market access. And why are there those international standards? Those international standards exist, sir, for two reasons. First of all, over there, like here, customers have expectation. The customer has an expectation that there's going to be a certain quality of good or service. And then the second reason, Mr. Speaker, sir, is because all of these technical regulations relate to health issues, safety issues, environmental protection issues, you name it. And so we have to make sure that our people who are engaged in manufacturing or in providing a service, sir, understand that if you're going to go into somebody else's country, you have to be mindful that there are certain requirements over there that you have to be able to meet. So to get that done, we have to help all of our people lift their game. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West spoke this evening about quality. And the reality is that what the National Standards Institute is about is precisely that. The building out in Barbados of a national quality architecture, a national quality infrastructure. And if you don't understand what quality in that context means, sir, it simply means that in everything we do across this nation now, there has to be at the forefront of it standards. What is the standard to which you practice law and sell your legal service? What is the practice to which the gentleman who's a dentist sells his dental service? What is the standard to which the master mason builds and can sell that service? What is the standard to which the person who is involved in furniture manufacture, Mr. Speaker, how can he meet the necessary standards? And the higher we set our national standards, we got to practice wicked. Serve your people to the best, highest standard here first. Once you get that done, it is painstakingly simple to get into somebody else's marketplace. Oh, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that what are we trying to fix? Where's the politics and all of that, you may ask? And I say this because I want some time coming soon before the people savagely pull him down in George Street. Because you see what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen with him just now. I know how they function. They're already saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, that he's been sent there by the Prime Minister. That's what they say about him. So they don't trust him. But the fact of the matter is, sir, I'm not getting into whether he's trustworthy or not. I'm saying to you, sir, his political survival is in question. But, the sharks are circling. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue here is simply this. When we inherited office in 2018, that National Standards Institute, which is, I believe from all I have said, honourable members would be inclined to agree, the National Standards Institute is virtually indispensable to the growth debate and the growth discussion. It is at the core of training people to build out their standards for being able to penetrate other markets. You can't do it without having the Barbados National Standards Institute. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we became the government, there were 9,000 registered small businesses in Barbados. I invite you, sir, to break with tradition in this chair and tell me how many you feel of those 9,000 businesses in Barbados, small businesses in Barbados, how many you feel were part of the Barbados National Standards Institute's clientele? How many of them, in other words, had a working relationship with the Barbados National Standards Institute in 2018? You feel it was like 500, Mr. Speaker? Too high, perhaps? I ain't gonna make you engage in the guessing game, sir. The painful reality is that when we became government in 2018, less than 40 businesses in this country had a relationship with the Barbados National Standards Institute. Now, pray tell, I do not know what could be in the minds of the critics over in George Street. But I believe that I am talking to rational and logical and sane human beings here and out there in the wider Barbados, sir. Pray tell, how is it going to be possible if you have 40-odd businesses in this country being exposed to training with respect to how you get into other people's markets? How is it possible that you can grow an economy, earn foreign exchange, and build out the kind of growth sector, that growth in the country that we want to have? How is it possible, sir? And so therefore, one of the first things we had to do was to begin an extensive program through the BNSI of bringing in, harnessing all of those business out there, service providers, people engaged in manufacturing, etc., so that they can go through different levels, different degrees of training, hundreds and hundreds of them over the course of the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker. That's what we had to do. And I link that, sir, to the question of building out now physical capacity in this marketplace. This budget that I shouldn't say they, because the public don't have no problem with the budget. This gentleman has a problem with the budget. This budget, sir, makes provision for the first time in about 20, 30 years for a new industrial park, committing $30 million towards the building of a new industrial park. I do not know when last you heard, Mr. Speaker, sir, of a new industrial park being built in Barbados. The ones that I know of existed when I was a little boy. The ones that I know of existed when I was a little boy, sir. But this government is putting money where its mouth is. You have to have the physical capacity. And it can't be just an industrial park now to do the things that industrial parks did in the 1960s. And I'm not going to make sport at anybody who did smoking. I am not going to make sport at anybody, sir, who was engaged in light furniture manufacturing. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to have physical space so that the young people who live and breathe this here, want to pick it down, put it back together, want to write software or do apps, all kind of things, Mr. Speaker, sir, that kind of capacity must exist In the same way, we have a food sciences center in Newton, now at an international standard, Mr. Speaker. And they don't seem to understand that that in and of itself means diversification of this economy. Because once that center is HACCP compliant, and I'm made to understand, sir, that they're well on their way towards achieving that, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, everybody who is into their making of jams, they're into doing their food products of whatever type, beverages of whatever type, they are now able to have a space in there, taking turns to use the space in there, and that means, sir, an opportunity to get it on shelves here, and an opportunity to get it on shelves across the Caribbean, and an opportunity to get it on shelves outside of the Caribbean region, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is how we earn foreign exchange. That is where the growth comes from, Mr. Speaker. And he gets it wrong. He gets it wrong, sir, even on the question of financing. Now, for me, one of the most revolutionary parts of this budget was the question of financing. And why? Because I think everybody who stopped for a minute to look at the circumstances that confront business in this country will agree that access to financing and investment opportunities, not investment opportunity, but to put money into the investment opportunity is a challenge. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, first of all, this budget speaks to the establishment of a unit trust corporation to mobilize private savings. Now, that may seem to be very highbrow. It may seem to be technically difficult to understand. I would have hoped that for a person who's lecturing at the University of the West Indies, they could get it. But not for the first time. I'm disappointed. And I don't think it would be for the last time. So I've grown accustomed to that. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we talk about a unit trust corporation, we are talking about harnessing savings across the Barbadian population. You want your savings, Mr. Speaker, the little tuppence that I have, the heavy savings of the member for Christchurch West, Mr. Speaker, and so on. And we harness those savings and we bring them together into wealth creation opportunities. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it means that we are building out a Barbados in which people of limited financial means, another fancy way of simply saying poor people, that might got a little something put down under the mattress, can now put money alongside the middle class and alongside the more well-to-do, Mr. Speaker, so as to accommodate the building of wealth in this country and the investment of that wealth into specified targeted areas. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do not know when in the Barbados that I grew up in that was an opportunity that was created by the government. I do not know of any precedent for it in this Barbados, sir, but yet still I hear a big, long disappointment of a human being telling the public that there's nothing in the budget for Barbadians. That is what he said. That there's nothing in this budget for Barbadians. When there's an unprecedented financial development, wealth creation vehicle being created in this budget, sir, for the people of Barbados. And why would it be necessary for us to do that, you might ask? It becomes necessary, Mr. Speaker, sir, because among the opportunities we have are substantial potential revenue-raising, revenue-earning opportunities. I give you the example of the renewable energy sector and offshore wind. Offshore wind is a sector that we are now about to develop. We have done the studies, Mr. Speaker, sir. We know where in fact, we have concrete recommendations as to where the best wind sites would be. Some of them are said to be among the top 10 or 11 to be found anywhere in the world.
I remember, I noticed that when you came in, I noticed you checked.
I did.
I think you did.
I did.
I know you checked it not too long ago.
I checked it out, but sir, it's one of those things where you got to tap it as well.
I think it was a little bit too fast when you came in, right? I understand.
You will guide me, sir, as to what.
I understand.
You will guide me, sir.
Your time, I remember, a lot of people quoted from the Bible earlier tonight. Your time draweth nigh, I remember.
I drive nigh. And therefore, sir, I will accelerate. So therefore, we're looking, sir, to invest to create about 200 megawatts of wind opportunity in Barbados. Now, what's the reality? The reality, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that there is not a large pool of financial resources in this country. And we want it to be an energy sector that is democratized. It would be the easiest thing to tell somebody from Scotland or wherever, Denmark, or who's specialists in wind, come down here and put 200 megawatts of windmills off the coast of St. Lucie and call that a day at the races. But Mr. Speaker, so we want the ownership, the benefit of that investment to be in the hands of Barbadians, your constituents and mine. And that is why creating a special vehicle, the likes of which we've never had in Barbados before, sir, to make investment in that type of major project, sir. Harnessing resources, Mr. Speaker, sir, for what could be a couple of wind farms, but to the benefit of the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. But we didn't end there. It is this government, sir, that in this same budget put a moratorium on payments at trust loans. You will remember that in the budget, Mr. Speaker? That the Prime Minister is saying, no, you don't just come in and get a trust loan, but for the first 3 years, there's a moratorium on payment. First 3 months, there's a moratorium on the payment. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the repayment, so that therefore you're giving people a window of opportunity. I don't like to be corrected by members if I am not sure they're right. And I suspect it is years, but I can double check that. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the principle, the philosophy is this, that when you got to start up business, the hardest thing in the world is to earn a little money and then got to put it back into the business and still be paying back at the same time because you're still in a growth trajectory. So what the Prime Minister has done is what no bank in Barbados is doing, what no credit union in Barbados is doing, but what we are doing in the interest of the people of this country, and that is, Mr. Speaker, so creating a set of circumstances where you get a little change to start a business. We're saying, pause, star, hold on a little bit. Don't break your neck to come and start back paying back yet. Catch your hand first, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I recognize equally that as the time coming even closer to the end, I should close by reminding this country that it is this government that is now far down the wicket with regard to delivering for the first time in the Eastern Caribbean outside of Jamaica a collateral registry, so that the small business people and the micro business people of Barbados will be able, against having their vehicle or their office equipment or their furniture or whatever else they may have, accounts receivable, people owe you $100,000, Mr. Speaker, that can be now turned into an opportunity to get financing. That's what we're doing for these people. Mr. Speaker, when I hear a man say that there's nothing in this, in all that I just talked about, for ordinary Barbadians, I have to ask what he is on, sir. And I only ask you, as I sit, to accept that if you rush to reply to a budget in 17 minutes, when a lady spoke before you for 4.5 hours, that imbalance, sir, suggests a lot about your shortcomings. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not know what his doctorate is in, but I am very certain, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is not connected to anything to do with solving problems of prematurity. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also start by thanking the constituents of St. Michael West Central who sent me to this august place to represent their interests and did so on the second time around. And therefore, I have to express my gratitude to the members of my branch as well as to the entire constituency for affording me the opportunity. They will have now seen me now transition across 3 ministries. And now I am in tourism. And I will commit to them, as I will do to the country, that I shall also give this my very best shot. But, Mr. Speaker, I also rise to give full support to the 2023 budgetary proposals presented yesterday by the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs and Investments. I do so because what has been delivered is designed to advance Barbados's economic rebuild and growth, Mr. Speaker. I also speak, Mr. Speaker, fully conscious of the crucial role that the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport will play and be rallied and relied upon to drive a turnaround in the national fortunes, Mr. Speaker. Let me assure you and members of this honorable chamber and the listening and viewing public that such an important national assignment has been tightly grasped, and I intend to lead the ministry with all the energy that I have. Furthermore, the significance of this mission and our valuable part in it will become certainly the watchword for all the entities and agencies under the ministry for which I have responsibility. Mr. Speaker, about 2 weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, I gave a clear and structured record of the ministry's achievements. I gave an outline of some of the goals that we want to achieve and that we intend to pursue and certainly accomplish based on what we are faced with at this time. I am pleased to advise, Mr. Speaker, that I am in a good position to provide a report on actual progress made since then. And I intend this evening, Mr. Speaker, though it's late at night, to give some further insights into the meaningful policies and programs ahead of us in this sector. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to spend a few minutes to put aside and hopefully bury, Mr. Speaker, these repeated accusations around this town about this so-called underperformance in tourism and underperformance in the government, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, although, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how they could even imagine that tourism is underperforming when you see the number of tourists around the country. When you look around Barbados, Mr. Speaker, when you are on an aircraft and you look at the load factors, Mr. Speaker, if you're trying to buy an airline ticket to get out or get into Barbados, oh Lord, you can't get one, Mr. Speaker, but I hear some naysayers out there trying to give the impression that tourism is underperforming. Those who are making the accusation, Mr. Speaker, are quoting, I don't know where they're getting the statistics from, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps they're pulling them from the sky. And I don't even think they're capable of doing that, Mr. Speaker. But I give this House, and I have said on several occasions, that my approach to managing and leading the Ministry of Tourism will be based on data. It will be based on empirical evidence, Mr. Speaker. It will be based on statistics, Mr. Speaker, because we have to continue with the analysis in order for us to drive the performance in the sector. And we also have to update the information, Mr. Speaker, and make sure that we make sound and professional decisions within the ministry. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore in that light that I don't know how those who comment on tourism could even get at a press conference, media briefing, or wherever else they say it, and give the impression that tourism is not performing, but wanting Mr. Speaker to challenge my assessment of the performance of the tourism industry so far, Mr. Speaker. But I am compelled to respond, Mr. Speaker, because the people of St. Michael West Central sent me here to represent their interests. But they also sent me here to work hard on their behalf and on behalf of Barbados, and that is what I intend to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that we were laid out of the blocks in fully relaxing all of the protocols in Barbados. We did so in September. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, I was the Minister of Health at the time. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We have consistently placed a high premium on public health in Barbados. And that is why we are as good as we are today. And because of our diligence, Mr. Speaker, and because of us making that decision when we made it, we didn't have to close down Barbados. And we knew, Mr. Speaker, that once we took that approach and we came out in September, clearly, Mr. Speaker, some airlines would have already made decisions. The cruise sector may have made decisions, Mr. Speaker. We knew what we were up against. But, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc., for which I have full confidence, Mr. Speaker, markets Barbados as a destination, not one segment. Their job is to market Barbados in its entirety. And what this Barbados Labour Party government did long before I was minister is that it put the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc. on a sustained financial path, Mr. Speaker, unlike the days in the former government, the former administration, when you went to World Travel Market or ITB, people will be hounding you and asking you, when are you going to settle the debts that you owe us? Mr. Speaker, thanks to this government and thanks to the wonderful thinking of the Ministry of Finance, we were able to sustain a funding for the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc. So much so we are no longer faced with the embarrassing situations when we go out to meet people at marketplaces, Mr. Speaker. Far from that, when we go, they're willing to do business with us to see how best they can improve, Mr. Speaker, the business with the travel trade into Barbados. That is what this government has done. And like I said, prior to 2018, it could have been done, Mr. Speaker. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is this of airlift capacity into Barbados. And I intend to address this issue about capacity into Barbados. Mr. Speaker, there is a capacity report that we get in the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I can put it up for the whole country to see tonight. The Barbados Airlift Capacity Report, I ain't quoting from it yet to make a document of the House, but I'm just showing, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, that there is a document. I have my notes, sir, right here. And, Mr. Speaker, the source of the information is from the Sabir Intelligence Report. The Honourable Member for St. Philip North would know, St. Philip South, would know about these matters more than I do. And in that, sir, there is an airlift capacity report. And every month, we get the report, which shows us where we are 6 months out. Mr. Speaker, recall I told you that when I am leading anything, I like to have data, empirical evidence, and statistics, because that is the only way I know how to manage. You have to have data to make informed decisions. You don't pull decisions and make decisions when you're looking up the sky and say, I believe, I think, and I feel so. Not in this government, Mr. Speaker. But what does the airlift report, Mr. Speaker, tell us about February 2023? Capacity is up 17%, Mr. Speaker, compared to February 2022. 184,714 seats, Mr. Speaker. And while that, Mr. Speaker, I can also tell you that the winter seats are up 9%. The Caribbean recovery, Mr. Speaker, and when you look at the Caribbean competitors in the report, and we benchmark the competitors, Mr. Speaker, to Antigua, St. Lucia, and Grenada. That is in the competitive set that I found, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at the report, Mr. Speaker, the report sets out that Barbados is ahead of its Caribbean competition. In January, Mr. Speaker, not only January, February, March, April, May, June, and July, Mr. Speaker. I have the report here. Barbados also leads the way, Mr. Speaker, within its competitive set within the UK and Ireland, Mr. Speaker. And what I can tell you is that within the next 6 months, Barbados would have had recovered 90% of its seats it had in 2019, Mr. Speaker. So those who want to talk, let them talk. And I can talk about airlift for the summer, Mr. Speaker. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I can also show you the graph. Look at here, Mr. Speaker. Barbados air passenger recovery. Arriving OND passengers, look what it says here. Minister Strong, you are a finance man. Our man for graduates, essential. What does it say here? Look at the graph. Passengers, the same percentage in 2019. This is where we are, Mr. Speaker. Not me. Not me at all, Mr. Speaker. Not me, look. Aviation Week, Mr. Speaker, not prepared by me, not prepared by the chairman of the BTA, not prepared by the permanent secretary, Mr. Speaker. I have to put these things to bed tonight because, Mr. Speaker, I may have to have another opportunity, a branch meeting or a press conference, even tell the story even more, Mr. Speaker, but I'm conscious of time. Mr. Speaker, for summer, the airlift for summer out of the United Kingdom, Virgin and BA will continue to provide year-round direct daily services to Barbados from their respective hubs. And you know what's happening, Mr. Speaker? They're coming out to London Heathrow. And you know when you come out to London Heathrow, what happens? There's a premium there. You get higher yielding passengers. You get greater connectivity out of Europe to and from Northern Europe as well, Mr. Speaker, and the rest of the world. That is what we're doing. And, Mr. Speaker, if you want to compare to the Caribbean, as they are trying to say, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this. While other Caribbean islands will experience reduced airlift this summer and tag flights, Mr. Speaker, with multiple stops. And I mean multiple stops. When you leave your original destination, you have to make 1, 2, and 3 stops before you get to the final destination. Barbados, Mr. Speaker, there has been no reduction in the summer business out of the United Kingdom. And I tell the House this, Mr. Speaker, in addition, the airlines have been executing in conjunction with the BTMI special marketing campaigns all across Europe. I was at ITB along with the BTMI professionals, and this is what they also reconfirmed to us again, connecting it through Heathrow. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, has been supported by the Barbados Marketing Tourism Inc. as part of the massive campaign. Mr. Speaker, and you talk about British Airways coming into Barbados. They are up on their capacity. They met with us and they told us so. I didn't manufacture the number, and I have the percentage, but I don't think I can reveal their business on the floor on the House, Mr. Speaker. And next year, while I'm at it, British Airways will be celebrating their 70th anniversary of airlift into Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And watch out, because there's more to come on that front. Mr. Speaker, Virgin, well, Lord, Virgin has reported to us. I met with Virgin last Friday. I came out to Germany, met with Virgin the Friday, and came home this Saturday, Mr. Speaker. And you know what the Virgin people are telling us? They said that the route is performing well. They told us that they have strong load factors. And you know a load factor, when you have a strong load factor, the rule of thumb for the industry, Mr. Speaker, is 85+%. I don't know the number, Mr. Speaker, but even if I knew, I can repeat it, Mr. Speaker, because that is information that must be kept there. But what I can tell you, that pre-pandemic, when they were flying the 747s, they only had 16 seats in what you call upper class. Mr. Speaker, they change out the aircraft and they're flying what they call the 787s or the 330s. And you know, with the business class seat provision there, 30, upper class, 31, Mr. Speaker. And they are selling and selling, like, as the old people will say, hot cakes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you which airline told me, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell the country that a certain airline out of UK told us, I was the only person there, they told us that in February, Barbados was the #2 gateway worldwide within all their routes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I had my permanent secretary with me, so I cannot tell the House a lie because I will be sent packing, Mr. Speaker. That is what they told me. And you know what we intend to do, Mr. Speaker? We're going to continue to work on the relationship. So when the naysayers are suggesting that we are underperforming, tell them when they talk to the partner, but they won't have that opportunity to speak to the partners, of course. But if they don't know and they want to ask a friend or two within the sector, they should ask before they open their mouths. Mr. Speaker, the United States market, I can tell you, it is showing significant growth for the summer. And we have another, Mr. Speaker, data analytics entity that provides us with the information. And it's known as forward keys. Mr. Speaker, can I tell you that based on the latest information that we got from forward keys, they're telling us that the bookings, the current bookings are pacing ahead of 2019. And to stimulate increased business, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. has launched an always marketing and advertising campaign throughout the United States. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that in key cities within the United States, that is where we are putting our resources, and we are doing so to stimulate business for Barbados, not only during the summer, Mr. Speaker, but beyond. And the campaign is currently deployed in our gateways, in New Jersey, in New York, in Miami, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, D.C., Florida, Mr. Speaker, and I go further, it goes beyond there into Georgia, into Texas, into Chicago, and into California, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that this summer, Barbados will have the honor of hosting the inaugural historic black colleges and universities in Barbados for their festival in June, Mr. Speaker, in addition to CHDA that we're also going to have in May. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard the Prime Minister made reference yesterday that JetBlue Airways, Mr. Speaker, with their double daily, will land another 12,500 seats, Mr. Speaker, and the same forward keys data indicates that bookings from June to August are already trending over 35% compared to the same period last year. And in summer, Mr. Speaker, for Canada, what are we doing? They have added a bigger aircraft. They move away from the A319. They now put on the A321. We're going to have additional 8,850 seats, Mr. Speaker. 8,850 seats, representing an increase of 32% over summer of 2019. And the service will move from 3 days a week to a daily service this summer, Mr. Speaker. Is this evidence of a tourism sector that is underperforming? Is this evidence, Mr. Speaker? And I go further. The Caribbean market, Mr. Speaker. April of this year, Air Antilles announced that they're moving from a 3-day per week to a daily service between St. Lucia, Dominica, Antigua, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. And you know what is interesting? That will provide another 11,600 seats. But you know what is even more strategic about it, Mr. Speaker? Is that will also allow us to bring more traffic out of Europe, because if you bring them out of France and you bring them to a French-speaking territory, and you connect with Air Antilles and you bring them into Barbados, Mr. Speaker. That is about opening doors and traffic, Mr. Speaker, from France, to use that as an example. Caribbean Airways will also, this summer, they will have another 11,200 seats. And Mr. Speaker, into Caribbean Airways. And only last Sunday, we had an opportunity to go to the airport to witness the launch of the inaugural service from St. Kitts to Barbados, so that, as they said, they no longer have to go to Miami and come down to Barbados. They now have an option, and that service will be adding another 15,000 seats for the Caribbean. And Mr. Speaker, there are more negotiations ongoing, and there's more to be told, Mr. Speaker, but not yet. But let's talk about the summer forward bookings. Forward bookings for the summer, and they define summer May to October because that is the industry's benchmark. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker, from Forward Keys. There are 47,930 bookings on the book. For the corresponding period, there were 37,990, an increase of 10,140, and that is as of March 5th, sir, and it's growing. All major source markets are trending above the 2022 level, and every month for the reporting period is trending ahead of the previous year. When compared to 2019, Mr. Speaker, overall bookings for summer 2023 are pacing above 2019 levels by 3%. Only May and June are the only months, Mr. Speaker, where the bookings are not trading above the 2019 levels, Mr. Speaker. And where are we? And while we at it, Mr. Speaker, let me also give the House the assurance that we are also working on the winter traffic at the same time. KLM will continue to operate in Barbados for the next winter season, bringing traffic out of Amsterdam. And the Barbados Labour Party brought that flight back to Barbados after almost more than 80 years, Mr. Speaker, and Aer Lingus will also continue. And Mr. Speaker, I am so pleased to inform this Honourable House that Condor is coming back to Barbados for this winter, Mr. Speaker. They are coming back with a new and bigger aircraft, larger aircraft, 30 business class seats, 60 premium economy, 214 economy, for a total of 310 seats, Mr. Speaker. Not the hotels and all other persons in the accommodation sector will benefit, because they're going to have not only traffic coming in, but they're going to have crew accommodation, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, one travel agent told us already, and you know, Mr. Speaker, I didn't announce this before, but you know, the seats went on sale from Christmas of 2022, last year. Mr. Speaker, but somehow I knew that there has some boys who will want to come around the block and confuse the place, Mr. Speaker, and to give a lot of misleading information, and I never announced it, Mr. Speaker, because I knew I baited them, sir. That's the truth, mister. I'll be honest. Because I knew that if I had come up before, they will try to nullify it. Tell them tonight for us that Condor is back. And Mr. Speaker, I will be leading a delegation, subject to the approval of the Cabinet, of course, to the United States to meet with some airlines, not only to see if we can increase additional services to Barbados, but to see if we can get larger aircraft on this route, because I've listened to the people in the accommodation sector, I've listened to my chairman at the BTMI, and they've all said to me the challenges associated with getting in and out of Barbados, and we need larger aircraft, and I'm going to do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to tell you the challenges that we are faced with, because of COVID, the airlines have now said to us that they have to point the aircraft to routes that are very profitable, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, that is a challenge and one of the challenges that we are faced with. But, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that we will continue. Mr. Speaker, and let me talk very plain tonight, because there's some people who talk about this sector underperforming. Well, Mr. Speaker, like you, Mr. Speaker, you know, we canvas. We have to stay on the ground. Well, in this new job that I have to stay on the ground with the tourism players, even though some people might believe that I was a former insider in the industry. But let me make this point. When I go and I talk to the operators on boating and the catamarans, you know what they tell me? Minister, we are doing very well, thank you. Keep bringing the business for us. And I met when they told me so. There's not a lie, Mr. Speaker. The attractions, I went to Chaka on last Monday as to be part of the opening ceremony. I asked them how business was doing. I even asked them how they're performing in the summer. They tell me they're doing very well for winter. And summer, they thought they would have had a concern, but business is looking up. I went there Monday, Mr. Speaker, and they told me so. And Mr. Speaker, don't talk about the hotels at all. Mr. Speaker, don't talk about the hotel occupancies at all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government has an interest in Hilton. Mr. Speaker, I saw some occupancy numbers, 87%, 93%. For 1 month, you know, Mr. Speaker. I ain't see the occupancy drop below 68. Mr. Speaker, they got some properties too on the South Coast that are doing very well. A big one there, I don't really want to get in a call in all the names. But when I checked around, Mr. Speaker, the hoteliers, whoever I talked to, they're telling me that they're doing well. But, Mr. Speaker, I also have the occupancies, Mr. Speaker, because you will call me an insider, Mr. Speaker, and I have to have the occupancies. If they don't give me, I can still get them, Mr. Speaker. But I have them, and no, not one of them can come and challenge the BTMI. They can't challenge this government, Mr. Speaker, on the performance of the sector during winter, Mr. Speaker, because they are all doing well. Mr. Speaker, even the food and beverage suppliers tell me they can't keep up sometimes with the inventory, Mr. Speaker, and they're doing well too. The taxi operators who I interact with also told me, yes, they're making some money. Mr. Speaker, I must confess, Mr. Speaker, overall, and this is a team effort, this is not a one-man show, Mr. Speaker. Barbados is doing exceptionally well for this winter season. And we can see it, Mr. Speaker, in the numbers, and we can see it what is happening. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at product quality. Because whenever we go to the marketplace, the travel trade will tell us that you have to look at your product quality. And it needs urgent attention, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we will work with the hoteliers and other accommodation sectors to ensure that we maintain Barbados as a competitive destination and that we not lose focus there. The incentives are available, Mr. Speaker, and if the incentives are available, they should take advantage of it. And I will say more about that at a later date. Mr. Speaker, quickly on the investments. I know, Mr. Speaker, because you have TDA applications that have to come before me to sign off before they go down to the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the list, Mr. Speaker, for the 2023 TDA concessions, I got 2022 too. 2022, Mr. Speaker, $174 million music to the Minister of Finance here is Mr. Strawn, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. 2023, only the first 2 months, Mr. Speaker, $139.6 million committed, including, Mr. Speaker, and I ain't gonna call the company's name, one hotel that applied for TDA concessions to the tune of 100 million Barbados dollars, Mr. Speaker, and that's only one to put in phased investments. Mr. Speaker, I am also aware, because there are negotiations ongoing where there is going to be a new luxury hotel on the west coast of Barbados to tie in with a real estate development further east up the hill, Mr. Speaker. I can't call the names yet, Mr. Speaker, but what I can tell you is that the same company also has $160 million US sales in real estate. Mr. Speaker, can you really say that tourism is underperforming? And I don't make up the numbers, Mr. Speaker, because again, this has to come through the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I don't make up numbers. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about investments to come with Marriott International, and that will also be very substantial, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, cruise. I mean, people who know Ritz-Carlton will associate with ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen, a very high-end company. Mr. Speaker, they had a luxury yacht, and the luxury yacht made the maiden voyage to Barbados, Mr. Speaker, in this winter season, Mr. Speaker, and home porting here in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation that the projected cruise arrivals for 2023-24, the next winter season, we are projecting over 800 passengers, cruise passengers, Mr. Speaker. We had a dip because we knew, 817,000, Mr. Speaker, for the next season. Mr. Speaker, we are not planning for today, Mr. Speaker, only. We're planning for down the road. And Virgin Voyages, Mr. Speaker, you can see a lovely new ship, Mr. Speaker, transiting Barbados in the next winter season. 2-week cruises, Mr. Speaker. They put on 2 of the largest cruise ships coming through to Barbados, more traffic into Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, the Norwegian Cruise Lines, the company, will be bringing their largest and newest ship to Barbados, Mr. Speaker. The Prima, I think that's what they call it, the Prima, into Barbados for the next winter season. And I am in discussions with other cruise ship companies to see where we go. And Mr. Speaker, the crown jewel now, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow will be a historic day for Barbados. Tomorrow, we will have the RVA that's sailing to Bridgetown on its maiden village tour into Barbados. And they came here before on its major voyage. But, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, the first time a ship from P&O to be ever christened outside of its jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, will be christened right here in beautiful Barbados, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it will, you know, we're the birthplace of rum. And they tell me that we shall expect the largest bottle of Mount Gay Black barrel to be christened, to christen the ship, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the beachside ceremony will be broadcast live on YouTube to millions of people. And I really want to thank Mr. Speaker, with your permission. I didn't ask your permission to call the names, but I ask you now, Mr. Speaker. I really want to thank the P&O President, Paul Ludo, and the Vice President of Government Relations, Mary McKenzie, for all they have done, Mr. Speaker, to bring a cruise ship to Barbados and to christen it here. Tell the Democratic Labour, ask the Democratic Labour Party, for Mr. Speaker, for me. Did they ever have any such wonderful accomplishments that they can talk about, Mr. Speaker? They can't, Mr. Speaker. So when you tell me that we're underperforming, and a ship, you never had one in the Caribbean christened, luxury vessel. First time in Barbados, and the first time outside of what we call the mud. Mr. Speaker, what can we say? Mr. Speaker, I don't have enough time. But, you know, we've been talking a lot about visitor spend in this country, Mr. Speaker. We believe in data in BTMI. That's when we are managers. But I will now have a document that I can share with the Honourable Member for Christchurch Central, and we even share it with the Central Bank, Mr. Speaker. Because we have what you call an insights tool. And that insights tool, Mr. Speaker, can tell us where the spend is happening. Because you know, if you got a credit card, you swipe. You can tell the source markets, Mr. Speaker. I can tell where you're spending money, and you can see top spenders by market. The minister and the Ministry of Finance will be interested in seeing those things, Mr. Speaker.
Make it the House also.
And of course, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Barbados, and I also want to thank the chairman of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, I came in, I found the board, I didn't change the board. Because that's never my style. I always believe you cannot upset the apple cart, let it flow. And Mr. Speaker, I work very hard too. And I work the PS very hard, as I told you, on the floor when we were here. But Mr. Speaker, they work hard. And Mr. Speaker, when they travel with them, they probably regret having to travel with me. Because as soon as we land, we get off the plane, into meetings before we check in the hotel room. They can't even, Mr. Speaker, find 15 minutes to shop, Mr. Speaker, and is complaining to me all the time. Oh, Lord, you've worked me too hard. Up to Saturday, Mr. Speaker, I hadn't run in to catch a plane. Virgin Atlantic, it's true, Mr. Speaker, we were running through Heathrow to catch a plane, Mr. Speaker. But I have to compliment and thank the chairman and the board, and the management and staff, because we can't do it alone. We can't do it alone, Mr. Speaker. It is a team effort. Those who came before me worked hard. I am passing through, Mr. Speaker, and I am just doing what I believe I have to do for my government. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, sir, you heard about the Green Award we won in Berlin. I want to say to the country that we don't mark it to a wall. I got asked the BHT again to submit the occupancy information in order to help us. I want to give this House the honorable assurance that I can set up a cruise council, a tourism council, and an HR council. But, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to thank all Barbadians for everything they do. I thank all the workers involved directly and indirectly in the tourism sector. But I give Barbadians the assurance that I will go to work every day as I have been doing since I became a minister. I am going to work hard, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to work hard because I know the weight that tourism rests on these two small shoulders, Mr. Speaker. And I know that I cannot let down my government, and I cannot let down the thousands of workers, Mr. Speaker. I say to you, Mr. Speaker, and I tell the country, stay focused. We are on track. We are going to recover from this tourism. We are going to recover from tourism. We are going to grow it, Mr. Speaker, and we will make Barbados, Mr. Speaker, a place where once again, as we have done before in the Barbados Labour Party government, we are going to smash the records, Mr. Speaker. Stay tuned. I thank you, and I'm much obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that is a very good note on which we can end. I therefore beg to move the suspension of the House until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
The questions at this honourable chamber be suspended until tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 10 a.m. in the forenoon tomorrow morning.